assassin every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath, people. Just running past the dogs trying to get in here. Hello, everybody. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Cat, free Jodi. Shut up, Cat. How you doing? How is everybody doing? How was everybody's weekend? I hope you had a great weekend. I hope the weather was beautiful wherever you are in the world. Good morning to some, good night to some, and good day to some. Hi, Kelly. Good to see you. Thank you for being in here. Hey, will you guys do me a favor? Just hit the like for me. That's all I ever ask anybody on this channel. Just hit that like. Eventually, the right people who want to hang out here will find they'll find us. They'll find us. You know, they'll find us. Well, we're just going to jump into it like we always do because I want to cover as much. I want to get this case finished by this weekend. I'm going to the beach tomorrow in Alabama. Are you from Alabama? And I said, thank you so much, Kelly. Are you from Alabama or you're driving to Alabama? I love Alabama. I love it. Kat says, I was watching a documentary today about another trial. They brought up 3 examples of the crazy Jodi, and Jodi was one of them. Right. Oh, you moved. Okay. Well, be careful. I don't like I grew up around the ocean as well in California. And, now it's been years and years and years since I've even liked the ocean. I'm a mountain girl. I love the mountains. Hi, Detour. You know what's funny, Kat, is that I was, of course, I'm always keeping up with the Nancy Guthrie case as well. And I need to schedule a live for tomorrow because I need to do an update on that. But I'll be damned if they didn't mention the Jodi Arias trial, with, talking about the blood splatter on Nancy Guthrie's uh, porch, and where you could actually see like where she had coughed and how the blood looks different when somebody coughs or ex- uh, expels blood like that. Hi, Catalinair. I'm just gonna say Cata. Is that all right? Cata, because there's already a cat here, and there's no way I'm gonna butcher your name, and I'm so sorry about that. Thank you for hitting the thumbs up. I appreciate it. Kelly says I'm about to go to bed, so if you're live tomorrow, yeah, I will be live tomorrow, probably. Let's see what time we normally go. 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be going live tomorrow on the Nancy Guthrie updates that we have. So join me. Hopefully, my co-host will be here. Maybe my co-host. Well, it's really her co-host. And they're from the UK. And if you have not heard them speak, you will fall in love with Maggie. Everybody loves Maggie way more than they love me, but that's understandable. She's much sweeter than I am, you guys. Much sweeter. All right, so we're just going to jump into this because I want to be done with this. Leah's here. I'm here, everyone. Sorry I missed some live. Spent all weekend with the fam. My 13-year-old getting into cooking. We made Parmesan chicken, rice pilaf together. It was our puppy's first birthday. Oh, well, welcome back, Leah. I haven't been live all weekend. I too was working all weekend. It was a nice time away with my son. My oldest son is my boss, y'all, and he works all over, and so sometimes he gives his mama, some jobs, and I'm grateful for that. So plus I get to spend time with him, especially if I'm driving him around, and sometimes that's what it's about, and that's what it was this weekend. So I thoroughly enjoyed the time with my boy. And so I haven't been live, I think, since Friday was the last one. Maybe Thursday was the last one. Hi, Tara. Hi, wishing everyone from. Okay, well, welcome. Welcome. Good morning to you, Tara. I was just telling everybody my co-host is from Liverpool. She's a Scouser, and I adore me some Maggie. Leah says, we made a cake and sang happy birthday. He even wore his birthday hat. We got videos of singing it to him in front of his cake. So cute. Oh, I love that. I absolutely love that. Kelly says, thumbs up. I'm getting on a video. Bye. See you all tomorrow. Kelly, be safe, honey. Be safe and have a great time. All right, guys, why don't we just get into it? Like I said, I want to close this one out by the end of the week. This week, and then when we get closer to closing it out, then I'm going to put up some ideas in a poll, and whatever gets the most votes, that's the next one that we're going to cover. Little did I know that my channel was going to turn into something like this. I always been into true crime and love true crime, but my channel's been about everything. Anything you can imagine, and probably some stuff you can't imagine. Go back and look at some of my old videos. They're all there. We're a crazy bunch of people, and I'm so glad you guys are here for the ride. Tara says, I'm an hour away from your co-host in Southport. Well, her co-host, we call her the co-host around here. Lizzo, today's her birthday, by the way. She is from Yorkshire. Now, see, in America, I would say Yorkshire, but y'all say Yorkshire. So, like the neighborhood I live in, we call it Parkshire, but if you were to drive up in my neighborhood, you'd be like, oh, you live in Parksha. Parksha. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into this. Jodi Arias is still on the stand being hammered by Juan Martinez. I gotta say this, you guys. Please let me say this, and please hear me out before you make any judgment on me. I do nothing, even when I'm doing silly shit like riding a roller coaster with my phone in my mouth so you guys could see the whole roller coaster ride. I get off these lives and I still contemplate, even when I've done interviews, stuff, like I think about this channel probably too much, not about the channel as far as like growing or becoming something wonderful, but about people that I've met along the way. And so, of course, this is no farther from my brain than anything else. And this weekend, I had a lot of time to think about the whole Jodi Arias thing in a different way than I had thought about before. Because the last time we covered Jodi Arias, there was like 2 or 3 people in here that were really team Jodi Arias. You know, they just believed that Travis got what he asked for. I mean, he was very abusive to her and just kept pushing those buttons until she snapped. And there are people that believe that. Now, I'll be the first person to say it, you guys. I do believe he was a jerk. I do think he was a complete asshole, if you ask me. He's not someone that I would ever have in my world, but that does not, it doesn't excuse that she murdered this man. She didn't just murder him, she just butchered him. And I'm of the opinion that you teach people how to treat you. And if they're not going to treat you the way that you think that you are worth or should be treated, you should just walk the fuck away. That's what I believe. Took me many, many years to learn that. I was married for 18 years prior to this marriage, and it took me a long time to realize that that's the case in all things. So I'm not letting Jodi off the hook by saying this at all, because she knows right from wrong and she could have walked away. But here's what I was thinking. While we've been watching this trial the whole time, I've been livid. I mean, every time they bring it up, I'll stop it and I bitch about it and I tell y'all how much I hate that Travis is not here, and they could throw him under the bus and say that he was a pedophile and that's supposed to be okay. Hi, Dawn. Good to see you. But then I got to thinking this weekend, you guys, because I was like, how are they even saying that he's a pedophile? Like, how is this even coming up? Is it the last-ditch effort to get her to convince a jury that she claimed guilt? So you cannot prove an innocence when you claim guilt, but that she was justified in her actions, right? So I asked everybody, was like, why would they even think to do this other than that? And then somebody said, well, Lainey, right there when we were listening to his sexting or whatever you call it, phone boning, phone sex, he said, you sound just like a 12-year-old girl when you make that sound. Y'all, that has been bugging the fuck out of me all weekend. All weekend. And here's why. First of all, there's no greater crime than a crime against a child, a defenseless child. There's no greater crime, and there will never be a greater crime in my book, ever. And listen, I'm 56 years old. I've been around the block a couple of times. I've got 5 kids, so obviously I've had sex at least 5 times. And if some guy ever said to me, you sound like a little girl, I'd probably punch him in the fucking throat and be out of there so quick and you never hear from me again. How she just kept going on. My voice doesn't even get that high pitch that she can do. And that be okay with her, that a grown-ass man would say that is disgusting. And in my view, she was just as bad as him because she played along with it for whatever reason. Obviously, they're on the phone together, so they're not in the same room. So it's even easier to walk away, if you ask me. But it bothers me. Um, and now I'm even looking at Travis in a different light. Now, like I said, am I giving Jodi Arias a ticket and saying, look, you were justified? No. And maybe I would. Maybe I would be, maybe it would be a little easier for me to give her that justification if she didn't keep going back when she didn't even live there. And when he kept breaking up with her over and over and over again. And she moved back to Wairika and she kept sneaking into the house and using a weapon. And if you guys don't know, as women, for the average male, we have a weapon just in our bodies. And depending on what the male that we're with and female, what they're into, if you use that in the right way, you can. And if there's an addiction there, like there was, I believe Travis had some kind of sexual addiction. And I don't think it was going to turn out good. Maybe he would have not been murdered, but I think something terrible was still going to happen to him. And he probably would have ended up in prison. But I'm not excusing anything the girl did. It's vile what she did. She knew right from wrong. And but I was disgusted when I let that play out in my mind way too long about him saying to her, you sound like a little 12-year-old girl. And they both were just laughing about that and thought that was the hottest thing you could ever say. And I'm shitty about it. I'm really shitty about it. And this took a whole different turn to me than I had ever expected it to. And like I said, I've watched the whole trial, but I never picked up on anything like that. And I think it was because it wasn't back whenever this crime happened. We didn't know as much as we know today about the abuse of children. And so I am really sensitive to that kind of stuff. Like if I hear things, I'm like, whoa, like red flags, you know what I mean? So, yeah, so I just wanted to say that, but I'm going to go ahead and play this and we're going to get back into it. Leah says, good, I didn't miss lives. I wondered why I didn't get notification until my daughter. I became BFFs with the great YouTuber Leanie and said, you read my comments, talk to me. Yeah, right, Ma. I said, yeah. Listen, hi, Justice Jane. Good to see you, love bug. Listen, if we sat here and did nothing, as long as I could sit here and read chat and hang out with you guys and laugh my ass off, listen, it's to me, that's how this channel started. I didn't have anybody. I had 8 people in my first live, and more than half of them have my DNA running through them. Thank you, Justice Jane, for dropping your DNA on the like button. But that's how this all started, was just hi Dot, good to see you, love bug. That's how this all started, was just, I'm a people person, I'm a people watcher, I can't get enough of people's stories and their lives and how it's different from my life and what my life would have been like if I'd have been in your life. And my brain goes not into nothing, and I romanticize people's lives. And so that's how all this started. So I could still sit here all night long and just read chat and be completely excited. I was hoping you would come live so I could prove her wrong. I said, watch. So I come on, I get a notification, and then I will show you. She will talk to me, and she will even say, hi, Ava. Hello, Ava. How are you, honey? Good to see you. I hope you're of age, because I've been cussing a whole lot. And I don't even try not to. I think I am using my filters very well. I can read the room pretty good. I mean, not many people want to hear me cussing when I'm doing these true crime things, but you guys, it's my second language. I can't help it. And when we're just screwing around here, I'm a cusser. I can't help it. Please read my last comment. You're gonna love it, and it goes with the one you just read. All right, guys, let's get Ava, just school tomorrow. How old are you? How old is Ava? Just you don't have to tell me the age. Just tell me underage or over age, I guess. If you're underage, Ava, go to bed, baby. Go to bed. Or go watch Gilmore Girls. Love me some Gilmore Girls, y'all. Absolutely. All right, let's get into it. Let me pull this up, guys. So good to have everybody here. Double tap your screen. Give me a like. That's all I'll ever ask of you guys. I promise. Why do I have two things? Okay, I know why I have two things. Okay. All right, so let me share this. Now let me make this bigger. There we go. All right, you guys watch your ears because I can't control your volume. I can only control the volume here. All right, here we go.
All right, let's bring in the jury.
Bring in that.
The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Did any of you see or hear anything about this case in the media in the past week?
Oh,
I see no
damage in their
hands.
feet.
Did anyone attempt to discuss this case with you during the past week or at any time?
Oh, shoot. Let me put up. Okay, I got the banner
Sorry,
running, you guys.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Let me stop this just a second because I need to read that out so I don't get busted. Fair use disclaimer, Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and or research. All right. Don't come at me, YouTube. It's floating across the top. Somebody will be in here soon and drop it in the bottom for me. Leah, I would love to talk to you about that sometime. Nerve damage in your feet. There's a lot of people that come in here. I don't know if it's called, if yours is called neuropathy, but like my oldest daughter has neuropathy. I know many people here deal with that. And it's terrible. It's terrible. My heart goes out to you. Have they gotten Have they gotten to cross-exam yet? I fell asleep last time. Yes, but we're still in cross-exam. So mainly it was her and Juan arguing, and she finally, when we go on to this, you're going to see another change in her personality, because the change that we saw when Juan started cross-examining her was she just became a smartass, smiling, and it felt like pulling teeth to get a fucking answer out of her. But so now they've had a day off or whatever. Now we're back to cross-examination, and you'll see her tone has changed again. So long story short, I get to go back home next Monday because they are going to a dog expo next week. I'm so happy. I've been at my mom's for 6 months and only going home on the weekends. God bless you, honey. God bless you. All right, let me start this back up. I'm going to shut the hell up for a little while, and let's get into it. Let's go.
Ma'am, you have a problem with the truth, telling the truth, don't you? Objection, argumentative.
Overruled. Not typically.
Well, when it's to your benefit, you will lie, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Ma'am, do you remember having a conversation with Detective Flores of the Mesa Police Department back on July 15th of 2008?
Yes.
And this was the day that you were arrested, right?
Yes.
And during that time, you told him something, and let's take a look at it right now. This is Exhibit 378.
It's at night and I go to
Oops,
sleep.
hold on, I'm sorry.
Objection, Your
It's
Honor.
always
We approach.
You may. Gentlemen, you should disregard what you just saw on the screen. You may continue.
Ma'am, this is exhibit 348.
A lot of details on this case that haven't been released to the public and not even to Travis's family. And those details are known only by us and the person who did it. Okay, and that's one of the reasons I'm here, because I believe that you know some of these details. And I
Okay.
think you can help us.
I would love to help you in any way that I can.
Okay.
Did you hear yourself telling the detective that you would help them in any way that you could?
Yes.
That's not true, is it?
I don't know. I guess it depends on what help means.
Yes or no? Were you there to help him?
I don't know.
Were you there to tell the truth?
No,
That wasn't the truth, was it? That you were there to help him, was it?
no, that was not the truth.
And in fact, you were there for a different purpose. You were there so that he wouldn't get the truth, right?
No, I was there against my will.
You were there against your will. You didn't have to talk to him, did you?
In hindsight, I
Ma'am,
realized I
yes or
didn't
no?
have to.
Did you have to talk to him? I'm not asking you about hindsight. Isn't it true that you could have chosen not to talk to him, right?
I could have, I think.
And well, you keep saying, I think.
At the time, I didn't know
Ma'am,
that.
I'm asking you, you keep saying, I think. Isn't it true that you had an opportunity to stop talking to him, but you chose to talk to him? Yes or no?
That's true.
And during that time, you told him certain things, right?
Yes,
And in fact, when you spoke to the detective, one of the things that you told him was that you were never there, right?
yes,
And by there, I mean at the crime scene, right?
yes,
And you told us previously, well, the reason that I lied to him was because I was ashamed. Do you remember telling us that?
yes.
Just because you're ashamed, that gives you the right to lie?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Well, ma'am, the fact that you were ashamed, do you think that justifies what you did?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
No,
And do you think, the other thing that you said, well, you know, I knew it was going to happen, but I was trying to postpone the inevitable. Is that what you were doing when you were lying?
no, because the inevitable had occurred.
Pardon?
The inevitable had already occurred.
The inevitable to you was being arrested then, right?
Yes,
So if being arrested had already occurred, then why didn't you tell the truth?
I was ashamed.
So, which is what you told us before, right?
Before when?
Today, isn't that the word that we just talked about? You were ashamed?
Yes,
So are you having problems remembering what you said a couple minutes ago?
no,
So you were ashamed. What could you possibly be ashamed of other than that you killed Travis Alexander, right?
that was the biggest part of the shame.
Oh, so there were other things that you were ashamed of more than killing Mr. Alexander then?
Yes,
Objection, mischaracterizes testimony.
Overruled.
Yes?
yes,
And one of the other things that you were, well, and the reason that you were ashamed of killing Mr. Alexander is because that was going to have some repercussions for you, wasn't there?
part of the reason, yes.
Again, part of the reason. The other reason was that you were feeling scared, right?
That's part of the reason too.
So if you feel scared, you believe then it's okay to lie.
No, that's not true.
Well, that's what you did though, right?
Yes, it is.
So that's no excuse then, right?
No, it isn't.
And in fact, there's nothing that the detective ever did to get you to say whatever it was that you said on the first interview, right?
Not that I recall.
Well, again, we're with the memory issue. Ma'am, are you having problems remembering what happened back on July 15th of 2008?
No,
So he didn't do anything then, right?
I can't think of any examples.
Right, because he didn't do anything, right?
Anything what?
What are we talking about, ma'am? Are you again having problems understanding what's going on?
Argumentative, Your Honor, if she can't understand his questions, that's.
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't understand his question.
Ma'am, the detective didn't do anything during the interview to cause you to lie, right?
No,
And the detective admonished you or gave you your Miranda warnings, didn't he?
yes,
And he sat and he talked to you, right?
yes,
And one of the other things that you told him was that, well, you were told us here in court was that the reason that you lied was because you were thinking about your family, right?
That was one of the reasons.
That's one of the reasons that you told us, right?
Yes.
How is it that, so then what you're telling us, if there's a good reason for it, it's okay to lie?
That's not what I'm telling anyone.
Well, you were saying you were thinking about your family, right?
I did say that.
And that's a good reason or an excuse for you to lie then, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, that's the way you try to, didn't you tell us on direct examination that the reason that you lied was because you were thinking in part about your family? Yes or no?
Yes, I said that.
And so then what the way you were conveying it to us was that it was okay. That's a good excuse to lie.
If I conveyed it that way, I didn't mean to.
Well, because you still have a family, right?
Yes.
So but you did say that you were concerned about your family, right?
Yes, I did.
You were concerned about your reputation, right?
Yes, I was.
And so you were thinking more of yourself when you made this statement to this detective, right?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, other than you, who would be sure about your statement?
God?
Well, God's not here. We can't subpoena him, right?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Are you sure that we can't? Because it seems like you're leaving the door open for that.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
With regard to this issue of this interview, it was for, when you lied, it was to benefit you, right?
It was not for my benefit.
Well, it wasn't hurting you when you were lying, was it? If he would have believed your lie, it would have helped you, right?
It was hurting me to lie.
Pardon?
It was hurting me to lie.
It was very what?
It was hurting me to lie.
So in other words, you're saying that when you're talking to this detective, it was hurting your case to lie?
Yes.
You didn't know that at that time, did you?
No.
You took a chance by lying, didn't you?
I wouldn't call it that.
Well, yes, you did take a chance because you were hoping.
Objection, argumentative.
I don't have a question on it.
Finish your question.
You were hoping, ma'am, that he would believe what you were saying so that you could then walk out of that jail, right?
No, that's not right.
What other reason would you have to lie other than that it would benefit you?
I assumed that though that video would become public one day and I didn't want my family to see me admitting to something like that.
So, but you admitted it now.
Yes.
Your family's here, right?
Yes.
There are cameras everywhere, right?
Yes.
What has changed other than geography?
Time.
Time has changed. Oh, so a lie back then can be morphed into the truth now because time has changed, right?
Nothing has been morphed.
Well, you're saying that time has made the change that allows you to say something here, right? That you didn't say before.
An internal change, yes.
So you were saying that back then you were geared to lie.
No.
Well, that's what you said. There's been an internal change, right?
Yes.
And so this internal change, before that internal change, back on July 15th of 2008, that was part of the reason why you lied, this internal issue or change or problem, whatever it was, right?
Yes, I had a problem.
And that problem allowed you to lie, right?
I don't know how to answer that.
Why don't you know how to answer it? You're the one that brought this up about your internal problem.
Objection, asked and answered, argumentative.
Restate your question.
This internal issue that you had, that made it, in your mind, okay for you to lie back on July 15th of 2008, right?
I didn't consider it okay.
Well, you didn't consider it bad, did you?
I did.
Well, you kept doing it over and over throughout the whole interview, didn't you?
Yes.
And at no time did you stop the interview and say to yourself, this is not the thing to do, right?
I did.
You did tell him something different during that interview?
No, you said say to yourself, not him.
So, but when you're talking to yourself, no one can hear you, right?
Yes.
And
Unless
it's
I'm
really
talking
hard
out
for
loud.
people to corroborate what you're thinking if we don't know what you say, right?
Yes.
So we have to take your word that that's what you were thinking internally, right?
Yes, but it crossed
Yes
my
or
mind.
no? Yes or no?
I said yes.
And so with this interview, you then started to talk about whether or not you had been in Arizona, right?
Yes,
You said, no, you hadn't been in Arizona, right?
that's right.
That's an absolute lie, right?
Yes,
And the reason that you didn't want to admit to being in Arizona is because you knew that you had killed Travis Alexander, right?
yes,
You didn't tell that to the detective, right?
that's right.
And additionally, during that whole interview, you gave excuse after excuse as to why you weren't the person that had done this, right?
Yes.
So safe to say that the whole interview was a lie, right?
Not the whole interview, but anything regarding my presence there on June 4th, yes.
Anything having to do with responsibility in this crime was a lie, correct?
Yes,
And the reason you did that was because it was to your benefit, right?
Objection asked and answered, Mr. Testimony.
that's not the reason I did it.
Well, it didn't hurt you, did it, back then? In the moment, it didn't hurt you, did it?
It did.
How did it hurt you in the moment if you had already been charged? It didn't change anything.
What do you mean?
In the moment, at that time, how could it possibly have hurt you since you'd already been charged? It didn't change anything, did it?
It did change things to lie.
Well, it didn't change where you were staying, did it?
No,
It didn't change the fact that you were still charged, right?
that's right.
It didn't change anything, the fact that you lied at that point, right?
That's not right.
What did it change, man? Tell me what it changed on that day.
It probably changed my whole future.
I'm not asking about your future. I'm asking what it changed on that day.
Objection, she's answering his question.
Sustained.
Now, the other, you had time to think
Your
about.
Honor, she had good time to answer.
Answer what? There's no question.
Yeah, there was.
I think she answered the question. I mean, continue.
Ma'am, after that interview, you then had another chance to have a conversation with Detective Flores the next day, right?
Yes,
And again, it was a voluntary conversation, wasn't it?
yes,
And it was the same situation as the day before, right? When he sat down, he asked you questions, right?
yes,
On the previous day, he really hadn't given you too much information about the crime, right?
not too much.
No. And it was actually during the second interview that he started to give you some information, right?
Yes,
And in fact, he showed you some photographs, right?
I think that was the 16th, yes.
Excuse me?
I think that was on the 16th.
Why don't you just pull the microphone a little bit closer? So you think that it was on the 16th when he provided you more information, right?
Yes, if I remember correctly.
And one of the things that you said was that somehow you weren't very sophisticated in dealing with law enforcement. You told us that during direct examination, right?
That's correct.
And just because you're not sophisticated or haven't dealt with law enforcement in the past, do you think that that gives you an excuse to lie?
No,
But you did it anyway, right?
yes, I did.
And you told us that, yes, you were unsophisticated with law enforcement, right?
Yes,
So then what difference does it make if you're unsophisticated with law enforcement in terms of telling the truth or a lie?
I don't know.
But you brought it up on direct examination, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you did it because you wanted people to feel sorry for you, right?
No.
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
No,
But it didn't have anything to do with the conversation that you had with Detective Flores, did it?
what?
That you were unsophisticated.
I don't understand.
He asked you questions, ma'am, and you gave him answers on July 16th of 2008, right?
That's right.
The fact that you may not have dealt with another police officer before didn't change the fact that he was asking you questions and you were answering, right?
Yes,
It didn't change the fact that he was speaking English to you, right?
that's right.
And you understood what he was asking, right?
Mostly, yes.
Are you saying that you didn't understand what Detective Flores was asking you during that interview?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, I'm asking you whether or not you understood what he was asking you if he was speaking English.
I understood the English words, sometimes not the meaning of the question.
Oh, so you're going behind the meaning of the question to say that maybe you didn't understand his motive for the question, right?
I'm not sure if I was considering his motive.
Well, you said that you're not sure about whether or not you understood the question because of what was behind the question, right?
His meaning, yes.
His meaning. Well, his meaning can be expressed through his words, right?
Yes,
He was asking you certain things, and then you were answering whatever it was that you wanted to answer, right?
yes,
And you chose to change your story from the day before, right?
yes,
And you chose to change the story was because it benefited you, right?
no,
Well, there's a reason that you changed your story, right?
yes.
Because the story the day before didn't work, right?
I don't know.
Well, you were still in jail, right?
Yes,
And nothing had changed, right?
not that I remember.
Well, again, I ask you, do you have problems with your memory about any events? It seems like you keep telling me that you have problems with your memory. Do you have problems with your memory?
Occasionally,
You didn't seem to have any problems on direct examination when you were talking to us about all the sexual exploits with Mr. Alexander, did you?
I did have problems.
You regaled us for days on end about his exploits, didn't you?
I wouldn't say regaled.
Okay, you told us about it for days on end, didn't you?
I just answered the questions I
Yes
was
or no?
asked.
You told us. When the question was posed, you told us, didn't you?
To the best of my recollection.
Is anybody saying that you didn't do it to the best of your recollection?
You're implying that?
Ma'am, isn't it true that what the prosecutor's implying is that you knew too much during the direct examination? If we're talking about implications,
Well, then that would be false.
well, isn't it true that you had a great memory when you were on direct examination with regard to issues involving Mr. Alexander's sexual exploits?
Objection, I'm unable to ask an answer.
Sustained rephrase.
You told us a lot about you and Mr. Alexander's sexual dalliances, right?
Yes,
And you were able to give us dates, right?
usually.
Well, a lot of the times you were able to give us dates, right?
Yes,
You were able to tell us what happened, right?
usually.
Well, a lot of the time. For example, the first time that, according to you, you had oral sex, you were able to tell us when that was, right?
Yes,
You were able to tell us how it happened, right?
yes,
You were able to tell us where it was, right?
yes,
And that was before July 16th of 2008, wasn't it?
yes.
That was in November of 2006, right?
No.
When was it then?
A week after we met, September
So when was that?
2006.
It was in 2006, and so a week after you met what, in June what?
Early September 2006.
So you do have a good memory, right? You just showed me that you'd have a good memory for events that occurred before July 16th of 2008, right?
I reviewed those things, so I memorized them.
Oh, so you actually sat down and you memorized it. How is it that what did you memorize it from?
Date and timestamps.
I know, but what did you memorize it from, ma'am? Are you
Photographs.
talking that you sat down with a police report and then you memorized it?
No, they were photographs.
Pardon?
They were photos.
Family photos?
Photos.
Photographs. So you looked at some photographs then, right?
Yes.
Oh, so there were photographs of the first time that you had oral intercourse with Mr. Alexander?
No.
Well, then what is it that you reviewed that gives you this knowledge?
Photographs of the convention in Las Vegas 2006 that were date and timestamped.
So it was in July of 2006, is this when this happened, right?
September.
And it was in September of 2006 that were there photographs of it?
Convention, yes.
Were there photographs at or near the time of this oral sex that you regaled us with?
I don't think so.
So but you do have an independent recollection of it, don't you?
What do you mean by that?
Do you have an independent memory of having oral intercourse with Mr. Alexander the first time it happened?
You mean, I don't know what you mean. Independent of what?
Do you have a memory of the first time you had oral intercourse with Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
So you do remember it, then, right?
Yes.
And you remember where it was, right?
Yes.
So that event was before this July 16th of 2008 interview, right?
Yes.
That was further in time, right?
Yes.
You didn't seem to have too much of a memory problem with that, right?
That's right.
Did you ever review anything else with regard to the July 16th, 2008 interview?
Very briefly, it makes me sick
Is
to my
that a yes or
stomach.
no?
I guess that would be yes.
So you did review parts, at least according to you, the way you're saying it, of the interview that you had on July 16th of 2008, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that your memory of what happened on July 16th of 2008 is so clouded today that it's only based on that review?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You do have an independent recollection of it then, right?
What do you mean by independent?
Independent means coming from inside of your head.
It's based on what I've reviewed.
So everything that you have told us then in this case is based on what you reviewed?
I'm referring to July 16th.
So everything with regard to July 16th is based on what you reviewed. You don't have any other recollection.
Not everything, but most of it.
Do you remember that you lied?
Yes.
And do you remember what you lied about?
Yes.
Sir. And do you remember that you lied about the killing of Travis Alexander, right?
Yes.
And that, you know, is a change from what you said the day before, right?
Yes.
And it was a drastic change, right?
Yes.
It was a total change because now it was, you were there, right?
Yes.
You knew that that would be important, right?
Yes.
And in fact, what you were trying to do is because the detective had already told you about the fingerprints, didn't he?
I think he did, yes.
And he also told you about the hair that was there, correct?
Yes.
You guys talked about DNA analysis, didn't you?
Yes.
And you talked about, and he showed you the photograph with a foot in it, with your foot in it. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So after he showed, and you don't deny that that's your foot in the photograph, do you?
I don't deny it.
And after he told you that, that's when you changed your story, didn't you?
Yes.
Because, and you changed your story to conform with the forensic evidence that he was telling you about, right?
That's right.
And that was because you wanted to make up a story that conformed with that, with what he was telling you, right?
Yes, as much as possible.
Because you did not want any consequences with regard to the killing of Travis Alexander, right?
I wasn't concerned about consequences at that point.
Man, do you think it's a good excuse to lie just because this detective is giving you some forensic evidence?
No.
But it's a good reason to lie if you want to get out of whatever you are being talked about, right?
That wasn't my goal. So,
Well, was your goal to go to prison?
no. Not a physical prison on earth, no.
Well, ma'am, was your goal to, so your goal was not to go to prison then, right?
It wasn't a goal of mine, I can say.
And in fact, that was something that you were trying to avoid, right?
I don't know. I was trying to kill myself, I think.
Ma'am, you've said that many times, that you tried to kill yourself, right? In court.
I don't know that many, but I've recounted a time that I did.
You've said it more than 3, 4, 5 times, right?
Perhaps.
And in fact, one of the things that you told us about was that, well, when you were in the Maricopa County Jail, that you tried to kill yourself, right?
No, Siskiyou County Jail.
Siskiyou County Jail. So you do remember that. And that when you tried to do that, you took some Advil. Do you remember telling us about that?
Yes.
And that what you did then is you took some razor, right?
Yes.
And that you cut yourself, right?
It was a nick.
It was a nick. And because it stung so much that you said, nah, this is not the way for me to go, right?
I didn't say that. I
You
just,
said it stung and that's why you stopped. Isn't that what your direct testimony was?
that night, yes.
Right. And that's the night that I'm talking to you about, right?
Yes,
I'm not talking to you about any other night, am I?
it sounded like you were.
No, just to be clear, I'm not talking about any other night, am I? Do you understand that?
Okay, I understand that.
And you nicked yourself and it hurt, right?
Yes,
And I think the word that you used, stung, right?
yes.
To use your standard, man, of how you stopped because it stung. Can you imagine how much it must have hurt Mr. Alexander when you stuck that knife right into his chest? That really must have hurt, right?
Argumentative.
Sustained. Let me continue.
You also told a story, right? To the
Yes.
detective, right?
Yes,
And your story was that it was two individuals that came in, right?
yes,
And one individual was a male, right?
yes,
And another one was a female, right?
yes.
And you know that the police are going to follow up on that, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Do you think that police don't investigate crimes, that if somebody provides them a lead, do you think that they don't go out and try to find out if it's true or not?
Objection, Mr. Rollins.
Did you consider the consequences of your lie?
No,
No, because it was all about you, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Didn't consider the consequences, but yet you went even further than saying that it was two people, right? You said other things, right?
yes,
And that was totally different than what you had said the day before, right?
yes,
And what you said was that these people, you were taking a photograph, right?
yes.
You never mentioned anything about dropping a camera, did you?
No,
And you never mentioned anything about running down the hallway or anything like that, did you?
no,
And what you did say is that you were down, somebody hit you on the head, right?
yes,
That you heard a pop, right?
yes,
And that while this was going on, you heard Mr. Alexander moaning or uttering some words, right?
screaming.
Screaming. And you heard him screaming to go, you said that he was screaming to go to the neighbors, right?
Yes,
And at some point you said that you saw Mr. Alexander on all fours, right?
yes.
And he couldn't move his feet or feel his legs, right?
I said that he said that.
Pardon?
I said that he said that.
But he wasn't moving, was he?
He was,
According to your story, he wasn't moving, was he?
I don't remember. He was lethargic is what I think I said. He said, I said that he said.
You weren't able to get him out of there, according to your story, right?
That's correct.
But you were able, at some point, according to you, get out of there, right?
Yes,
And that's what you told the detective, right?
yes,
And the reason you told the detective this lie was because you didn't want to be charged in this case, didn't you?
that's not the reason.
Was the reason that you told him that because you did want to be charged in this case?
What did you say?
I said, was the reason that you told him that because you did want to be charged in this case?
Because I did.
Yes, you said you didn't. Ma'am, didn't you just tell me that the reason you told him that was not because you didn't want to be charged? That's what you just said, right?
That wasn't the reason I told him that. That's correct.
Well, you didn't tell him the story just so you could be charged, right?
That's also correct.
So you told him a story for a reason, right?
Yes,
Is it the embarrassment factor now?
that was part of it.
And so it's more important to you about your feelings of embarrassment than to tell the truth.
You say that as present tense. That's not correct.
I'm talking about back on July 16th of 2008. Your feelings of embarrassment were more important than telling the truth, right?
I didn't really weigh importance.
Well, you said that one of the reasons that you didn't tell the truth was because of embarrassment, right?
I think shame would be more correct.
All right, let's go with the word shame then. Because of you were thinking of shame back then, That's why you didn't tell him the truth, right?
That's just part of the reason, the
Part of
bigger
it.
part.
And that shame is what, on you?
Yes,
And you are ashamed because you killed him? Is that what it is?
I was definitely ashamed of that and other
But
things,
you were also ashamed that it would get out that you were the person that did it, right?
certainly.
And so to you, the fact that your feelings, in this case being ashamed, are so strong back then that that was an excuse, a good excuse for your lie, right?
It wasn't the sole deciding factor, but it was a big reason.
It was a big reason, but my question is much more direct than that. My question is, this feeling ashamed was more important to you then than telling the truth.
I wouldn't say important, but it felt stronger.
All right, to use your phrase, your feeling of being ashamed was strong back then to the point that it overrode your telling the truth, right?
That's right.
But that's no excuse, is it?
No,
Nothing that you might have been feeling at that time was an excuse to lie, right?
that's right.
But you still chose to do it, right?
Yes,
Because it would have benefited you, whether it was because you felt ashamed or because you didn't want to tell about it, right?
I wasn't thinking of benefits.
What's that?
I was not thinking of benefits.
Well, you weren't thinking of telling the truth, were you?
I was thinking about it.
But you didn't do it.
No, I didn't.
And this factor of being ashamed. What other factors did you consider, ma'am?
I considered if I told the truth, then I would have to explain why. And if I had to explain why, then I would have to go back through our whole history, back to things that he was very ashamed of, that I was ashamed of, that I just didn't want
All
to
right.
get out.
But didn't you just, in this trial, haven't you through 8 days tell us all of that stuff?
Yeah, I think it was 9 days.
Okay, 9 days. You have a good memory. For 9 days, you told us all of that stuff, didn't you?
Yeah, it wasn't based on my memory. Someone told me 9 days.
What? What do you mean? What did you just say? Somebody told you what?
You said I had a good memory because I corrected you, but it wasn't based on my memory. Someone had said I was on the stand for 9 days, so that's why I said 9.
So it isn't on. So what you're testifying to isn't necessarily what you know. Then is what you're telling us, right?
It's what I believe.
Well, you just said that it's what somebody told you, right?
Yes,
So are you testifying based on what something somebody told you instead of what you know?
in that case, yeah. The
Well,
9
no,
days.
not in that case. I'm talking about what you're telling us here today. Are you telling us these things because you know them or because somebody told you?
The things I'm saying right now are because I know them.
Except for the number of days you were on this witness stand, right? That one, somebody told you that one.
Someone told me that one, and it sounded accurate.
And then, so you used that to correct the prosecutor, right? Even though you
That's
didn't
correct.
remember.
Yes,
With regard to that day, you said that all of this stuff, information, whatever you want to call it, was out there and you didn't want it to come out, right?
it wasn't out there. I didn't want it to be out there.
So what you're saying is, I guess, is that you were being a good Samaritan, right? In lying.
I wouldn't say that.
Thanks.
Well, you were saying that you didn't want this stuff to come out about Mr. Alexander and your relationship with him, right?
That's right.
So you were being a good person, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, do you think that that's an excuse that to not tell the truth, that you wanted to hide information?
No.
So you did hide information in addition to lying, right?
Yes.
But the detective isn't the only person that you lied to, right?
That's right.
You lied to a lot of people, right?
Everyone.
And there's different reasons that you had for lying to everyone, right?
Yes.
And in fact, one of the people that you lied to was Ryan Burns, right?
Yes.
Ryan Burns is this individual that you had a romantic interest in, right?
Yes.
In fact, in order to see whether or not the spark was there, you went all the way to Utah, right?
That was my goal.
Well, it was your goal, but you made it there, right?
Yes, but not for the reason you stated.
So you weren't there to go see him to see if there was any romantic interest?
Not on June 5th.
Not on June 5th, when you started your trip, part of your trip. So you're saying then that he was an afterthought?
Yeah, he was.
So he was just an alibi then?
Yeah, well, no, not an alibi.
Well, if he's an afterthought, then if he's an afterthought, that means the primary thought that you had when you left Wairika back on June 2nd was to see Travis Alexander then. If Mr. Burns was an afterthought, as you say.
That's not correct.
Well, that's what you said, right?
No,
Mr.
that's what
Burns
you
was
said.
Mr. Burns was an afterthought, right?
No, he was an afterthought after June 4th.
Okay, so before that, he was a priority thought.
He was the reason for the trip.
So he was the reason for the trip, right?
Yes,
And the reason for the trip to go see him was to see whether or not there was a romantic interest, right?
that's why I planned the trip.
Right. That's my question. You wanted to see if there was going to be any sparks between you and Mr. Burns, right?
Yes,
And you had not seen him before that date in the sense that you hadn't been with him alone, correct?
that's correct.
You hadn't been out on a date with him before, right?
That's right.
You had only done the text messaging, right?
And phone calls and
Well,
emails.
is that a yes or a no, text messaging?
That would be yes.
And with regard to the telephone calls, you had done that, right?
Yes.
And you'd done that instant messaging thing, right?
I can't remember if that was before or after June 4th.
Well, but you did do that with him though, right?
Yes,
Do you remember sending him an instant message saying something to the effect, this is a test, before you went out to see him? Remember seeing that?
I remember seeing this as a test, but I don't recall the date.
And because of this interaction, you decided to go see him, right?
Yes,
And when you got there, one of the things that you said was that, well, I needed to keep up the facade, right?
that's right.
So you lied about getting lost, right?
Yes,
You didn't get lost that day, right?
I did get lost.
Oh, so you did get lost. So it was true then. This trip to see Mr. Alexander, it was because you got lost.
That's not why.
Well, where did you get, if you could tell us, because you were lost, where did you get lost, ma'am?
My understanding is it was somewhere in
Not your
Arizona.
understanding. I want you to tell me where you got lost, not what somebody else may have told you.
Objection, Your Honor, you're allowed to answer the question.
Answer the
My understanding is that I was
Ma'am,
lost somewhere in Arizona.
you're not being responsive. I'm asking you to tell me where you drove physically to the point where you got lost. Where did it start that you got, where does the beginning of your getting lost start?
Again, I'm going to object, Your Honor. She asked the question. She was in the middle of answering and he interrupted. She should be allowed to answer his
All right,
question.
overruled. Change the question.
Ma'am, when was the first time you realized you were lost?
When I couldn't power on my phone, it was dark.
Was this before or after you killed Mr. Alexander?
After,
And this is where you pulled off the side of the road, right?
yes,
And then you continued to drive from that point to see Mr. Burns, right?
I just drove at
I
that point.
understand that you say you just drove, but from that point on, you did get a chance to speak to Mr. Burns, right?
Yes,
And in fact, one of the people the first person that you actually called once you got your phone charged was Matt McCartney, right?
yes,
And he's somebody that you are very close to, right?
somewhat, yes,
He's a very good friend, right?
yes.
He's an ally, right?
I don't know what you mean by ally.
Someone who will not betray you.
No, he's betrayed me.
So, and you're talking about the fact that he saw somebody else, right? When he was with you, right? Is that what you're talking about, the betrayal?
That's only one of the times he's betrayed me.
So you've never told somebody, for example, like 48 hours that he was somebody that will not betray you.
I did say that on 48 hours.
So which is it? Is he going to betray you or is he not going to betray you? What is it?
Well, hopefully not.
Well, hopefully not means you're not answering the question. You just told us that he did betray you, yet now you're saying that in an interview with 48 Hours, you said he would not betray you. So which is it?
I'm objecting to the relevance of any of this.
Well, when I made that statement to 48 Hours, it was my belief that he would not.
It was your way of what?
My belief that he would not betray me.
With regard to any issues that were presented at the time that you made the telephone call to him after you killed Mr. Alexander, right?
With regard to that, when I said that in September versus
Right. With
June.
regard to the call, if you told him anything, he wouldn't betray you, right?
That's what I said in September 2008.
And that's what you believed in September of 2008, right?
In September 2008, yes.
So you're out there and you try to call Mr. McCartney, and so you say that you're lost, but one of the other things that you say that you do is that you get out of the car, right?
Yes,
And you clean up, right?
yes.
That's because you knew what you had done, right?
I don't remember thinking that.
Well, I'm not asking you whether or not you remember thinking that. Isn't that the reason why you did it?
No, I don't think so.
Well, you knew that you had killed Mr. Alexander at that point, right?
It's hard to describe.
Yes or no? It's a yes or no sort of situation.
It's not really. It's
It is.
something. It's not.
So in your mind, back then, when you're on the side of the road, you don't know if you killed him, right? That's what you're saying.
I can't really say it wasn't in my mind. Like, it was kind of not there. It's kind of
You weren't there, right? What you're saying is you weren't there, right? That's what you just said, right? That you weren't there. That's what you just said, right?
weren't there
And
in my
so-
head.
And so if you weren't there, though, you were there enough to pick up the phone and call Matthew McCartney, right? You were
Yes.
there enough for that, right?
Yes.
You were there enough to call Ryan Burns, right?
After a while, yes.
You were there enough for that. And you were there enough to make a call to Travis Alexander, weren't you?
Yes.
So you were there for those purposes, but you weren't there to tell me about what you were thinking, though, right? Is that what you're saying?
It depends on the time period.
How about the time when you got out, when you started to wash your hands?
By then, I wasn't thinking that. I just knew something awful had happened because I had blood on my hands and my feet.
And so you knew that those were for Mr. Alexander, didn't you?
I think I did, yes.
You think you did, but again, you're telling us you're not sure, right?
I'm not telling you that.
Well, you had blood on your hands, right?
That's right.
And you had been driving, right?
Yes.
According to you, you had been at Mr. Alexander's house, right?
Yes.
There had been a fight, right?
Yes.
And you had done something, right?
Yes.
And this doing something had caused Mr. Alexander to bleed, right?
Yes.
And so if that's the case and you have blood on your hands, wouldn't you think that the blood came from Mr. Alexander?
I had cuts too, so.
So you're thinking that the cuts could have come from you stabbing him?
I didn't have any recall of stabbing him at that
Well
point
then,
in time.
so you don't have any idea where your cuts come from then, at that point?
No, I had cut myself on June 4th, early in the morning before we went to bed.
So you cut yourself on the glass, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Is this the situation where you're saying that you cut yourself on your right hand, right?
Yes.
You're left-handed, right?
I'm both.
You know who Mark, you're ambidextrous, is that what you're saying?
Yes, depending on the activity.
Well, do you remember indicating to 48 Hours that you're a lefty?
Yes.
So what is it? Are you left or right?
Depends on the activity.
And what activity do you write left-handed?
I write with both, but I'm more proficient with my left.
And so with regard to this being out there, so you're out there and you've made these calls, you've got out and you find your charger, right? Is that when you find the charger?
When I pulled over, yes.
And at some point, you're able to make a telephone call to Mr. Burns, right?
Yes.
And then starts the lying to him, right?
Yes.
And so at some point, then you drive all the way up to see him, and you get there around 11 o'clock in the morning, right?
I think so, yes.
Well, in between 11 and noon, would that be accurate?
I believe it was before noon.
And after 11, right?
I think so. I wasn't paying attention at the time, but it was late morning.
And you go up there, you have this meeting, and when you go up there to see him, you're telling us that you still don't know if Mr. Alexander is dead, right? You're telling us, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, so you do know that he's dead then.
I have a, it's like I wasn't accepting it or looking at it in my mind.
Acceptance and knowing are two different things. Wouldn't you agree, ma'am?
I was in a strong state of denial.
Ma'am, that's not my question to you. My question is accepting and knowing are two different things. Don't you agree?
Yes. I
And
agree.
so what you're saying is that you weren't accepting it. What that means is that you knew it. You just didn't want to deal with it. That's what you're saying, right?
I don't know how to answer that.
Well, you're the one that talked about acceptance, right? You just said that right now, correct?
That's correct.
And so by acceptance, it means you don't want to deal with it, right?
I don't know.
Well, you're the one that used that word. Why wouldn't you know?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
I don't know. My mind wasn't right during that whole period.
Well, you're throwing up your hands and you're saying that your mind wasn't right, but that's not the issue. The issue here is whether or not you knew he was dead. And it appears, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're saying you did know that he was dead.
I believe that I knew he was dead.
Okay, so you knew he was dead. And when you went to see Mr. Burns, you were the same person that you had been before. You were happy, smiling, right?
I was not, but I was trying to portray that.
You were trying to portray that to lie to him, right? Put up a facade, right?
Yes, him and all my friends.
Pardon?
Him and all my friends.
I'm asking about Mr. Burns, all right? With regard to Mr. Burns, you were trying to put up a facade for him, right?
That's right.
You wanted to pretend that you were happy, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you wanted to pretend that you were happy is because you wanted to see if there was any spark with Mr. Burns, right?
That was the furthest thing from my mind at that point.
Okay, so if that's the furthest thing from your mind, then the closest thing in your mind is the fact that you killed Mr. Alexander, right?
I wasn't thinking of it in those terms.
Well, but isn't that sort of what you're telling us now?
It was something to that effect.
And so you go on through the day, and there's this meeting that takes place with Mr. Burns and one of his associates at a restaurant, right?
Yes.
And you follow along, and then after that, after the meeting, you go back to Mr. Burns's place, right?
Yes.
And now it's the afternoon, right?
Yes.
And during the afternoon, when you're with Mr. Burns, you begin to kiss him, right?
Yes.
And that's because you want to put up a facade, right?
I guess that's part of the reason.
Well, no, you said when you were on direct that was the reason you wanted to put up a facade, right?
Objection, mischaracterizes her testimony.
Restate the question.
Man, with regard to Mr. Burns and kissing him, was the reason that you kissed him because you wanted to put up a facade?
That was one of the reasons.
All right, and the other reason was that you wanted to see if there was a spark between the two of you, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
That's not right.
But you did kiss him though, right?
Yes, I did.
Knowing that Mr. Alexander was dead, right?
I guess so.
Well, no, we don't want you to guess. We want you to know. And if you don't know, you can tell me that. Did you just tell me previously that you knew that Mr. Alexander was dead?
It's hard to explain.
Man, what is hard to explain about a person breathing or not breathing? What is so difficult? Why is that a difficult concept for you?
Because I'd never killed anyone before.
Okay, so because you've never killed anyone before, then you're having a problem deciding whether or not the person is dead, right?
I'm having a hard time describing what my state of mind was during that time.
If you hadn't killed anybody before and you didn't know if he was dead, then why did you just leave him to die?
Objection is irrelevant.
Overruled.
I don't think I did that.
Well, sure, you just told us that you'd never killed anybody before and you didn't know. So what you're telling us is that you left them to die, didn't you?
I don't believe that.
Okay, so then you did know he was dead. Can't have it both ways. Which one is it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argument, if she's already explained her state of mind. She's not a psychologist.
Sustained as to the question. Rephrase.
At the time you were kissing Mr. Burns' lips, did you know he was dead, yes or no? And by he, I mean Mr. Alexander.
Objection, ask and answer, Judge.
Overruled.
I think I did.
Okay? And so, but yet you continue kissing Mr. Burns anyway, right?
I don't know.
You mean you don't remember him, that you guys were continually making out? Or not continually, but were making out before you went out for the evening?
I don't remember making out with him before we went out for the evening.
But you were kissing him, whatever that means, right?
We kissed.
Then you went to this training that was in the evening, correct?
It wasn't a training, it was a business briefing.
It was a briefing in the evening, right?
Yes,
And it was at a college, I believe, correct?
I don't remember.
And is that when you drove with Leslie Udy or not?
I don't remember. I think I might have followed Ryan to the place where the meeting was.
And when you went to this place, that's where you met up with Leslie Udy, right?
Yes,
And then after that, there was a meeting where you guys went to Chili's, right?
I'm not sure what restaurant it was.
All right, so you went to a restaurant, correct?
That's correct.
And when you went to this restaurant, before you went in, you were talking to Leslie Udy, right? In the car.
It was either before we went in or after, but at one point we were in the parking lot discussing things.
And you talked to her for about an hour, right?
I don't remember how long.
It was not 5 minutes, it was longer than 5 minutes,
It
right?
was longer than 5 minutes.
And during that time, that's when you told her that you looked forward to the future when your kids, those that you were going to have, and Mr. Alexander's kids could play together at PPL meetings, right?
Yes,
That was a lie. Wasn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. It was what she was hoping. It's not a definitive fact.
Overruled.
can you please restate the question?
You lied to Leslie Udy when you told her that it was your hope that your kids and Mr. Alexander's kids played together at PPL events.
No, that was a hope of mine.
Pardon?
That was a hope of mine.
Oh, so you're saying that you thought he was alive at that time then, for you to have that hope?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, if you're saying that and you know he's dead, why are you lying to her?
I had that hope.
How can you say, as you sit here today, ma'am, that that was your hope when you knew he was dead? You can't have it both ways.
Objection, Your Honor. This characterizes testimony.
Overruled.
It was a hope of mine. And the fact that he had died didn't change my hope. It just made that hope unrealistic.
Oh, so the way you're saying that is the way you phrased it to her was that you hoped that your kids could play with his kids, not that that's what you wanted. Is that what you're saying now?
Objection, this characterizes her testimony again.
Overruled. You may have.
That's not what was said, actually.
Well, if you don't know what was said, then why are you telling me that you said hope? That you hoped?
I didn't say I don't know what was said.
Pardon?
I didn't say I don't know what was said.
Well, did you use the word hope?
I might have used the word hope.
And if that's the case, if you use the word hope, then what you're telling us is that that was your hope, even though he was dead, right?
That was a hope of mine.
Don't you think that that's a lie, knowing what you knew at the time?
No, because I'm just stating a wish that I had.
Oh, so that was your wish, even though you had killed him.
Yes, it was my wish.
And the other thing that you told her was that you and he were great friends, right?
Yes,
And you never mentioned anything about what happened at his house, did you?
that's right.
That was omitting important information, wasn't it?
Yes,
Ma'am, do you know somebody by the name of Mark Judy?
yes,
He was there that night at that restaurant, wasn't he?
I believe he was.
And in fact, he sat next to you, didn't he?
I think so, yes.
So it's your testimony that you did not, knowing that he was there that night, so is it your testimony that you did not have any cuts to your left hand?
I had cuts on my right hand for sure, and I don't remember about my left.
So it could be then that you did have cuts on your left hand, right? Correct?
It could be, but I didn't have Band-Aids on my left hand.
I'm not asking you about Band-Aids. Maybe that's the problem here. I'm asking whether or not you had cuts on your left hand.
I don't recall. I remember my right hand was cut.
So, but it could be that you did, right?
Possibly.
And Mr. Judy was sitting right next to you, right?
Yes,
And because you were eating, he was in a position to see your hands, right?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I would think so.
Pardon?
I would think so.
Right, because your hands were above the table, right?
Yes,
You know whether or not you had gauze on your cuts.
no, they were Band-Aids
So you're saying you had Band-Aids on your cuts, right?
on my right hand.
Okay? But you don't remember whether or not you had any Band-Aids on your left hand, right?
I did not have Band-Aids on my left hand.
You just may have had cuts. Is that what you're saying?
If I did, I don't remember, but I guess it's possible.
Well, you keep saying that it's possible. Why would you say now that it's possible that you would have cuts on your left hand? What makes you think that you might have cuts on your left hand?
Nothing makes me think that.
Well, then why are you saying it's possible? Aren't you really telling me that you didn't have any cuts on your left hand?
Not that I remembered.
Okay, not that you remember means there's the possibility that it could be, right?
That's what I'm saying.
So there is a possibility that it could be. You don't remember. So if somebody else says that there may be, you wouldn't have any reason to quibble with that.
Objection, argumentative. Proper question.
Overruled.
I don't know.
And you don't know because you don't remember, is that it?
I don't know because I didn't have Band-Aids on my left. I had them on my right.
Man, one of the other things that happened after that is that at some point you then returned back to Mr. Burns' home, right?
Yes,
And you return back to Mr. Burns' house and you guys go to sleep, right?
yes,
You set your clock, or the clock is set so that you can get up, right?
yes,
You need to get back to work, right?
yes.
And you need to get back to work. Margaritaville?
No,
You never worked at Margaritaville at that time, right?
I don't know that there's any place called Margaritaville, so no,
So the answer is no, right?
that's right.
And so it's also true that if you broke a glass at work and you cut your hand, it wouldn't have been at a place called Margaritaville, right?
That's right.
Once you're there with Mr. Burns, you do wake up at some point, right?
Yes,
There's a movie that you guys were watching at some point also, correct?
yes,
And when you wake up, you became passionate with him, right? You started to kiss him, didn't you?
Not passionate, yes, kissing.
You were what?
Not passionate, but yes, kissing.
And at some point, isn't it true that you quote unquote adjusted him?
I helped him adjust himself.
Okay, but if you helped him adjust himself, there was some adjusting that was going on, right?
That's right.
And that means that you moved his buttocks, is what we're talking about, right?
No,
Didn't you move his body then so that he would be more, his body would be more available to yours?
no,
You didn't get on top of him and grind on top of him with your clothing on.
no.
That's not anything that you did, right?
I did not grind that guy.
You didn't, perhaps there's the Mormons, without getting too much into it, you and Mr. Alexander did this grinding, didn't you?
Yes,
And that means something in your relationship, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Well, you just said that you and Mr. Alexander did this, right?
Yes, I did.
And that meant that your genitalia rubbed against each other, right?
Yes,
So what you're saying is that your genitalia did not rub against Mr. Burns' genitalia, correct?
that's correct.
But you did get on top of him, right? Around the waist area.
No, I got off of him. I fell asleep on top of him.
And no, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking whether or not while you were kissing him, you got on top of his waist area. That's what I'm asking.
I think I was laying next to him.
You keep saying think. I want you to tell me whether or not you got on top of Mr. Burns and placed your genitalia, where it would be, I know you were clothed, on top of his. That's what I'm asking.
No, I got off from being on top of him.
So if you got off from being on top of him, at some point you had to be on top of him then, right?
Yes,
And so you were on top of his genitalia with your body. Part of
No.
your body was on top of his, right?
no, I was on top of his stomach.
Okay, and was, what you're saying is you were on top of his stomach with your legs spread or not?
I don't recall. We were in the love sack.
Pardon? I know you were in the love sack, but I'm asking whether or not you were straddling his stomach area.
I think I might have been.
Okay? You say you think you might have been, which means really nothing because you're not admitting to anything. Isn't it true that you were straddling his midsection?
Objection, ask and answer. It's been the
Sustained.
third time.
Sustained.
Now, and during that time that you were on top of him, there was some kissing that was going on, right?
No, we were sleeping.
But as soon as you woke up, you kissed him, right?
Not as soon as I woke up.
Some point thereafter, you kissed him, right?
Before I left, yes.
So you're saying that there was no romantic kissing that went on, is what you're telling me, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
So there was romantic kissing that went on.
Yes.
When did this romantic kissing take place?
I think it started first in the afternoon and then in the evening, or I guess it would be early morning on the 5th or the 6th. That
And
Before
he
I
also
left.
placed his hands between your legs, right? Some point.
not that I recall.
But that means that you were here when he testified, right?
Yes.
So it could be that he did place his hands between your legs, right?
No, could be that he was full of crap. He didn't go there.
So you are saying that Mr. Burns is full of crap.
When he said he got near my vaginal area, absolutely.
So, and you're the same person that's telling us that he's full of crap that has lied to him, right?
Yes.
That has lied to Leslie Udy, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That has lied to Detective Flores on 2 occasions, right?
Yes.
And to continue this litany of lies, it isn't restricted to Utah. You also lied to people in Arizona, didn't you?
Yes, everyone.
Right. And yet you're telling us somebody else is full of crap, right?
When it comes to that, yes.
So the answer is yes.
I said yes.
And so after this happened, you went back to Wairika, correct? Drove back.
Yes.
And you drove back to Wairika and you didn't tell anybody anything that had happened, right?
You mean at Travis's house?
Yes, at Travis's house.
That's correct.
One of the things that ended up happening, though, is that you then received a call on June 10th of 2008 in the early morning hours, right?
Yes,
And you received that call from an individual by the name of Daniel Freeman, didn't you?
yes,
He's the same individual that testified here today, not today, but at some point during these proceedings, right?
yes,
And he was telling you about Mr. Alexander, right?
yes.
And you lied to him, right?
I don't know, I guess.
Well, no, we don't want you to guess, man. You did lie to him, didn't you?
I'm trying to recall our conversation.
Well, did you tell him I'm the person who killed him? You didn't do that, did you?
No, I didn't.
You pretended you didn't know anything about it, right?
I don't remember. He just told me.
I know what he just told you. I want to know whether or not you told him that you knew that something had happened to Mr. Alexander on June 4th of 2008. Did you tell him that?
No.
You omitted that, right?
Yes,
Even though he was calling you to talk to you about Mr. Alexander, right?
yes,
The conversation allowed for that sort of response from you, right?
yes,
But you didn't do it. Instead, you kept it to yourself, right?
yes,
He was upset when he called you, right?
Objection, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Heard his voice, right?
yes,
And you could tell from his voice whether or not he was upset. You've been around him before, hadn't you?
yes,
You'd been around him many times going to his house for Sunday dinner, right?
yes,
And you've also been around him when he'd been around with his family, right?
yes,
With his sister Desiree, right?
yes,
Had gone up to Sedona with you, right?
yes,
Had gone up to the Grand Canyon with you, right?
yes,
Had gone up to the Havasupai Falls, right?
yes,
You had significant contact with him, right?
yes,
And in fact, at some point, you even thought that he liked you, right?
yes,
And in fact, you wrote that in your journal, right?
yes.
So you could tell from his tone of voice that he was upset.
I've never heard him upset in my life, actually.
Okay, so that tone of voice that he displayed to you was foreign to you.
It was gentle, the way he was talking.
All right, so it was a gentle tone of voice. And in this gentle tone of voice, you never told him that you were responsible for the killing of Mr. Alexander, were you?
No, I did not.
You could have, though, right?
Yes,
He was a pretty close friend, right?
yes,
And instead, what you chose to do is you chose to perpetuate the lie, right?
yes,
You then started to call a religious person, didn't you?
yes,
You called somebody by the name of Bishop Layton, right?
yes,
And you called him and you asked him whether or not Mr. Alexander was dead, right?
I didn't think I asked him that.
Well, isn't that the topic of the conversation, Mr. Alexander's death?
Yes,
And during this time, you're calling as the grieving ex-girlfriend, right? Somebody who cares.
I was calling as a friend.
Okay, if you're calling as a friend, why are you calling if you already know what happened to Mr. Alexander other than to lie about it?
There were many things I didn't know. I
Oh,
called
so you just wanted to get information about the death so you could use it later to lie about it? Is that what it is?
Objection, argument.
I just called because I wanted to know what he knew.
And the reason you wanted to know what he knew was so that you could see whether or not anybody was on to you, right?
Yes, partially.
And it wasn't like you cared about Mr. Alexander. It was you just wanted to see what it was that you needed to do to make sure that you weren't charged with a crime, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Man, you wanted to see what he knew is what you told us, right?
Yes,
What purpose would there be for that information, knowing what he knows about it, other than to benefit you?
the fact that there was a big memory block was bothering me.
I'm not asking you if a memory block was bothering you.
You asked
Am
the
I?
reason, what other reason?
Am I asking you if a memory block was bothering you?
Objection, Your Honor, ask and answer. She answered the question he asked.
Am I asking you if a memory block was bothering you?
No,
I was asking you about the information that you were trying to get and what you were going to do with it, right?
no, that's not what you were asking me.
Man, isn't it true that I asked you the purpose for calling Bishop Layton, right?
No,
I asked you that. Why did you call Bishop Layton? Didn't I ask you that?
prior, yes,
Well, this is part of the same conversation, isn't it?
yes,
And you do agree that you called Bishop Layton, right?
yes,
In the middle of the night, right?
yes.
3 a.m., I think, right?
Yeah, it was late.
And you called Bishop Layton and you spoke to him because you wanted to get information about what he knew about the investigation, right?
That was part of it.
Yes, that part. Let's talk about that part. The part that you wanted to know about the investigation, that was going to help you should something come of this, right?
Objection again.
That wasn't my thought, really.
That wasn't your thought, then why do you even want to know about it?
I couldn't remember much or anything from that day.
Well, you remembered that you had been there, didn't you?
Yes,
You remembered that there had been this confrontation, right?
I do remember that.
Yes, and you remember that you didn't call 911, right?
Yes,
So why is it that you even need to know about the investigation since you have firsthand knowledge? Why are you asking for somebody who has secondhand knowledge?
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterized. She didn't have first-hand knowledge. She had no memory.
You were there. You're the person who killed her, right? You've admitted that in court, right?
yes,
That means you were there, right?
yes,
If you were there and you knew you were there, you did know you were there, though, didn't you?
yes.
If you knew that you were there and that he was dead, then why are you calling for information? Is it to rub it in?
Objection, argumentative.
Why are you calling
Your
for?
Honor.
Pardon? May continue.
After Bishop Layton, who did you call?
I think I called Gus Searcy at one point.
Didn't you also call Leslie Udy?
Yes,
And you called to tell her about this, right?
yes,
And this was after you had received confirmation that he was dead, right?
I believe it was, yes.
You never told her again during this conversation about the fact that you had been there on June 4th of 2008, correct?
That's correct.
Now, in addition to making statements to those people, you went out of your way to contact Mr. Alexander's family, didn't you?
Again, argumentative, out of his way.
I made contact, yes.
Well, do you know who Mumums is?
Yes.
What is Mumum's name?
Norma Sarby.
And Norma Sarby is Mr. Alexander's grandmother, right?
That's right.
And in fact, that's the person who raised Mr. Alexander, correct?
I believe so.
Well, when you say you believe so, it sounds like you don't know. You did have a relationship with Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes,
And on direct examination, you told us about a time that you went over to his grandmother's house, right?
yes,
And you and Mr. Alexander talked about his upbringing in the Rubidoux area of Southern California, right?
briefly.
Pardon? Briefly means you did talk about it, right?
Yes,
And so one of the things that you did was that you actually sent Miss Sarby irises, right?
yes,
And you sent her 20 of them, right?
yes,
And in addition to that, you attached a note, right?
yes,
And in it, you indicated that she was in your prayers, right?
yes.
You did this, man.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to stop it right here just for a minute because I want you guys to understand a few things for those that don't know this case really or remember it. So this dumb bitch right here, before she was arrested, they had his funeral or memorial, whatever, and she went to the funeral and the memorial, you guys. Her name had already been brought up as a person of interest to the police. I mean, the minute the police got on scene, all his friends, the 4 people that were there, gave her name right up as being the only person that they would ever dream of that would do this to Travis. This girl is so diabolical and so thought she was going to get away with this so much that she actually called the family. She called his grandmother who raised him, sent her flower. I want you to understand like how diabolical she is, how evil. This is just pure evil, like living in it. I mean, listen, I used to say she was a couple fries short of a Happy Meal. I think the bitch only got a drink and they forgot her Happy Meal. I don't know, but this woman is evil upon evil. And I truly do believe that she would have killed again. It's just in her. It's just in her. She reminds me so much of the Eileen Warnos who killed many men, except for Eileen Warnos she was just out there, y'all. She just tell you straight up the way it was. She wasn't trying to hide shit. This one's hiding behind this librarian costume that they've got her in, which she looked nothing like this when she killed Travis. And they've got her hiding behind this and speaking very meek and mild. If you had listened to her testimony from the day before this, she was given the prosecution hell during this. She was smiling at the jury. She was just she came with all kind of sass, y'all. He has so much patience. I would not have dealt with that. I'd have been put under the jail for just walking up and slapping the shit out of her for talking to me the way that she talked to him. So I'm guessing after trial ended that day, her lawyers got a hold of her and said, look, you need to calm that part of the Jodi down. You need to calm that down because that's not a good look. We need to keep you looking meek, mild, and scared, especially of men. All right, let's finish this. This one's only got like 2-3 minutes left in it, and then it'll go directly into the next one, and we'll just keep watching it from there. Thank you, everybody, so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. If you hit the like for me, that's all I ever ask anybody to do. All right, so let's just keep going.
That's a lie, right? When you say that you felt sympathy for her, isn't it?
No, that wasn't a lie.
Oh, so you felt badly for her?
Yes.
You felt badly for her. Is this just sort of a way for you to assuage your guilt? Is that what it is?
That wasn't my thought.
Pardon?
That wasn't my thought.
Well, you say that wasn't your thought, but if you're the person that has done this, she actually received them on June 13th of 2008, didn't she?
I don't know.
Ma'am, didn't you write in your journal that she received him on June 13th of 2008?
Yes.
So you weren't speculating about that, were you?
I was going off my email confirmation.
Right. So she received these, and you included this message telling her that you were sorry for what had happened, right?
Yes.
That was for your benefit, wasn't it?
No.
Well, it wasn't for your benefit?
No.
Even though you had done it, you still were sending this out, right?
Sending what?
Or
The flowers.
the irises,
Yes.
the flowers. That's what we're talking about. And you knew she was an older woman, didn't you?
Yes.
And you knew that she was very tight with Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
And so you, as her killer, then, are sending these items to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Related to killing her?
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the noon recess at this time. Please be back in the jury room by 1:25. Remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch. You are excused. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Arias, you may step down. Counsel, 125. You may. be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience while we resolved an issue. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Ma'am, in addition to sending the flowers, you actually sent the letter to the brothers, sisters, or the family of Travis Alexander, correct?
I sent it to his grandparents' address.
But you sent it to the family, didn't you?
Yes,
And the letter was dated July 28th of 2008, correct?
yes, that's when I wrote it.
Pardon?
Yes, that's when I wrote it.
And that's Travis Alexander's birthday, isn't it?
Yes,
Ma'am, I'm going to play Exhibit 470, which talks about these particular issues, and then I'll ask you whether or not that is you on this particular excerpt, okay?
okay,
You did grant interviews to people from 48 Hours, didn't you?
yes,
There were 2 interviews, right?
yes,
There was one in Wairika, correct?
yes,
With Jonathan Leach was the person asking the questions, right?
right,
And then there was another here at the jail, correct?
yes,
And the person asking the questions was Maureen Marr, correct?
yes,
The date of the interview out in Wairika was August 5th of 2008, correct?
I don't remember the date. That sounds right.
Okay. 470.
Travis's family deserves to know what happened. And because I may be the only person that will ever be able to say what happened that day, at least for now, I believe that one day all things will be made known. And so they'll know who did this, and they'll know what exactly went down, and they'll know what happened. But I just know that if it were my brother, I would want to know. And I feel that above all things, they deserve to know what happened. And they deserve to hear how things went down. If it were my brother, I'd want to know what his last minutes were like and what was being said and things like that.
Did you ever communicate to them or try to reach out and tell them?
Yes, but not until I got into here. I wrote them a letter. I don't know if it'll ever make it to them. I don't know if they'll even read it. But that's the only attempt that I've made, other than I called his grandmother and I expressed my sympathies to her, and I sent flowers to her. I sent her 20 white irises. And the reason I chose irises was because when Travis and I were discussing baby names, he said of the girls' names, he liked the name Iris. He liked the name Hinckley and Megan and Reagan. And I thought Hinckley was an interesting name for a girl's name. It's actually a last name. But Iris was among those. And I thought, well, that's a flower, and I'll just do that. Sort of, it was my own symbology. A meaning meant something to me. I didn't tell them that. I don't think that they realized that, but
Do you
that's
remember
okay.
what you wrote them in the letter?
It was something very simple, short and sweet. I don't remember exactly. But I did leave my phone number, and I told them that if they ever need anything, to please call me. And I told them that they're in my prayers now and always.
Ma'am, that letter that you wrote, as we said, was 18 pages long, correct?
That sounds about right.
And in that letter, you actually tell the family that the people that did it were this male and this female, right?
Yes,
So you lied to them, didn't you?
yes,
You put it in writing, didn't you?
yes,
And when you're talking here, and by here I mean to this person, you indicate things like they deserve to know what happened. They did deserve to know what happened, but did they deserve that lie?
I guess not.
When you say you guess not, it means that you're not sure. Are you sure that they deserved it, or are you sure they did not deserve it?
I wasn't sure because the alternative was worse.
You trailed off at the end again. What did you say?
I felt the alternative was worse.
You felt the alternative to what was worse? To not sending them a letter? You didn't have to send them a letter, did you?
That's not what I'm referring to.
Right, but you didn't have to send them a letter, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't have to send them a letter where you indicated all these or set out your fabrications, did you?
No,
And that actually was done to make you feel better, wasn't it?
no, I was encouraged to write it.
You were, oh, so it wasn't your fault that you wrote it, right? Somebody else encouraged you to write it, right?
It was my choice, ultimately.
Well, but you're saying you were encouraged to do it, right?
Yes, I was.
And so again, you're not taking responsibility for doing it. You're saying somebody else told me to do it, right?
It was my choice.
Right. So then you were wrong about being encouraged to do it?
I was encouraged.
And just because somebody encourages you, does that excuse the lie?
No.
Ma'am, when we were here Thursday, one of the things that we talked about, and this is last Thursday, were these incidents involving physical violence that you claim that Mr. Alexander perpetrated on you. Things like him hitting you. Do you remember we talked about those?
Yes.
We talked about two of them specifically. We talked about one in August of 2007, and then we talked about one that you claim took place on January 22nd of 2008. Do you recall that we talked about that?
I didn't, well, not really, because I didn't consider the August 2007 one to be physical violence.
Well, but we did talk about that one. That's the one, so that we're clear, where you came over to his house uninvited, right?
No, I was
Well-
not uninvited.
Do you remember that you told us that the day before you came over to his house uninvited?
No, I called him first.
Okay, so you called him. You went over to his house, right?
Yes.
And you went to the back part of the house, right?
To the side. Yes.
Right. And you looked in through the sliding glass door, right?
No, I went around to the back after the side and then looked in through the window, not the sliding glass door.
All right. So you looked inside the house, right?
Yes.
And by the light of the television, you were able to see that he was making out, right?
Yes.
And this is the one that you told us it was Mr. Alexander and an unknown female, right?
Yes.
That was buttoning up her bra, right?
Rehooking it.
What is that?
Rehooking it.
Rehooking the bra. And the next day, which would have still been August of 2007, you went to talk to him about it, right?
Yes.
Because you felt that he owed it to you, even though you weren't dating, right?
I don't know that I thought that far ahead. I just wanted to know.
Well, you did go over there, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went over there even though you weren't dating, right?
We weren't exclusively dating, right?
Well, do you remember that we talked about this last Thursday and you said, no, we weren't dating, but he was courting me. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay, so you do remember that you weren't dating, right?
Well, it's about terminology. We went on dates, but we weren't boyfriend, girlfriend.
Okay, you weren't in a situation where you were boyfriend and girlfriend, right?
That's right.
You had just broken up in June of 2007, right?
Yes.
And so he's with another woman and you feel you have the right to go confront him the next day, right?
Yes.
And this is the situation that you told us that he started chasing you down the hallway, right?
Yes.
And he grabbed your wrist.
Yes.
So that was one incident that we talked about last Thursday. Then we talked about another incident. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was the one on January 22nd of 2008, where you claim that he kicked you in that little finger and broke it, right?
That's right.
Well, ma'am, there was also another time that you claimed there was physical violence, and that was in early March of 2008, right?
Yes.
And this is the time that you told him that you were going to be moving to California, right?
Yes. When we argued about it.
Ma'am, I'm asking you whether or not that was the time that you told him that you were going to California. Yes or no?
That's correct.
It was a day when the both of you were going over to some sort of tax seminar, something like that, right? Do you remember
Yes.
telling me that?
Yes.
And according to you, you were in the car and he reached over after you told him that and he hit you on the side of the face, right?
Not immediately after I told him that, and it wasn't the face. We argued.
Okay,
first.
the side of the head, right?
Kind of more the neck area.
Okay, the neck area. He hit you, right?
Yes.
And this was in the car, right?
Yes.
While you guys were arguing or talking about it, right?
Yes.
That's a lie, isn't it?
No.
Overall.
No,
Isn't
it
it?
isn't.
Isn't it?
No.
Well, do you remember that you kept a journal for that day, man?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember, I'm going to have it marked as to that entry.
Yes.
I'm going to show you the full entry, which is Exhibit 471. If you need to compare it to the original, let me know and I will give it to you. Would you like to compare it to the original?
No, thank you.
That is a true and accurate copy of the entry of March 2nd, 2008 in your journal, correct?
Yes.
It was a Sunday, right?
Yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 471.
Yes, we'd like to see the original, and see what was removed from this exhibit.
Yes.
And for the record, I'm handing counsel Exhibit 242.00. And take a look at Exhibit 242.002. Exhibit 471 is a complete entry for that particular submission, correct?
Yes.
And that is your signature at the end of that submission, right?
Just my initials.
And that signifies that's the end of that particular entry, correct?
Yes.
There is another entry that deals with March 2nd of 2008, right?
Yes.
And it's something that you do sometimes in your journal. You enter more than one entry per day sometimes, right?
Yes.
Okay, I may have that back. I move for the admission of exhibit number 471.
471 is admitted.
And ma'am, this is an entry for Sunday, March 2nd of 2008, correct?
Correct.
And if the day before would have been March 1st of 2008, correct?
That's right.
And that would have been a Saturday, right?
Yes.
And the day before would have been the last of the Friday, would have been the last day of February, right?
Yes.
And do you remember whether or not that was leap year?
No, I don't remember.
It could have been February 29th, though, right? If
Could
it was
have.
leap year.
Yes.
So it starts out that you're writing on Sunday and you say, well, I didn't get back to writing last night, which would have been Saturday night, right?
Yes.
And so then you sort of recap what's going on. You say, let's see Friday, which is the last day of February, right?
Right.
I went over to T-Dogs. T-Dog is a name for Travis Alexander, right?
Yes, his nickname.
For a while to clean, right? And then it says shortly thereafter, he went out to go rock climbing with Mimi Hall. Their third date, second and a half date, really no third, right?
Yes.
He said it went really well. And then you say, I accidentally fell asleep, so I was there when he returned, right?
Yes.
So you were asleep in his house when he came back from a date, correct?
That's right.
And so if he is out on a date and you know about it, why is it that you feel that back in August of 2007, you can confront him about it? If it's the same situation.
It wasn't the same situation at this time.
Oh, at this time, you really knew that it was over then, right?
I knew we weren't getting married.
Which is different than knowing that it's getting over, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you said you knew you weren't getting married. I'm asking you whether or not the relationship was over, not whether or not you were going to get married.
It wasn't over on March 2nd.
It wasn't over at all. In fact, even after that, you continued to have intercourse with him, right?
Yes.
Where did you fall asleep?
I think it was on the love sack upstairs.
It was where?
On the love sack upstairs.
And the love sack is right outside his room, right?
Yeah, outside all 4 bedrooms.
Then you talk about what you were supposed to do, but anyway, you say, anyway, and that happened on Friday that you fell asleep, right?
If that's the day I'm referencing, yes.
Yeah. Then you talk about the next morning, which is Saturday, March 1st, right?
Right.
You said that he picked you up so that you could go to the tax seminar. And that's the day that you previously told us involved this physical violence, right?
That's right.
You said, but we ended up not going. He bought me some says something fast. Would you agree that that's breakfast?
Yes.
And Feli's would be Filibertos, correct?
Yes.
And you were grateful for it. And then you say, anyway, on the way back home, I told him my plans to move back to Wairika and that I probably wouldn't be plugging into the PPL events anymore, right?
Yes,
That's what you said precipitated the argument and the fighting, right?
that's right.
Well, then you say this will keep us both, this will help us both move on and close the gap. What gap are you talking about?
It's a figure of speech.
Oh, so what gap are you talking about?
It's not about a gap, it's a figure of speech.
Meaning what?
Meaning close the relationship between us as far as physical and that kind of thing.
So this is closing, this is saying that you are now going to be separate and apart and no more sex, right?
That was my goal.
Is that yes? Is that what that means, yes or no?
That's what that means.
You say one thing that I really miss about Arizona is that there are so many awesome Mormons my age, and I've met tons of incredible people that I've come to love and really cherish their friendship, right?
Right?
And then it says, well, Travis and I talked some more in his car. That's the place that you told us that he backhanded you, right?
That's right.
And we were able to say some things, at least I was. When you're talking about I was, you're the person who was able to tell him how you felt, right?
Yes.
And you did it in the car, right?
Yes.
And it doesn't say anything there that he backhanded you, does it?
No, of course not.
Well, why not of course? You were free to write it down, right?
Yeah, but I would never do that.
I'm not asking if you would have done it, ma'am. Isn't it true that there's nothing there that says about that?
No, of course not.
You keep saying, of course not. You were free to do it, weren't you?
Yeah, but I wouldn't have.
But you didn't do it, right?
No, of course not.
Is this the same like with the interview with the detective, where you could have told him the truth, but you chose not to?
No, this is different, but that's
It's
what
the
I
same
did.
sort of circumstance with the detective, right? You could have told Detective Flores everything, right?
That much is true, yes.
But you had a reason why you didn't tell the detective that, right?
Yes.
And so now you're telling me, well, I could have written more here, but you have a different reason, right?
A similar reason, but different.
You had a different reason, right?
Yes.
So if it isn't in there and you're telling me that it happened, then there's an issue as to whether or not it did happen, isn't there?
Not to me, it happened to
Of
me.
course not to you. I'm asking you whether or not there's the appearance, at least, since you didn't write anything about it in there, that it never happened, right? Didn't happen, did it, ma'am?
Objection argumentative. May we approach?
You may approach.
Man, you lied about the fact that Mr. Alexander backhanded you while you were in the car, didn't you?
Again, objection argumentative, Judge.
You may answer.
No, I didn't lie.
So then you write, and it was the beginning of a bittersweet closure, right?
That's right.
And closure meaning you were done, you both were going to move on, right?
Yes.
He is my best friend in the whole, is that wide world? Is that what it says?
Whole world.
So he is your best friend in the whole world. And you're saying that about an individual who just hit you, right?
Yes.
That speaks against that, doesn't it?
Objection argumentative.
That was the goal.
Sustained.
It is so unimaginable to live without him, but it has to be this way. It will be better for both, I think, right?
Right.
And you're talking about moving away so that you won't have any contact with him, right?
Physical contact, yes.
Oh, so you don't mind the telephone, it's the physical contact that's the problem, right?
It had been a problem in our relationship.
That's not what I'm
So-
asking you. I'm asking you whether or not the physical problem was the physical contact was the problem.
It was part of the problem.
And it's okay though, if you're up there in Wairika, to have phone sex though, right?
Not technically, it's not okay.
When you say technically, what does that mean? I'm talking about you're the one that is telling us it will be better for both of you, this distance. So is phone sex okay or not?
It's not okay for our religion.
I'm not asking about your religion. I'm asking, well, let me do it this way. You keep talking about the Mormon religion, but you can't even tell me about going to family home evening, can you?
I had to work on Monday nights.
Ma'am, can you tell me about family home evening?
Yes,
I thought you couldn't yesterday. All right, then let's talk about family home, or Thursday. Let's talk about family home evening. It starts at about 7 o'clock, doesn't it?
depends on the ward,
Yes or no? Doesn't it start about 7 o'clock?
I guess.
Sustained.
And it can go until about 8 o'clock, right? It's a 1 hour meeting, right?
It depends.
It depends on what?
The ward, the activity.
Okay, how about your ward? When would it go to?
I think it was about an hour. I don't remember the start time.
So if it started at 7, it would go to 8. If it started at 7:30, it would go to 8:30, right?
Typically, yes.
And afterwards, there would be activities, right?
FHE was the activity.
So there were no activities afterwards where the young people got together then, according to you, the ones that you went to.
There might have been.
When you say there might have been, weren't you there to know? I thought you said you were very Mormon.
I usually worked on Monday night.
So you don't know then is what you're telling me. Why don't you just tell me you do or you don't? Just tell me either way.
I told you what I know.
So you know that you don't really know what happens, is what you're telling me, right?
Yes, your compound question.
Restate your question.
You don't know what happens at family home evenings, right?
I only know what's happened at the ones
Yes
that
or no,
I've
ma'am?
attended.
I'm not asking you. Yes or no? You don't really know what happened at family home
I'm
evenings,
trying to
right?
answer your question, but you keep over talking me.
I'm going to object to that comment by the defendant. She should be instructed to answer.
Sustained. Can you answer
I can't.
the question?
Then it talks about what happened in terms of the physical contact between you and Mr. Alexander, doesn't it?
Part of the physical contact.
Pardon?
Part of it.
It doesn't say part there, does it?
No,
It says what happened, doesn't it?
it says part of what happened.
Does it say, this is part of what happened? Is that, it doesn't say that there, ma'am, does it?
Objection, ask and answer, argumentative.
Overall, to me, answer.
Will you repeat that?
It doesn't say, this is part of what happened. It just lays out what happened, doesn't it?
It lays out what I wrote.
And which is what happened, right?
Yes, that did happen.
Okay? And it says, I leaned in to give him a hug and a kiss on the cheek, right?
That's right.
Doesn't talk anything about getting hit on the side of the head with his hand, does it?
No, he'd already apologized.
Yes or no? Does it say that there?
I said no.
And then you leaned in and you did it to say goodbye, and he turned his head so that our lips met, right?
Yes,
The meeting there was not a hand to the side of your head, it was two lips meeting, right?
yes,
And then, according to you, it was a series of 3 very tender, very slow, very soft kisses, right?
that's right.
Doesn't talk about anything with the backhand, does it?
Of course not.
Well, you keep saying, of course not. Please take a look at it. Don't say, of course not, when it doesn't say that there.
Objection, she answered his question.
Sustained. Next question.
You love his lips, right? That's what it says.
That's what it says.
And it doesn't say, I love the backhand. It says, I love his lips, correct?
Of course.
When you keep saying, of course, man, we keep going back to this thing that you keep indicating that there's something there when there isn't. These are your written words, right?
That's right.
Pardon?
That's right.
And you were the person who set down your version of the events that occurred in that car, right?
Only the parts I wanted to remember.
Ma'am, does this say this is only parts of what I wanted to remember? It doesn't say that there, does it?
No, I was just answering your question.
My question is, does it include what you wrote, your version of the events inside the car? Yes or no?
Part of them, yes.
You keep saying part. We keep going back and forth, ma'am. This is what you wrote, correct?
That's correct.
It doesn't say that it's just a part of a larger entry, does it?
No.
Then you say that you went inside, you fixed your makeup, and you went to Starbucks, got Travis a Frappuccino. You are now out of the car, right?
Yes,
And you're going to get Mr. Alexander a Frappuccino, right?
that's correct.
And then you took it to his house, right?
Yes,
You drove, right?
yes,
He dropped you off at your house, right?
yes,
And the purpose of going back was so that you could pick up some items that he had been storing, right? And so
Yes.
that you could load them in your car, right?
yes,
But instead of that, you ended up being naughty again, right?
that's right.
So much for closing that gap, right?
Yeah,
And this was as part of this same event, if you will, where your lips met and you had 3 kisses, right?
yes, part of the makeup.
Right. And then you talk about that being another advantage to moving away since you guys can't stay away from each other, right?
That's right.
Seems like you were into the sex as much as he was, right?
Yes,
Says that you helped him clean up a little bit more for his UFC party, right?
that's right.
That UFC party would have been that Saturday night, right?
Yes,
And you say that you've never really been into that kind of activity, but you appreciate it, right?
that's right.
And then we have an issue or an individual by the name of Lonnie that's mentioned in the next paragraph, right?
Yes,
And Lonnie is the same individual that we discussed Thursday involving his baptism and the fact that you missed it because you went to have sex with Mr. Alexander, right?
yes, the same Lonnie.
You actually saw the UFC party at Lonnie's house, right?
The UFC event, yes,
Right. Then that evening you get home and Travis called, correct?
that's correct.
What time did he call?
I don't remember.
And you spoke, according to that, for an hour and a half until both of you were sleepy, right?
That's right.
Well, it does say that, right?
That's right.
And you made some jokes about Facebook. You talked about how it was if you guys would have children and how their lips would be such that Angelina Jolie would cry, right?
Right.
And it was just funny, fun talk, right?
Yes.
No indication that you talked about moving there, right?
No.
No indication at all that you talked about any physical violence whatsoever, right?
That's right.
And then you write, I love him, right?
That's right.
And that at the very bottom is your signature, right?
Yes.
So this entry does not corroborate what you told us happened in the car, right?
Right. That's the goal.
That's the what?
The goal.
Did I ask you if it was the goal?
No.
I asked you whether or not it corroborated it. It doesn't, does it?
No.
With regard to that supposed injury that you claim that you received, you didn't call the police, did you?
No.
You didn't tell anybody about it, right?
No.
There is no corroboration anywhere, including your journal, that it even happened, right?
That's right.
All we have is your word, right?
That's right. And my injuries.
Pardon?
My injuries.
And your injuries?
Right.
Let me see a photograph of it, ma'am, so that we can put this to bed.
What are you talking about?
Well, you said that your injuries, did you take a photograph of the injuries when he hit you?
No, I was referring to other injuries.
I'm talking about that day. Do you have any problem acknowledging that we're talking about this particular day when you're in the car?
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Are there photographs of them that we don't know about?
No.
There is no photographic evidence, there's no documentary evidence, and there's no anecdotal evidence, i.e. talking to anybody about it, is there?
I would hope not. Not to my
Well,
knowledge.
I'm not asking you what you hope. I'm asking you whether or not there is. There
Not
isn't,
to my
is there?
knowledge.
Pardon?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, your knowledge is what's important to us. Is there any such items out there that we could look at?
Items, no, but as far as telling
the
other
answer is-
people,
No, right?
as far as items go,
I'm
that's the
talking about,
answer.
are there any photographs?
No photos.
Aside from this writing, are there any other writings?
No,
Is there a police report?
no,
Is there a medical report?
no.
But we do have some text messages, don't we? Let's take a look at them about what happened that night. Take a look at exhibit 473 and 472. They're basically the same thing, right?
Right,
Except one of them does not include Mr. Alexander's response, right?
that's right.
So this is the give and take between you and Mr. Alexander the evening of March 1st of 2008, right?
Yes,
And in fact, you previously acknowledged that the time that's written there, that's actually is part of the message, is 7 hours too fast, right?
yes,
Move for the admission of exhibit 472.
Any approach?
You may. 72 is admitted.
Take a look at the conversation that you had with Mr. Alexander on March 1st of 2008 at 9:28 p.m. Do you see that?
yes,
And that's you sending him a text, right?
that's right.
And you say, "Hi, sweetie," correct?
Yes,
And this is supposedly after he popped you in the side of the head, right?
it was. We'd already made up.
Ma'am, this is after you claim that he popped you in the side of the head, right?
Yes,
And then you say, "I hope you're enjoying your party." You're talking about the UFC party that you previously referenced in exhibit number 471, which is your journal entry, right?
yes,
At least we know that those correspond and are corroborated, right?
yes,
And when you say sweetie, that also corresponds to the tone of exhibit number 471, where you talk about his lips and how much you love him, right?
that's right.
And then you're asking to borrow the BMW for church tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Why are you asking to borrow his car?
I can't remember that particular reason, but we were swapping cars back and forth during that time.
Same thing with regard to January 21st of 2008, when you were driving his car, right?
I think I was driving my car that day.
Pardon?
I believe I was driving my car that day.
Do you remember that the text messages talked about the family home evening and how you needed to go pick up the car? Do you remember that?
Yes.
So it's sort of the same issue, right?
Sort of.
And if you drove his BMW to church, that would mean that he would be without a car, right?
No, he would drive mine.
Okay, so why is it that you want to drive his BMW to church? Is it just to show off or what?
No, my car was better than his, so no, that wasn't why.
Well, then what's the reason why you want to drive the BMW?
It's possible that while I used to
Well, I'm
drive,
not asking you to, well, it's possible. I want you to tell me what.
He asked her why, and she answered.
Objection, speculation, non-responsive.
All right, restate your question.
Ma'am, why did you want to borrow his BMW, if you know?
the only time I borrowed his BMW for church or Monday nights or evenings was so that I could drive the sister missionaries around because my car didn't fit everyone.
So is that what you're saying then, that you wanted to drive the missionaries around?
That would have been why.
Okay, so I wanted to know. I only need it for that day, and I'll bring it back before the day is over, right?
Yes.
What time did the services start the next day?
I think my ward started at, well, it was always changing. It changed twice that year, so it was either 12 or 1 o'clock p.m.
And how long did it go?
3 hours.
Then his response is at 9:32, which is what?
Of course.
And then at 9:58, what do you say to him?
I say, thanks, baby, you're the best.
And he was the best, wasn't he?
Best at what?
I don't know. You're the one that wrote it. Why don't you tell me?
I wrote that because it made him feel good.
Oh, so you're lying to him then. He's not the best. You just want to make him feel good.
I wasn't lying to him.
Well, didn't you just tell me that you wrote that because you wanted him to feel good, right?
That's right.
The implication with that is that he wasn't the best, that you did not believe that he was the best.
The best at what?
I don't know. You wrote it, right?
Yes.
So why don't you tell me what you meant?
I wanted him to feel good.
Okay, I know you wanted him to feel good. So the only thing that we can take from that, given what you've answered, is that you were lying to him. He was not the best.
Sustained.
And if you do tell him that he's the best, isn't this the same individual that you claim has just hit you in the side of the head, right?
More the neck, but that's right.
Okay, he's the same individual that hit you on the side of the neck, right?
Yes.
And now you're telling him that he's the best, right?
Yes.
Do you see how that's inconsistent or no?
Overruled.
It wasn't inconsistent with our pattern.
I'm not asking you if it was inconsistent with your pattern. I'm asking whether or not you can see that you're telling him he's the best after you claim he's hit you on the side of the neck.
Objection, ask and answer. Just answer the same question.
Overruled. You may answer.
It wasn't inconsistent with the apology that followed.
I'm not asking about the apology that followed after this, or that may have followed. I'm asking, isn't it true that it doesn't make sense that you're telling him the best after he hit you at the side of the neck? It doesn't make sense, does it?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask and answer.
Overruled. You may answer.
It makes sense because he apologized.
So is there an apology that came afterwards? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And are you saying that it's part of these text messages that the apology came afterwards?
No, but it was part of the 3 tender kisses.
It's what?
Part of the 3 tender kisses that I wrote about. in
Oh,
my
I
journal.
see. So when you write that there were 3 tender kisses, which is exhibit number 471, you're telling us that, yeah, well, that's right there, but I just didn't include the fact that he hit me on the side of the neck, right?
Of course not.
Of course not. What? You did not include it in there, did you?
No.
Ma'am, with the same thing with regard to, now we're just talking about the injuries that you claim that you've received. With regard to the injury to the finger, you claim that that happened on January 22nd of 2008, right?
That's right.
There's the photograph shows that you don't have an injury to the finger as of May 15th of 2008, doesn't it?
That's not what the photograph shows.
So you're claiming that that photograph shows, and let me just show it to you so that we know what we're talking about. Exhibit 453. You're claiming that that shows the injury to your finger, right?
They're bent, yes. It's
So
hard
you're
to see.
saying that, yes, it does show the injury to your left ring finger like you showed us here in court, right? Yeah, yes or no, ma'am? You put up the finger in court. Remember you did that? And you're saying that this is the same finger with the same injury, right?
That is the same.
Do you remember, again, talking about whether or not there's anything that's corroborated? You didn't call the police on this, right? The
That's
finger
right.
issue, right?
Of course.
Of course, yes, or of course not?
Of course not.
So you didn't, that's a no, right?
No, I did not.
And you didn't go to the hospital to get any medical care, so there's no paperwork to show us on it, right?
That's right.
But there is some other evidence that points to the fact that it happened after January 21 of 2008, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I don't think so.
Well, you had a conversation with Detective Flores. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember that he looked at your hand?
Yes.
And remember what you told him?
Yes.
And you told him that it happened during the time that these 2 people came in, right?
Yes.
And that then you showed him your finger that was bent, right?
Yes.
It was bent just like you showed us here in court, right?
Yes.
So your prior statements indicate that this injury to your finger didn't happen on January 21 of 2008. It happened on June 4th of 2008, right?
Yes.
And in terms of the injury that you claimed, or the physical violence that occurred in August of 2007, you claim that all he did was grab your hand, right? After he chased you, right?
Yeah, he caught my wrist.
He grabbed you in the wrist, right?
Yes.
And other than minor pain, there's nothing else associated with it, right?
It wasn't painful at all.
And in fact, but you were scared of it, right?
Yes,
And in fact, that's one of the things that you related to June 4th, when you killed him, you sort of flashed back to that, right?
it was a split-second decision.
Is that yes or no?
I can't say I had a flashback.
Well, can you say that when you testified here in court, that you referenced that specific incident as a triggering point involving the murder?
That's correct.
And so that means that you thought about it, right?
I must have.
Pardon?
Yeah, it went through my mind, but it wasn't a flashback.
Okay, so you have a problem with the word flashback, right?
Yes,
So it went through your mind, right?
yes,
You thought about it, right?
yes,
And however, the incident in August of 2007, you said didn't hurt, right?
that's right.
And he stopped once he grabbed your wrist, right?
Stopped what?
Whatever he was doing.
Can you be more specific?
No, can you be more specific? What happened after he grabbed your wrist?
After he grabbed my wrist, he pulled me close to him and he apologized and he took me in his arms and squeezed me.
Okay, so this event where you're going down the hallway, he grabs you by the wrist, he then apologizes to you, right?
Yes,
And you're saying that just because there's this event where he goes down the hall and he grabs you and he apologizes you, is the event that you're thinking about at the time that he's coming after you on June 4th of 2008, as you claim?
it's the event I thought about when I decided to go right instead of left.
But isn't this the event where he is screaming, according to you, very loudly, right?
Which event?
The June 4th, 2008 event, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
On June 4th of 2008, you claim he was very angry with you, right?
Very.
And he was nude, right?
Yes,
He was coming after you, right?
yes,
And he's going after you down the hallway, right, as you're running, right?
yes,
And this event, on June 4th of 2008, you say, as he's doing that, you remember the event of August of 2007, right?
yes,
And in August of 2007, the consequence of that was that he hugged you and he apologized, right?
after he grabbed my wrist. Yes.
Okay, ma'am, fine. He grabs your wrist, he hugs you, and he apologizes, right?
Grabs my wrist and pulls me toward him.
Okay, grabs your wrist, pulls you, apologizes, right?
Yes,
You didn't have any fear when he was apologizing, did you?
yes, I was stiff with fear.
When he was apologizing?
Yes,
But nothing happened after that, right?
you mean nothing dangerous?
I mean, did he hit you after that?
No,
Did he throw you on the floor?
no,
Did he injure you in any way, shape, or form?
no.
He was just angry according to you, and he was apologizing at the same time, apparently.
I don't know about if his contemporaneous, he was angry and then he apologized.
Okay, so he's angry, and he's angry when he grabs your wrist, right?
I don't know.
Well, you were there. You just told us he was angry, right?
Yes,
So he was angry. Was he or wasn't he angry when he grabbed your wrist?
I don't know what his state of mind was when he chose to grab my wrist.
Okay, when you say that he was angry, when do you tell us, or when do you form the opinion that he's angry involving the incident in August of 2007? When do you form that opinion that he's angry?
One, when he let out a scream and palmed the wall down in the laundry room. And then two, when he ran upstairs and started banging his head on the linen closet and repeating something over and over about himself.
Okay, with regard to that, he actually, in that incident in August of 2007, it started downstairs, right?
Yes,
And that's something that you're thinking about back on June 4th of 2008, about an incident that happened downstairs, right?
no,
Well, it's part of the same incident, isn't it?
yes,
Where he ran away from you, right?
no,
Well, wait a minute. You said it started downstairs on the washer, right?
yes,
And then he went upstairs. He ran upstairs, is your term, right?
yes,
You stayed downstairs, right?
yes, for a few moments.
Yes, you did stay downstairs, didn't you?
Yes,
You let him go to do whatever he was going to do upstairs, right?
Yes.
You didn't know what he was going to do, right?
No.
You weren't afraid at that point, were you?
A little bit.
Well, if you're afraid, then why go after him?
I wanted to know what that sound was.
Well, again, just because you hear a sound and you're afraid, you still think that you want to go investigate?
Yeah, he'd never hit me at that point.
Well, I'm not asking you if he had hit you at that point. Did I?
No.
I'm asking you your state of mind, which is what we want to know, right? This is what you've been talking about, right?
Yes.
And you're downstairs, it's your state of mind is that he's angry, right?
My state of mind was that I was concerned. My conclusion was that he was angry.
Okay. Your state of mind is now different than your conclusion, right?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay, so your conclusion that he was angry was formed downstairs, right?
Yes.
And this conclusion that he was angry was with you when you went upstairs, right?
Yes.
This conclusion that he was angry did not instill any fear in you, did it?
When he palmed the wall, it scared me.
Pardon?
When he hit the door frame, with his palm, it scared me.
Was this downstairs?
Yes, in the laundry room.
All right, and when you were downstairs and he strikes his palm against something inanimate, you get scared, right?
Yeah, the impact.
So now your state of mind is that you are scared and that he's angry, right?
Yes, I'm concerned for him also.
You're also concerned, right? You didn't pick up the phone to call 911, did you?
No.
So there's no corroboration of that incident from that, right?
No.
What damage did he cause to the door?
Which door?
The one that he hit, that's the only door that we're talking about, right? Do you know of a different door that he hit?
Yes.
Didn't you just tell me that he hit one door?
I said he palmed the door frame.
Okay, so he hit the door frame. Was there any damage to the door frame downstairs when you guys were having this fight back in August of 2007, when you had the state of mind that you were afraid? What? Tell me. Was there a photograph of it?
No.
So we don't have any corroboration of that, right?
That's right.
You didn't tell anybody about this incident, did you?
No.
So nobody knows about it, right?
I don't think so.
Well, how would they know about it if you didn't tell them?
I don't know who he told.
So you think he was walking around telling people these things? Did you ever hear anybody say that he was saying these things?
I think I did.
Okay, who? Give me a name.
They were in his text messages.
Who's that?
They were in his text messages.
In his text messages to you, he said, I hit the door?
No.
In his text messages to who then?
Oh, I didn't say hit the door. I meant referencing that event.
I'm talking about hitting the door. We having problems communicating here? I'm talking about hitting
Yes.
the door. He did tell that to somebody?
No, yes, we're having problems communicating.
Did he tell somebody about it? Yes or no?
About hitting the door.
The door, yes,
frame?
that's what we're talking about.
Because he didn't hit the door downstairs. He hit the door frame. The door was open. And I
All
don't
right.
know if he told anyone or not.
Hitting the door frame. Do you have a name of somebody that Mr. Alexander told that he hit the door frame?
No,
So there's no corroboration there, right?
that's right.
And you never told anybody that you were scared or anything like that, right?
No,
So we don't have any corroboration there, then, right?
that's right.
But you were not scared enough to stay downstairs, right?
That's right.
You decided to go upstairs, right?
Yes.
And you go upstairs and you're hearing a thump, thump, thump noise, right?
Yes.
And the curiosity gets the better of you, right?
Concern.
Okay, the concern gets the better of you, even though you are what? Are you mildly scared or no?
I'm alarmed. I'm stunned.
Okay, you're alarmed and stunned. As you go upstairs, you're alarmed and you're stunned. Why are you alarmed and stunned if you don't know what's going on upstairs?
Because the only other thing he'd ever hit before was my car.
Okay. So you're alarmed and you're stunned and you're in this house where you're hearing this thump, 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 right?
That's right.
It never occurred to you to call 911, did it?
No,
And so then you go upstairs and he's not any danger to you up there, is he?
Sustained.
Did you perceive any danger to you?
Not immediately.
I'm asking, when you got there, did you perceive any danger to you?
After I got there, yes.
When you got there is my question, ma'am. Did you perceive any danger to you?
Objection, that's an answer.
Sustained.
So
Not
you-
immediately. Oh,
So
I'm
you
sorry.
get there, right? And he's thumping his head against what?
The linen closet door.
And this is the door that is next to this is the closet that's next to the sink, right?
That's right.
And if we're using the directional, that's north of the sink, right?
Yes.
And it's down the hallway where he ended up finally with his head, with his throat slashed, right? That's the same hallway we're talking about, right?
I don't know. It's the same hallway, but I don't know about the other part of your question.
So you don't know about where, you've seen the photographs, haven't you?
Yes, part of them.
You were here in court when we showed them, right?
Yes.
Do you have any doubt, or do you have a reason to doubt that those photographs are not true and accurate depictions of Mr. Alexander? Doors opened or closed on that closet?
The linen closet?
The one that we're talking about, the only one we're talking about, ma'am. Yes.
The door was closed.
And so he's banging his head up against those doors, right?
That's right.
And those are the kind of doors that are not super tight so that there's this very small clearance to them, right? They're the kind of doors that are somewhat flimsy, aren't they?
Objection causes speculation.
Sustained.
These doors, ma'am, are they real? You've opened those doors before, right?
Yes.
And they don't have a lock to them, right?
I don't think so.
And you think that a closet door, it opens, you think that this particular closet door may have a lock?
I don't remember it having a lock.
Okay. And so is it the kind that is accordion, or is it the kind that has one handle on it?
What do you mean by accordion?
Well, when it opens up on both sides. to each
Oh,
side.
it's just a door with a
It's
handle.
just a door, right?
Yes.
And the door was closed, right?
Yes.
And he's banging his head up against the door, right?
Yes.
He's not doing anything to you. He's not talking to you. He's actually went away from the confrontation, right?
Yes.
You're the one that's chasing him down, aren't you?
I didn't chase him.
Okay, you're the one that's going after him, right?
Okay.
Well, no, not okay. You're the one that's going up there to, he's already left, hasn't he?
No. He's still in the house.
No, he hasn't left and gone upstairs? Are you having problems? You just told us that he went upstairs.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the afternoon recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 3:25. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. Please be seated. You may step down.
All right, y'all. I just wanted to jump on here and say thank you so much for everybody who's here. Appreciate you so much. If you haven't yet, please hit the thumbs up for me. That's all I ever ask of anybody on this channel. And just that if you feel like it, come down and have a chat with us. We're a fun group. Well, at least I'm fun, and the mods are fun, and everybody that I see chatting is fun. So come join the fun. I just want to give a shout out to y'all. Forgive me for forgetting his name. Oh, goodness gracious, great balls of fire, y'all. Whose stuff am I playing? I know somebody in chat knows this guy. Y'all, here, let me fast forward it real quick. I'll figure it out. Oh, that's terrible of me. I'm a terrible person. Hold on. Oh, there it is. David Lohr. I think I'm pronouncing his name right. Lohr. I opened it up so you guys can see his channel. He's the one that has all these. We were following Court TV, and then Court TV, I guess because it's so old, they only have part of it on their YouTube. So then somebody told me about David Lore, and this is where I found him. And it says that he no longer puts anything on this channel or updates his channel. So I don't know if he still does stuff, but shout out to him, whoever he is, for the work that he did on this and taking out the sidebars and all the crap that nobody cares about. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. Again, hit the like if you don't mind, and let's keep listening to this. Y'all, all right, y'all, if this was my youngin', I don't know how old she is now. I don't know how much I don't know how much older I am than her, but this was my youngin'. Listen, she'd be walking around with a fat lip all the time. And if I was Juan Martinez, this man has, how do we say, he's got nerves of steel, because I have zero patience for people who have no respect for anybody else. I have zero patience for that. So we know Juan was did some bad things, and he got disbarred, but not before he stuck it to Jodi, and I'm grateful for that. All right, we're going to keep listening. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm about to email you my phone number, because we have to talk and text, period. Swear my daughter would never give your number out. I have a few YouTubers number I got close with, and the text a lot. Well, I will tell you this. I'll talk to you about it in email. All right, so I'm going to keep playing this, you guys, and let's get back into it. And I need a cigarette. Leah, thank you so much for the $4.99. I appreciate that so much.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez,
I just want to say that I appreciate anything that goes to the channel. I've never taken a dime from this channel. If you've known me, been around very long, I don't ask for money. I don't need anybody's money. This isn't my job. I'm here because I like being here. I like doing what I do. And I like meeting new people. The only thing I ever ask is that you just hit the like for us, and prayerfully, the right people will come along that want to be a part of this channel and hang out. That's all I've ever wanted from this thing. But thank you so much. That money will be used to pay the next stringer. Miss Barbara Smith, y'all, my Barb is here. She is the matriarch of our channel. And we love her so much. And she's over in Tucson, Arizona, y'all. All right, I'm gonna keep going at this, leaving it to the mods for a minute while I go take a cigarette break. I'm a professional smoker, for those that don't know, so I smoke really fast. So I'll be back, and I'm still listening in with right along with you.
you may continue.
And how long was Mr. Alexander banging his head up against that door before something happened, before the next thing happened?
I guess if I had to guess, maybe a minute and a half.
So for a minute and a half, he's doing this, and you're just standing there, right?
No, I was sitting on the washing machine downstairs when it began.
I see. So for a minute and a half, you hear it, and then you go upstairs? Is that
No,
right?
I'd say from the time he stopped. I heard the sound, then I jumped off the washing machine and went upstairs to find out what was going on. Found him in the
Let me do it
bedroom.
this way. As you're walking up the stairs, do you still hear him banging his head up against the door?
Yeah, I'm following the
As
sound.
you go into his room, do you still hear
Yes.
him banging his head up against the door? And then as you take a right and go down the hallway, is he still banging his head up against the door?
Yes.
Do you get close to him when he's doing this?
Yes.
How far away do you get?
I'd say pretty close, maybe from here to this thermos right here.
And while you're standing there, he continues to bang his head. From the time you stood there, how long did he continue to bang his head?
Till I said his name.
I know. How long in terms of time?
I couldn't say exact seconds, but I tentatively walked up to him. I'd never seen him act
When
like
you
that.
said tentatively,
Yes.
you walk up to him, and from the time that you get near him to where that pitcher of water is, how much time elapses from the time that you get to where the pitcher is to the time that he stops banging his head? I'm talking in terms of time.
I didn't let it go on long before I said his name and he stopped.
Pardon?
I didn't let it go on for a prolonged period of time before I said his name. I wanted him to stop.
Okay, so how long before you said his name?
I don't know, as far as seconds, it wasn't long.
It was what?
It wasn't long.
I know, but you said seconds and I didn't hear the first part.
I said I don't know as far as seconds.
Oh, okay. And so you said his name, and at that point, what does he do?
He spun and faced me. He had the eyes of a madman and he screamed, "What?" really loud.
Right. And so this is what you're telling us is the same thing that you saw back on June 4th of 2008. You sort of almost described it the same way, that he had the eyes of a madman, right?
Objection, mischaracterizes the testimony.
Rephrase.
Ma'am, you told us that he was in the shower, right? On June 4th of 2008, right?
Yes,
That you dropped the camera, right?
yes,
And that he got very, very upset, right?
yes,
And he said some things to you, right?
yes,
And you were able to see his face, right?
yes,
And his face was like that of a madman, right?
yes,
So let's get back to August of 2008. At that point, you said he had this same kind of look, right?
yes, it's 2007.
Right. But it was the same kind of look, right?
The same, very similar, yes.
Right. And so then what happens? He has this look in his eye. What do?
I turned and bolted down the hallway.
You ran, right?
Yes,
But he's able to catch you, right?
yes,
He catches you where?
right around the threshold of the carpet.
Right. Where he ended up with his head, with the slitting of the throat, right?
I don't know.
You saw the photographs, right?
I saw.
And you saw the big blotch of blood that was there on the breachway there between the tile and the carpet, right?
Yes,
Is that about the area where he caught you?
yes,
And is that where he grabs you by the wrist?
yes,
And he grabs you there by the wrist. And does he still have this look of a madman or not?
I didn't look.
Were you looking down or what were you doing?
I don't know if I might have had my eyes closed. I was still not looking at him.
Pardon?
I was not looking at him.
Okay. And then he hugs you or what does he do?
He yanked me toward him and put his arms around me and squeezed.
Was it a very hard squeeze?
It was a firm squeeze, but it wasn't too hard.
And then he apologizes, right?
Yes,
And then this confrontation is over, right?
no,
In terms of the physical aspect, the confrontation is over, right?
yes,
So there may be some arguing afterwards, or there may be some words exchanged, but in terms of him being physical, according to you, that's where it is, right?
that's right.
And this is the event that you tell us goes through your head as you're running down the hallway in 2008, right?
Well, when I went
Yes
to
or
make
no?
the decision,
Yes or no?
no,
Okay, didn't you testify on direct examination that that's what you were thinking about when he was after you on June 4th of 2008? Isn't that what you said?
Mischaracterizes the testimony.
Overruled. You may answer.
at one point, yes.
Okay. So if this is and I know you don't like the word flashback or the thought, but if this is the flashback or the thought that you have on June 4th of 2008, then you know nothing's going to happen because nothing happened before, right?
That's not right.
There was a different ending back in August of 2007. Did he hurt you more?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So he didn't hurt you more, though, right?
He didn't hurt me at all in August.
And if he didn't hurt you at all, to use your term, in August, and this is something that goes through your head, then the expectation would be that he wouldn't hurt you in 2008, and there's no reason to be afraid of him, right?
Not after he broke my finger, hit me, and almost killed me by choking me unconscious.
Pardon?
It was not that.
What did you say?
Said not after he broke my finger, hit me, and choked me unconscious by
And this
2008.
is the same finger that you told Detective Flores happened on June 4th, right? 2008.
That's right.
That's the same finger that you're saying is the reason that you believe something else was going to happen, right?
Part of the reason, yes.
And the other reason was what?
He had choked me till I lost consciousness
And when was this event?
the week that I moved.
And that would be the week of April of 2008, right?
Yes,
Was this while you were living with him or staying with him for the week or some other time?
it was during that time.
And was this before or after your mother came out there?
After.
And during this event where he choked you, there are no medical reports, are there?
No,
There's no police report that backs up what you're saying, is there?
no,
There is no one that you told back then that backs up this supposed event, right?
I did not tell them that's where the bruises were.
Pardon?
I didn't tell them about that.
Right. So there, all we have to go on is your word, correct?
That's correct.
And
With FTR, we're going to need to take just a momentary
you were
break.
telling us, ma'am, about the incident where you claimed that he choked you before you left to move back to Wairika, correct?
Yes,
And when did that happen?
it would have been the first week of April 2008.
And you were at his house?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
We were having a discussion that led to an argument, and then it led to that.
What were you having a discussion about?
Several things. We were first discussing his dating life, and then we were discussing my dating life. And then prior to that, he was a little bit upset because I had reemphasized the pamphlet that I gave him. Because I was
I'm not
leaving.
asking you about his demeanor.
Judge, she's asking what the discussion was about. She's explaining it.
Objection non-responsive. I just want the topics.
Ask another question.
And during this discussion, where was it that it took place?
In his bedroom.
And it escalated, according to you, into a point where he threw you down, right?
Yes.
And when you were down, that's when he choked you, right?
Yes.
And how long did this confrontation last?
I don't know.
Were you able to get up afterwards, or did he let you up?
I woke up and he was not on top of me anymore.
And he was what?
Not on top of me anymore.
Didn't call the police, did you?
No,
You didn't get any medical care, did you?
no.
You didn't tell anybody, correct?
I did tell someone.
Who did you tell, ma'am?
I told Matt.
You told Matt McCartney, right? That day you told Matt McCartney?
No,
You told Matt McCartney when? June 2nd of 2008?
no.
When did you tell Matt McCartney?
I saw him a few days later and he called me out on all the bruises that were on me.
And with regard to his statements, do you know why it is that when asked about that particular incident, he claimed no knowledge of it? Do you know anything about that?
Hearsay, improper.
Overruled, you may answer.
Do you know why he would claim no knowledge of that?
Objection, also speculation why he would claim.
Sustained.
So you don't know whether or not he, when interviewed, whether or not he admitted to knowing about that.
Objection is called for hearsay. Objection is the same question. May we approach?
You may. You may proceed.
You've spoken with Mr. McCartney, haven't you?
Yes,
And in fact, he's visited you in jail, right?
yes,
And in fact, he's even tape recorded you, hasn't he?
yes,
And you've also had telephone conversations with him, haven't you?
yes,
And in fact, you and he have discussed this issue about whether or not you had bruising around the neck, right?
not during the jail visits, but yes,
But you have discussed it, haven't you?
yes,
And have you discussed whether or not he has spoken to any law enforcement individuals regarding the bruises on the neck? Have you and he had that conversation?
What was the question?
Whether you and Mr. McCartney have discussed whether or not he has told anyone about this supposed bruising around the neck?
I believe we had a discussion somewhat like that.
And when was that discussion?
I don't remember After the incident,
Pardon?
after the incident,
Where was this conversation? Was it over the phone? Was it in person?
it was over the phone.
And how much time after the incident was this conversation?
Just days, I think.
And so if it was over the telephone, then you would agree that he would not be able to see whether or not there would be any makeup that was applied to these supposed injuries, right?
No, not for that conversation.
No, I'm not talking about any other conversation. We're talking about one conversation on the telephone, right?
Yes,
And you said that was 2 to 3 days after this alleged incident happened, right?
no, it was after he called me out on the bruises.
Pardon?
It was after he confronted me about them.
Well, you had a telephone conversation, and you said that this happened during the time that you were at Mr. Alexander's home before you left, right?
Yes,
And you then left, correct?
that week, yes.
Right. And during 2 to 3 days later, while you were still at Mr. Alexander's, you had a telephone conversation, right? With Mr. McCartney.
That's not the one I was referring to.
But you did have some conversations with Mr. McCartney, right?
Yes,
Is that when you told Mr. McCartney about your injuries around the neck?
are you talking about 2 or 3 days after the incident?
You told me that you had a telephone call with him 2 to 3 days after the incident. Do you remember telling me that?
I thought you were talking about the incident where he confronted me.
I'm asking you about a telephone conversation, ma'am. That's all I'm asking you about. Are we clear now?
Yes,
This telephone conversation that you told me about, you indicated that you told Mr. McCartney about this bruising, right?
yes,
And my question to you is, if you have this telephone conversation with him 2 to 3 days after this supposed choking, he would not have been able to see any marks on your neck, right?
no, I was in Wairika by then.
Ma'am, if it's a telephone conversation and you call Mr. McCartney, isn't it true that he wouldn't be able to see your injuries because it's over the telephone?
Yes,
So then you leave to go to Wairika, right?
when?
When you left, when was that?
Left from where?
From Arizona, when was that?
No, I went to see Matt after Arizona.
You went to see Mr. McCartney when?
I stopped in to see Matt after I left Arizona with the U-Haul truck.
I understand that, but when did you leave Arizona?
Let's see. I believe it was 2 or 3 days after he did that.
Okay, so about the time of the telephone call is the time that you leave Arizona, right?
No, you're still fixated on the phone call. I misinterpreted what you had said earlier. There was no phone call 2 or 3 days later with the discussion of bruises.
There was no telephone call now, right?
No,
Okay, so why did you tell me there was a telephone call before?
I was referring to a few days after he confronted me about the bruises, which would put it many days after the fact.
So you're saying that there was no telephone call to Mr. McCartney while you were here in Arizona, correct?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's no discussion.
There was a telephone call, but there was no discussion, right?
I'm not saying there was a telephone call either. I'm just saying there was no discussion.
Well, you did reference a telephone call for me previously, right?
Yes,
And this telephone call you told me was 2 or 3 days later, right? Do you remember telling me that earlier in this conversation?
yes, but I'm confused about what
Yes.
later you mean.
Okay, so you did tell me about it then, right?
Yes,
But now you're telling me that no, there was no telephone call 2 or 3 days later to Mr. McCartney after this supposed choking incident, right?
that's correct.
But you did leave Arizona some days after the choking incident, right?
Yes.
And that would have been what, April 7th, April 8th? Is that when you left?
I remember it by days of the week, but not dates.
Okay, what day of the week was it?
It occurred on a Tuesday, the choking, and I think I left town on Thursday or Friday.
All right, so you left 2 or 3 days later, right?
I believe so, yes.
Well, when you keep saying you believe so, it sort of leads me to believe that when you said Wednesday or Thursday, that you really don't know. So did you leave Wednesday or Thursday?
Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, it was after the event, but I didn't stay like a whole week beyond that or anything.
So then you drive And is this the time that you turn around and come back, or this is the time you actually leave?
That part, I don't remember. I'd have to look at dates, text messages, things like that.
So you don't remember if that's when you came back then, right?
I just know that,
So the answer is no, right?
no, that's not, I'm thinking probably not,
But you don't know,
not for sure.
okay? So if you did come back, then you would have stayed more time there at Mr. Alexander's house, right?
Yes,
And then you do take off and then you go up towards California, right?
yes.
And you take the 10, So-
First the 60, then the 10.
right? And you proceed to Southern California, correct?
That's correct.
What time of the day did you leave?
I don't remember.
What time of the day did you get to Southern California?
I remember meeting up with Gus
Right.
in the late afternoon.
So what time would that be then?
I guess if I had to guess, it would be like 5 or 6. The sun was still up. It's June, or I mean April. I don't know. The sun was still up, but it was like low, like at an angle. So it'd be late afternoon,
So 6 o'clock then, right? That be fair?
something like that.
And then you're there, how long are you there with Mr. Searcy?
I don't know, an hour maybe, couple hours,
And then do you go to sleep in the truck? You said that you slept in the truck, right?
right? After that, I drove for a while.
And then you slept in the truck, right?
I think I drove all the way to Hollister that night.
Okay, but at some point you slept in the truck at night, right?
Yes,
So it wasn't that night then?
I don't remember.
Could have been the next night?
Could have been the next night or the previous night.
Well, the previous night, there's only one night when you drive from Arizona to California. It's during the day, right?
I might have slept in the truck before arriving in Southern California. I don't
During the
remember.
day you slept in the truck.
At night, I believe.
Well, no, it couldn't be at night because you told us that you got into Southern California at 6 o'clock in the evening or when the sun was going down.
There's an argument that she's also left the place twice.
Rephrase your question.
Right? This is the time that you actually left to go to California. You told us that you don't remember what time you left, but you got to California sometime in the evening or the afternoon when the sun was going down, right? Do you remember telling us that just now?
The sun was not going down. It was late afternoon.
Pardon?
The sun was not going down. It was late afternoon.
All right, late afternoon then makes it earlier in the day, right? Around 4.
Perhaps. I don't remember times.
So it was in the afternoon then, right?
Yes,
Is that fair?
that's fair.
And if you take off from Arizona to get to California in the afternoon, by necessity, you would have had to have left in the morning, right? Not the afternoon.
If I didn't stop to sleep, yes.
Right. And so you're saying to me now that when you left on that leg of the trip, you actually went to sleep somewhere, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's possible. I don't remember when I slept in the truck. I just know that I slept in the truck.
Okay. Do you normally, do you remember sleeping during the day on the first leg? Do you remember that?
I slept during the day and at night during parts of the trip. It was broken up over several days before I arrived in Wairika.
So and then you get to California, you talk to Mr. Searcy, and then you drive, right?
Yes,
And you're sure you get to Hollister that night, right? You're sure?
I know that I was in Hollister the night that long text message came through.
I understand that, but you're saying that you left in the morning, you get there about in the afternoon. I'm asking you whether or not you got to Hollister that night. That's what I'm asking you.
I believe I did.
Okay, so now you're in Hollister. You spend the night there, right?
Yes,
Right, and then what time do you get up?
I don't know.
Where is Hollister in relationship to Monterey?
Oh, I think about an hour.
And so then you get up the next day. Is that the day that you meet up with Mr. McCartney?
No, I saw Matt before going to my sister's.
So he was down around Hollister, is that correct?
Where was he? No, he wasn't by Hollister.
So then where do you meet up with him?
We met up at his house.
Well, he lives in Seaside, doesn't he?
No, he lived in either Monterey or Pacific Grove. It was right on the border.
And Seaside is near there, right?
Seaside, yes, it is near there.
And so back then, he lived in the same general area. And where's Hollister in relationship to Monterey?
I would say, well, Hollister is kind of northeast, more inland.
So it's above Monterey, is that correct?
Yes,
So before you even got to Hollister to your sister's house, that's when you met up with Mr. McCartney then, is that what you're saying?
that's right.
Where? Where did you meet up with him?
I stayed, I can't remember where I slept, but I remember going to Matt's and Daryl's that morning with my U-Haul truck.
What's that? No, I didn't hear you.
I can't remember where I slept, but I remember going to Matt's house and Daryl's house, his apartment, with my U-Haul truck.
And what time of the day was it that you ended up at their houses?
That was in the morning.
And so would that have been, but I thought your sister lives in Hollister, which is north of the Monterey area.
That's correct.
So would you have seen them before you went to your sister's house?
I know I stopped there before I went to my sister's house.
So what time did you get to your sister's house?
I don't remember.
Well, was it light outside?
I think it was because we had dinner.
And so that would have been around 6, right?
Somewhere in that ballpark.
And where did you, before that, where did you meet these, what time did you meet these individuals in terms of time before that dinner time? How many hours before that?
It would have been the same day, but in the morning. I don't know the hours exactly.
So you met him in the morning. Who did you meet first? Mr. Brewer or Mr. McCartney?
Matt.
And where did you meet him?
At his house, the house he was living in.
And is this the house that he was living in with these other individuals? Or is this a different?
Yes, same one.
And that's when, according to you, he saw the bruises, right?
Yes.
And did Mr. Brewer see the bruises too?
No, I put makeup on.
Well, didn't you also have makeup on with Mr. McCartney? Isn't that what you had on too?
I thought I did.
Well, the makeup hadn't changed from Mr. Brewer to Mr. McCartney, had it?
Yes, it did.
And why is that? I thought you saw him at the same time or at
No.
about the same time.
After I woke up, I went and saw Matt. Some of the makeup had worn off. He confronted me on it. Before going to see Daryl, I put more foundation on my arms and my neck.
So you had it on your arms, where else?
My neck.
And, okay. Now this individual, Mr. McCartney, he's somebody that you will believe will never betray you, right?
I've had that belief in the past, yes.
Well, you had that belief after the killing, didn't you?
In September, I did.
Well,
Not so much in June.
Let's take a look at, I'm going to have something marked as an exhibit. This is exhibit 475, which is our clip number 8.
I was trying to call my friend that's in Monterey. He is a person that I usually tell everything to. He's somebody that would never betray me. And he's somebody that he's somebody I could tell anything to. And I thought maybe he could. I was never able to make the phone call and get a hold of him. So it would try to dial it, and then the bar would go away and call lost and things like that. So at that point, I remember pulling over again at the Hoover Dam, and I thought, I'm going to call Travis. And I was able to have cell phone reception there, and I tried calling him, and it just went to voicemail, and I called him again, and it went to voicemail.
You heard yourself in there talking about Mr. McCartney, right?
Yes.
And he's the first individual that you called when you were able to get, according to you, or find the charger so that you could use your telephone back on June 4th, or at that point, June 5th of 2008, right?
I don't know if he was the first, but I did try to call him.
And he's somebody that, according to what you said, would never betray you, right?
Yes,
And that's what you said when you conducted that interview, right?
that's right.
And that was after your arrest on July 15th of 2008, right?
Yes,
And he's the same individual that, according to you, had this affair or relationship with Bianca, right?
That's right.
But you had been friends throughout, correct?
Yes,
And he's somebody that when push comes to shove is not going to betray you, right?
I mean, that's my hope.
Well, that's not what you said on this exhibit number 475, and I moved that into evidence.
Not done now.
75 is admitted.
And when you say that he won't betray you, it means he'll stand by you no matter what, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
It's somebody that if you need a favor, he's somebody that will help you out, right?
That would depend on the favor.
Pardon?
That would depend on the favor.
Mr. McCartney knows somebody, well, you also indicated with regard to him that it's just basically a friendship, right?
Yes,
But he's one of your allies though, right? This will be exhibit
Yes.
476. I want you to view this.
That's before May again.
I move for the admission of exhibit 476 based on the previous conversation.
476 is
Which
admitted.
note page is this referred to, Mr. Martinez?
Pardon?
Which note page is correlated with this?
6. It's been previously provided.
No objection.
476 is admitted.
Absolutely. Friendships for sure. And, you know, you had mentioned Matt, and he and I dated 8 years ago. And at this point, he's like a brother to me. And almost to the point where imagine being intimate with him or kissing him is kind of grosses me out, I think. And it doesn't mean that he's a bad person. He's amazing, but he's more like my brother now. And I'm grateful for the experiences we've had. And he taught me so much. And I think that's why he was meant to come into my life. Because at this point, he's one of my best allies, and one of the best friends that I could ever ask for.
And this is the individual that you are telling us can corroborate the issue involving the injuries to the neck, right?
Objection, friendship, Judge.
Overruled.
yes,
Ma'am, the way you've been telling your story on direct examination, and I'll just pick an example, for example, the sex. The way you sort of narrated is that, yeah, he went along with it, but, you know, it really wasn't sort of your cup of tea. It made you uncomfortable. Remember telling us that?
yes, some things did.
And a lot of the things that you've told us in this case, including the murder, for example, you keep saying, well, yeah, happened, but what you're saying to us now, it's not my fault, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, you did say, for example, that Mr. Alexander was the person who was very upset, right? And he was coming after you and left you no choice. Isn't that what you were saying?
That's how I felt in that moment.
But that's what you're telling us, that that's how you felt, right?
Yes,
Let me show you an exhibit that's already been introduced into evidence. This is exhibit number 245. That's you in position number 5, isn't it?
yes,
And that's you smiling in position number 5, right?
yes,
But you have a reason as to why you were smiling there, don't you?
yes.
Let me have an exhibit marked so we can see what the reason is. I move for the admission of exhibit 477.
No objection.
477 is admitted.
Judge, my screen is ready to go. I don't know.
That's fine. There is one thing I wanted to address, and that is my mugshot. And I think I did a little tilt on my head and gave a little smile. And there's been a lot of attention given to that, especially on the internet. People speculating, why did I do that? How could she smile? I just want to address that because I think that people don't really understand. And there are a few reasons I did that. And one of my first thoughts when I was actually being booked. I was a little like, wow, I see this stuff on TV all the time. This is so interesting. It's almost just like it is on TV. And I thought to myself, you know, what would Travis do if he were in this situation? This is why I'm here. And, you know, barring the fact that he would likely not get himself into such circumstances, he would be smiling. He would be like, hey, you know, he would just flash this grin that he always does. And so there was part of that. And then also part of the fact that I knew it would be all over the internet. So why not? And then there was also the fact that I know that I'm innocent. And even though this is a very serious thing to be charged with, there's no reason for me to be sad. Because I know that I'd never hurt Travis. And there's no reason to be upset over this in my mind. Everything, I have faith that in the end, everything will be made known, everything will come out. And in the meantime, smile, say cheese.
Ma'am, with regard to this particular issue here, it's really not your fault, the way you explain it there, that you were smiling there.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Well, you actually indicate that the reason you do it is Mr. Alexander, right?
That's one of the reasons.
Well, no, you didn't say that that's one of the reasons, but Mr. Alexander's dead at this time. He's not going to know about it, is it? Is he?
Well, I believe he would.
You think he's in this life now and knowing about this,
I
right?
didn't say that.
You made that decision yourself, didn't you?
Yes.
You didn't do it with the consultation of Mr. Alexander, right?
No.
Even though you say that's what he would have done, you have no way of knowing that that's what he would have done, that he would have smiled, do you?
I have a way of knowing, but it's more like speculation.
Right. You wouldn't know if that's what he would do or not, right?
Not for sure.
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
So you just made that part up, didn't you?
I said that based on how I knew him.
And you did that to make yourself look better. In other words, you're saying, don't look this way, look over there.
Objection, argumentative. Compound question.
Sustained. Rephrase.
You said it because you didn't want light to be focused on you for smiling.
That's correct.
And part of that conversation also that we had is that you said that you were innocent. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And previously on direct examination, when you were being asked about whether or not a jury would convict you, you said, well, the reason I said that was because I planned to be dead at the time, right?
That's right.
Not because you were innocent, right?
Not in that interview.
Well, actually, in that interview, you also said, I'm innocent. No jury will convict me. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, I did say that.
So it's the same thing that you're saying here, right?
Yes.
So it's not that you were going to commit suicide. It's because you truly believe that you didn't do anything wrong here, right?
I believed.
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I believed I knew that I was innocent of first-degree murder, and I did plan to be dead.
Did you say that you were innocent of first-degree murder?
No.
That changes, though, that you're saying you truly believe that you were innocent of first-degree murder. That changes from what you told us on direct examination, though, doesn't it?
Objection,
Nothing
argumentative.
changes.
Overruled.
Doesn't it?
Nothing changes.
Well, in direct examination, you told us that the reason that you said on that Inside Edition clip, do you want to look at it?
No.
On that Inside Edition clip, that no jury would convict you was because you felt that you were going to commit suicide, right?
The reason I said those things?
No. In court, you told us that the reason you uttered those words was because you were going to commit suicide before the matter went to trial, right?
Yes, I was certain of it.
But that's not really what you said. You said you were innocent, right?
Yes.
And so when you went up there and you told us that, that's just not the truth, is it?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
It is the truth. I'm innocent of that charge.
Or is it because the jury won't convict you because you will have committed suicide?
That was also the hope.
Now, the other thing, ma'am, is that in terms of the breakup with Mr. Alexander, that occurred at the end of June of 2007, correct?
Correct.
And what you indicated was that after the breakup, one of the things that happened is that rather than staying in Palm Desert, you moved to Arizona, right?
I lived in Big Sur and I did move to Mesa.
Pardon?
I lived in Big Sur, not Palm Desert. I moved to Mesa.
How long did you stay in Big Sur?
Approximately 2 months.
And after being in Big Sur for approximately 2 months and being broken up with Mr. Alexander, you decided to move down to Mesa, right?
Yes,
It isn't a situation where Mr. Alexander is helping you financially, is it?
that month it was.
Which month is that? I thought you were up there 2 months.
The month that I moved.
So he helped you the month that you moved, but you were really not dependent on him for support, were you?
I couldn't have moved without his financial
Well,
assistance.
is that my question to you, whether or not you could have moved here?
Yes, it was.
Restate your question.
Ma'am, were you dependent on Mr. Alexander for your financial well-being?
In Big Sur, no.
And in Palm Desert, you weren't dependent on Mr. Alexander for your financial well-being there either, were you?
No.
You were working, I think you even said in Palm Desert, 2 or 3 jobs, right?
Yes.
And back up in Big Sur, you were working where? Ventana Lakes, is that where you were?
Ventana Inn and Spa and the
Right.
Big Sur Bakery.
You were getting paid, right?
Yes.
You didn't need Mr. Alexander to provide for you in any way, right?
No.
And you made the choice to come down to Mesa, Arizona, right?
Yes.
And you made the choice as to where you were going to move, right?
Yes.
And in fact, ma'am, you indicated that there was a reason why you chose to come out to Mesa, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you indicated that it was Mr. Alexander. And that he was the reason that you came here to Arizona, right?
Yes.
Let's see how you put it. You were for the admission of exhibit 478.
Moment, Your Honor.
Yes. 478 is admitted.
Tell me about choosing Mesa as a place to live. Why did you choose Mesa?
Well, the main reason was because of Travis. He was a very persuasive person, and we had discussed my moving there. It was the topic of conversation for a while. There came a point where we decided to break things off, and I sort of hesitated on my plans to move there. But again, he's very persuasive, so he convinced me that it might be a good idea if I did move there. So I went ahead with the move, and it was actually a pretty good decision, I think. I made a lot of friends. It's a great place where the church is strong, and there are a lot of really great wards there. I really enjoyed my time there. So.
Ma'am, in it you are telling us there that it was Mr. Alexander, and he's the reason why you moved here, right?
Yes.
And it also appears to say that, well, it was his fault that you came here. In other words,
Objection, and Mr. Closes her statement.
Rephrase.
in other words, you said, he is so persuasive, he convinced me that it might be a good idea if I did move here. That's what you said, right?
That's what I said.
He convinced you. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Which means you didn't want to come, right?
Not after I found out how promiscuous he was.
Ma'am, am I asking you that? Isn't it true that you said that he convinced you that it might be a good idea? You're saying that he convinced you, right?
Yes.
Objection, asked and answered about 3 times now.
Sustained.
And that he was very persuasive, right?
He was.
And so what you're saying is it wasn't your fault.
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered again.
Overruled. You may answer that question.
What do you mean by fault?
What does fault mean to you?
Culpability.
Pardon?
Culpability.
Right. He was culpable. He's the reason why you're in Arizona.
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
Well, one of the things that seems to be a trend here is that you seem to be saying, well, I had no control over that decision. That's not true, right?
It was my decision.
That's right. And you were the one that decided that to come out here, right?
Yes,
Even though you had broken up, right?
yes,
Even though at that point, there was no relationship between the two of you at that point, right?
there was still some kind of relationship.
Telephone relationship, right?
Telephone and mail.
Right. So there was this sort of relationship, but you knew that you were broken up, right?
Yes,
I mean, you were the one that announced that on June 29th of 2007, you broke up with him, right?
that's correct.
And if you broke up with him, that means you had the, if you will, the wherewithal, the psychological wherewithal to say, no, I've had enough, right?
I could have.
Well, no, you did say that. You broke up with him on June 29th, didn't you?
Objection, mischaracterizes the testimony.
Regarding the breakup, yes, I had the wherewithal.
Right. And then after that, you didn't move here to Arizona, right?
Not immediately.
No, the answer is no, right?
After the breakup, yes, I did move to Arizona.
Really? Immediately on June 30th of 2007, you moved to Arizona?
I said not immediately.
So you did move to Arizona on June 30th of 2007, right?
No,
You actually moved somewhere else to Big Sur.
no,
Right.
I was already in Big Sur for almost 2 months at that point.
Okay. So when did you come out here to Arizona if you were already up there for 2 months?
It would have been right before his birthday,
So when is his birthday?
July 28th.
So you came out here less or approximately 1 month after you broke up, right?
I came out here before that, but that's when I moved out here.
Okay, so you came out before, but you actually moved down here approximately 1 month after you broke up, right?
Yes,
And even though you guys are broken up, you moved to an area that's pretty close to him, right?
yes,
And in fact, as this thing progresses, you even moved to another home that's even closer to him, right?
that's right.
Even though that you're broken up, right?
Yes,
Even though you say that there were these trust issues, right?
yes,
Ma'am, one of the other individuals in your life was an individual by the name of Bobby Huatis. Do you remember him?
yes,
And you indicated that you met him and then at a carnival, right?
the county fair.
County fair,
Yes.
right? There were rides, that sort of thing there, right?
Yes,
And then after some time, you guys sort of just met. You didn't see him after that until you saw him at a football game, right?
that's right.
And you said, well, I'm not very aggressive, but I really went up to him and I introduced myself, right?
I didn't introduce myself. I just asked if he remembered me.
Well, you went up to talk to him. How about that?
Yes, him and some mutual friends.
Yeah, is that yes?
Yes,
So even though you say you're not real aggressive, you approached him. He did not approach you, right?
that's right.
And with Mr. Alexander, even though you're in Big Sur less than a month or approximately a month after you break up, you make the decision to come here, right?
Yes,
So you have the ability to be, if you will, a person who can make whatever decisions are necessary for yourself, right?
yes,
Even from the time that you were younger, it appears that you were, for example, assertive enough to go up to Mr. Huatis and say, do you remember me, right?
yes,
And he said he did remember you, right?
yes,
And you introduced yourself, right?
I already knew him.
So you knew his name, he didn't, you introduced yourself, right? Said, do you remember me? My name is so-and-so, something like that is the way you told him,
Something
right?
to that effect.
Right. And so after that, you and he start to have a relationship, right?
A friendship.
But at some point you become boyfriend and girlfriend, right?
Yes,
And that boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, how long did it last before you broke up?
we broke up several times.
No, the first time that you broke up. That's what I'm asking about.
I would say 5 months.
And after you broke up with him, or you broke up with him, right?
Yes,
And after you broke up with him, on September 23rd of 1997, you were working somewhere, weren't you?
97, yes,
Where were you working?
97. I think I was working at I was in Wairika, but I don't remember which restaurant. I had several restaurant jobs during that time in high school.
Well, you remember that you talked to us about September 23rd of 1997 and the restaurant that you were working at when you were on direct examination. Do you remember telling us that?
I think I said the Purple Plum.
But you're having trouble remembering that today, right?
September 23rd, 97, yes.
No, the restaurant that you were working at.
On that date, yes.
Yes, even though you told us what restaurant it was before, when you.
Well, to me, it's
I don't know.
You don't remember telling us what restaurant you worked at?
Not on that particular date.
How about, all right, how about a week before that date? Do you remember where you were working?
I was working at my dad's restaurant if it wasn't closed yet. If it was closed, I was at the Purple Plum or Grandma's house.
Do you remember that you told us that during this period of time, shortly before this September 23rd of 1997, that you were a server and an old individual, an old man came into the restaurant? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes,
Are you having trouble remembering that, or the way you said
I
it?
remember that incident.
Yes, you do remember that?
Yes,
And he used to come in, and according to you, he had a dog-eared Bible. Do you remember telling us that?
yeah, it was a pocket size. New
Pocket
Testament.
size, right. And you remember that he talked to you about some of the scriptures and some of the verses inside that Bible, right?
I remember that.
And according to him, as you told it to us, the end of the world, pursuant to his calculations after reading the Bible, was September 23rd, 1997, right?
Yes,
And one of the things that immediately popped in your mind was that, well, Bobby, you thought about Bobby at that time, right?
not immediately, but very soon after that.
Right. And one of the things that you told us was that he was not very religious, right?
Yes,
So why would he care to hear from you if some old guy is talking to you about the end of the world? Why do you think he would even care?
it felt like it was a moral responsibility.
Yes, you say that you feel it was a moral responsibility, but given what your relationship was and he wasn't religious, why would you think that he would care?
My fear was that he wouldn't care.
Well, and so what, how is that relevant to you? How is that important to you since you're not even dating the guy? Why would you even care?
I cared about his eternal salvation.
Did you also go to your parents and say, Mom, Dad, I care about your salvation? Did you also go to talk to them too?
Ken had already talked to them.
Pardon?
Ken had already talked to them about
The
that.
bottom line is, did you go to them to talk to them to make sure they got the message?
It would have been redundant, so no.
Ma'am, the answer is yes or no. Did you go to them or not?
sustained.
So you didn't go to them, right?
No.
And did you go to anybody? You were still in high school at the time, right?
Yes,
You didn't go to anybody else in high school with this message, did you?
I talked about it.
You didn't go to them with the message the way that you approached Bobby, though, did you?
Well, since Bobby and I weren't talking, I guess that would be correct.
Right, because, and let's say, for example, if the people that you went to talk to at your school, high school, said, hey, I don't want to talk about it, you'd leave them alone, right?
Objection calls for speculation. What she did 15, 20 years ago,
Oh,
what she would have done.
overruled.
I guess so.
Pardon?
I guess so.
Well, no, you were the person back then, and you knew how you were, right?
Yes,
And you wouldn't have. If they'd have told you, leave me alone, you'd have left them alone, right?
yes,
Well, but you treated Bobby differently, didn't you?
no,
Well, isn't it true that you picked up the phone to let him know about this impending doomsday and called him, didn't you?
that's the reason I called him.
Right, you did call him, correct?
Yes,
And you called him, and he answered the telephone, right?
yes,
And you identified yourself, didn't you?
no.
Well, you spoke, didn't you?
Oh, I did identify myself. I'm sorry. Yes,
And he knew who you were because you identified yourself, right?
yes. The first night,
Ma'am, is that yes? You did identify yourself,
I
right?
said yes.
And he hung up on you, didn't he?
Yes,
And according to you, the reason you were calling was because, well, it was the end of the world, right?
No, not
Well,
yet.
didn't you tell us that the reason you were calling him was because September 23rd of 1997 was impending and you wanted to let him know?
Yes,
So after that first call, he didn't call you back, did he?
no.
But you persisted, didn't you?
I called the next night.
The answer is you continued to call, right?
One more time. Yes.
Right. And you called the next night again, right?
Yes.
Didn't you get the message when he hung up on you the first night that he didn't want to talk to you?
Objection, argument.
I got that impression.
If somebody hangs up on you, isn't that a clear message to you that they don't want to talk to you? More
Not
than an impression?
necessarily.
Pardon?
Not necessarily.
So if somebody hangs up to you, that doesn't necessarily mean that they don't want to talk to you?
No.
Well, what other reason would they be hanging up on you if they don't, other than they don't want to talk to you?
It could be accidental. It could be a malfunction of the phone. It could be anything without explanation. I wouldn't know.
Okay, so that's, all right. But then you call them, why didn't you, if you thought that that was the problem that first night, why didn't you just call them right away? Why didn't you just pick up the phone and call them right away? To make sure that it wasn't a mechanical malfunction. Why didn't you do that?
I think I was kind of shy.
You think you were kind of shy, but that didn't stop you from calling the next day, right?
It took that long to work up the courage
Ma'am,
again.
it didn't, the shyness that you professed did not stop you from calling the next day, right?
Objection, ask and answer. She just explained.
Sustained.
And this shyness that you professed didn't stop you from going up to him in a football game and introducing yourself to him, right?
Objection, ask and answer.
Sustained.
Now, you then do call him the next day, right?
Yes.
What time of the day was it?
I don't recall. It would have been after school, I think.
Would it be after work too, or no?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
I usually wasn't scheduled on school days.
Okay, and so you call him and you dial his number and you get him again, right?
Yes.
He answers the phone, right?
Yes.
And after he answers the phone, you identify yourself again, right?
This time I didn't.
Did you say something?
Yes.
So you didn't identify yourself, but your voice came through the wire line, right?
Yes.
And immediately, upon hearing your voice, he hung up on you again, didn't he?
That's right.
Didn't say a word to you, did he?
No.
Well, ma'am, with regard to that, you didn't really, then he calls you back though, right?
A few days later, yes.
Yeah, and he calls you back and you begin to talk, right?
Yes.
And it really isn't your fault. You can't take no responsibility for it that he actually called you back, can you? Or that the friendship was rekindled, right? Because he called you back, right?
Objection, argument.
Overruled.
I don't know what you mean by fault.
Well, responsibility. How about that? Weren't you the one that was actually responsible for him calling you back?
Objection, Your Honor, call for speculation. I don't know why he called back.
Sustained.
Ma'am, he hadn't called you back, or he hadn't called you before those 2 telephone calls, had he?
No.
He only called you back after those 2 telephone calls, right?
Yes.
And according to you, the reason for that was because you thought it was the end of the world, right?
Yes.
And so then you again start this relationship with Mr. Huatis, right?
What was that question?
You start this relationship with Bobby again, right?
Yes.
And at first you're friends again, right?
Yes.
And you stay friends until it becomes more than that, right?
Yes.
Sure. At some point you even moved in with him, didn't you?
Yes.
And this is during the time that you are what, a senior in high school?
Junior.
Is this shortly before you dropped out or not?
Shortly before I dropped out.
Right. And according to you, you were in school and you had a history test, right?
Yes.
And the way you told it is that you were very studious. You were studying for this history test, weren't you?
I
In the
wasn't
car.
very studious, but I was studying.
Right. You were studying at a time where you had to be somewhere else, right?
Yes.
And your father caught you, right?
Yes,
Well, the reason you were studying at a time that you should have been in school was because you hadn't prepared for whatever reason to be ready to take this test, right?
that's right.
But that's your fault that you weren't prepared, right?
Yes,
But the way you made it sound when your father grounded you was that he was being mean to you, the way you presented it as part of your childhood.
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you happy the fact that he grounded you for 3 months?
happy? No.
You're pretty unhappy about it, weren't you?
I was stunned.
Pardon?
I was stunned.
Stunned. So just because you were stunned, you decided to move out, right?
That was not the main reason. That was just the last straw.
Well, do you remember telling us that once he grounded you for 3 months, you said it on direct, that was the reason why you decided to move out, right?
Yes, that was the last straw.
That's the reason then, right?
Objection, mischaracterizes her testimony.
Overruled. You may answer.
Right?
What was the question?
The reason that you moved out was because your father grounded you for 3 months, right?
That was one of the reasons.
And then you moved in with Mr. Huatis, right?
That's right.
And the way you present this is like, you never seem to take responsibility, man.
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the evening recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 10:25, which would be the jury room. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. You are excused. Please be seated. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Arias, you may step down.
Steve. Steve.
Seated. The record will show the presence of the
Hold
jury, the
on.
defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Arias, you are
Oh,
still
let
under
me
arrest.
find the right one that I'm on. Hold on.
Martinez, you may continue.
Okay, before we get back to Mr. Martinez continuing, welcome everybody. Welcome. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you haven't done so already, please hit the like. That's all I ever ask anybody to do here. Steve, you're precious, honey. Listen, Steve, we're trying to keep you safe from women like this, and you're just falling right into it. Actually, I could tell you a little bit about what's going on here. I could see how somebody could come in at this point and it just looked like poor little Jodi is sitting up there and being badgered and led into answering certain questions the way that she's answering them. But you really have to go back to the beginning and watch everything that is played out. This is a total different Jodeci, Joe Killer Jodi, Joe Killer D. This is a totally different woman than what we saw when she was talking to her defense lawyer. Then when Juan Martinez came in and started the cross-examination, the first day she was on the stand with him, she was a cocky little bitch that smiling at the jury, talking, she brought all the sass, right, in all the wrong ways. And then we went to today's, which is what we were just watching. And she's another different Jodi. You could tell her lawyers told her, look, we know he's getting under your skin, which is his job. But you can't be a condescending little bitch, which is what she was being the first day that she was being cross-examined. So she comes back in on this day, and now we've got the little librarian again. And so it looks like she's being picked on by this beast of a man. And poor Jodi, her whole life, you guys, has been nothing but men treating her badly. And Travis, he was so mean to her, y'all, that he held a gun to her head and made her keep coming back for more every time. Now it would be the first person to say over and over and over again, Travis was an asshole. I think every woman in here that knows about this case or that has watched this case up to this point will tell you he was a complete asshole and we wouldn't have anything to do with him. Do I believe that he was ever physical with her? No. But do I think that he pushed every button he could push and he was abusive mentally and sexually with her? Yes. But you treat people, you teach people to treat you the way that you want to be treated. She never stood up for herself. She never walked away. In fact, when he finally, you heard her right there. They broke up again, supposedly broke up. And what did she do? Instead of just going back to where she came from, which was hours away, and starting over or going back to somebody else, she moves to his hometown. And then she starts crawling through the doggy door. And then she starts just showing up at his house. And then she slashed his tires a couple of times. And then she would do that womanly thing that he was so addicted to. See, Travis Alexander was, by all accounts and purposes, a good Mormon boy. And he actually baptized Jodi because she converted to Mormonism because he told her he can't date anybody that was out of his faith. So, what the hell, just go ahead and convert to that. And so he baptized her and they started a sexual relationship. Well, guess what? A good old Mormon boy is not going to marry a girl that's just going to give him the cow without having to pay for the milk. Right? So she was a great fuck buddy, but she wasn't wifey material. And when she finally figured that out, she was wanting to change him. She wanted him to believe that she could be everything that he wanted in a wife, but she could also be whatever he needed in the bedroom too. And the two were not going to mix. They weren't going to mix. So here we are. No, I don't think you're feeling bad for her. I'm just trying to make people understand that, there have been a lot of people that have come in and they've been, they see what she wants them to see. And so I'm just giving you the 411 on it. Now, Travis, like I said, in my book, in my view, and they proved it just by letting us listen to their taped audio calls that Jodi says that Travis agreed to. Whatever. I mean, I would never agree to taped audio calls, but I guess he did. She says he did. I mean, there's no one to say he didn't. I don't think he did, but it's my word against hers, I guess. But we got to hear firsthand out of the horse's mouth, Mr. Travis Alexander, just how rude he could be. And most women, I don't think, would put up with it. But she did, for whatever reason, whether it was low self-esteem, maybe, I don't know, maybe men just really didn't treat her good. Maybe she didn't know her own worth. I don't know. But whatever the reason, I'd have walked faster than I walked in. So, listen, Jodi knows right from wrong. She knows right from wrong. And no matter what an asshole he was, whatever you want to call him, no matter what he was, he didn't deserve his life to be ended the way that it was. All I will say to anybody that has not seen any of the crime scene pictures, I'm giving you the one and only warning that you will hear come out of my mouth. If you want to see them, look at them with your own risk, because I will tell you, I've looked at a lot of crime scene photos in my time, and those are the worst of the worst that I've ever seen, ever. So they're out there. It's sad, but also very educational. Now, people are coming in here and have asked, why are we doing this? I mean, this this is what, 18 years now, 18 years. And the deal is that out of all of the true crime that's being covered today, at least once you're going to hear this trial right here come up in any new cases, because this was a learning curve, just like the O.J. Simpson one was a learning curve in the court cases. I mean, they brought, real DNA for the first time, and we learned how money talks, and that you could stand right there in line. It doesn't make a difference, and you could ruin people's careers. And we learned all kind of stuff from O.J. Simpson that actually changed our way that we try court cases now. And this is another one of those. This is another one of the cases that comes up a lot because, first of all, like, we're covering the Nancy Guthrie case during the day, and we talk about the blood splatter that is on her porch from Nancy, and automatically we go back to the blood splatter that was at the Travis Alexander crime scene. So you learn something from different crime scenes that help you in the next case. So because this case comes up in nearly every case nowadays that you hear about, those of us that do hang out over in the Discord and have had a long-standing relationship together, we're just like, let's cover it and see. I never even ever thought for 1 second that there would be this many people that would be interested in it, much less this many people that don't know about this case. I'm floored, completely floored. This was the biggest case in the US at the time, just like the Idaho 4 was, right? So Possum says, let me post my first statement again for the new people. Their first statement. I'd have to go way up there. Can you just retype it? If you can retype it, help me help you. How about that? The faster you move, the quicker you sink. Jodi was obsessed with him immediately. You know what I think it really was? She was down on her luck, you guys. She really was. And then, she heard of this company, Prepaid Legal, which is what he worked for. And, she set it aside for, it was a pyramid scheme, you guys. That's what it was. And he worked for this. And those pyramid schemes, they make about 3 people pretty rich. And the rest of y'all's who join the pyramid scheme, for some reason, you're out money. And that's what was happening in this too. So anyways, after about 6 months of getting the pamphlet that, she should go check this out, the very first night that she shows up over in Las Vegas for one of their meetings to get more people to put more money into the pyramid scheme, she ends up meeting Travis Alexander. And I think it's because she saw, like, he was a guest speaker there. He was a big deal in the company. I mean, and you could tell the way he carried himself. Everybody liked him. He was a likable guy. He was an upstanding guy. I personally don't think he was that good looking. Hey, but to each their own. Maybe he had a great personality when you first meet him. I don't know what immediately attracted her to him. But that weekend, y'all, he treated her like a queen. He did. He let her sit. There's places you can sit down, like, when you have these conventions or whatever you call, there's certain places for only VIPs, and all the other peons, that they're trying to get the money out of, you're not allowed in that little area. Well, he has her come down there and sit with him, right? I mean, he treated her like a queen. And she, by the time that was all over with, he was smitten and she was smitten. Listen, I won't say that he wasn't attracted to her. She was a pretty girl. She was a pretty girl. Little did we know that she seriously had some psychological problems. And I won't say that she didn't. I understand that she has psychological problems, but that doesn't mean she didn't know right from wrong. If she didn't know right from wrong, the minute she finished killing him, she wouldn't have ran. She wouldn't have got rid of try to get rid of the camera that took all the pictures, right? She wouldn't have gotten rid of the murder weapons, which was a knife from his own kitchen and a gun that she stole from her own grandparents to kill this man. So when you want to say, oh, she lost her shit. Well, okay, she lost her shit, but she planned on losing her shit way back in Wairika, California, where she actually stole the gun and then drove her ass all the way to Mesa. So please tell me how she just lost her shit or she just snapped. None of that says I snapped. That says I'm stealing a gun from grandpa. I'm going to drive my ass to Mesa and I'm going to kill him. That's what that says to me. I mean, but what do I know? I just run a YouTube channel. That's it. Hello, Darlene. Good to see you, love bug. Thank you for coming in. All right, we're going to get back to it. She's still on the stand. I think this is the last day, you guys, that she is actually on the stand. So let's check it out. And then now she didn't snap. These people are very calculated. Well, you wouldn't believe how many people are saying that. They're just like, you know, she was treated so bad that she just snapped. Well, bringing the gun, I mean, she must have snapped way over there, but then that loses the whole meaning of what snapped means, right? Darlene's been watching from the bushes over there in the outback. All right, guys, we're going to keep going with this because I'm sure you'd rather hear this than my mouth. Thank you, everybody, for being here. If you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, will you do that for me? And I appreciate it. Let's keep going. And was it Trisha? Did you ask me what day it was? This is day 23. This is day 23 that we're going into right now. I think let me just make sure what it says down here. Shout out to David Lord. This is his work, you guys, not mine. So let's see. This is February 26th. So they started on the 13th. Right? No, wait a minute. March 3rd. Wait, I forget. Anyways, on February 26, 2013, Jodi Arias' trial was dominated by testimony about sex and memory problems. Boy, don't we know about that. So this right here is no sidebars, and it's a 1 of 3 as well. So I will shut the hell up, and we will keep going with this. I can look right here and see. Hold on. Give me a second here, guys. So we're on day 23. Day 23. And then day 24, she's still on the stand. Day 25 is going to be real good because that's when she has to really discuss the killing of him. So we'll just keep going, and whoever wants to be here for as long as you can be here. And if I don't get too tired, then but I will, just for those that don't know, I will be back on later. It's already 4:15. I'm in Indiana, 4:15 in the morning. I will be back on at midnight tonight going into tomorrow. Does that make sense? So Monday night, I will be going back on at midnight. So less than 24 hours from now. And we'll still be doing this case. Also, I will have a live schedule today for about 4 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern Standard Time, where we will go over the updates on the Nancy Guthrie case. All right, here we go.
Now, when you were 17 years old, you moved out of your parents' household and you moved in with Bobby Huatis, correct?
Yes,
And you and he began living at his grandmother's house, correct?
I believe it was his grandparents, but he called them his parents.
And this was in Montague, correct?
Yes,
And the address actually was 611 North 9th Street in Montague, California, in Montague, correct?
I don't remember the house number, but 9th Street is correct.
And part of what happened when you were living with him was that you and he became much closer, right?
We just continued our relationship.
Right, but it got to a point, though, that you felt something, right? That something was wrong.
Yes, oh yeah, that's right.
and you felt like something was wrong, and so it was something that was inside you, and so that for a period of time you kept it inside you, but there was a feeling that something was wrong involving your relationship with Mr. Huatis, right?
It was more than a feeling, but
When you say it was more than a feeling, what are you talking about? Did you see something else or what?
I saw and heard, yes.
And you saw, before you did anything, what did you see?
He used to talk on the phone a lot with a woman that he was friends with prior to a relationship, that he had been interested, said he was no longer interested, but their conversations were long, kind of a little over the line from what I think was appropriate for a boyfriend of mine.
So you had this sense that something was wrong. He was talking on the telephone to somebody that he previously knew before, correct?
Yes,
And this individual was in New Orleans, Louisiana, correct?
yes,
And because the conversations took a long time, that was something that sort of gave a rise to you to feel that something was wrong additionally, right?
that and he had had a prior interest in her.
Okay, so he had a prior interest in her and he was on the telephone, and you believed also that the subject matter that he was addressing on the telephone was something that was also inappropriate, right?
Somewhat, yes.
When you say somewhat, it means it wasn't. So what are you talking about? What is the subject matter? Don't tell me what he said. What subject matter did they discuss that you thought was inappropriate?
It was more, I don't remember a specific subject matter. It was the tone and the way he spoke to her and that kind of thing.
Okay, so now it wasn't the subject matter, it was just the tone that you're talking about, right?
No, it was subject matter. I just don't remember what specific subject matter.
And as a result of that, one of the things that happened is that you had a car, right?
Yes,
And you would drive him around occasionally, right?
all the time.
So you would drive him around then, right?
Yes,
And at some point, one day you were going to go to work, right?
yes,
And when you were going to work, one of the things that happened was that you and he stopped at the library, right?
that's right.
And you stopped at the library so that he could go onto a computer there at the library and log on and look at whatever it is that he was going to look at, right?
Both of us, yes,
Well, did you get on that same computer with him?
yes,
So at the same time that you're on there, you go onto that computer and you're looking at what's going on, right?
yes, for one period of time, yes.
When you say long period of time, how long were you on there? That's a long period of time while you're at the library.
I didn't say long, I said one.
One period of time. Is that what you said?
Yes,
So are you saying it was just one time?
that day, yes.
So that day, as I understand what you're saying is you go to the library with him and he gets on the computer and you're looking at this computer too.
We get on the computer together.
Okay, both of you get on the computer. Do you use a code, a password, or how is it that it works?
There was no code necessary for the websites we were visiting at that moment.
So anybody can get on the computers there at the library without a password and get to somebody's, for example, Hotmail account, right?
I think there would be a password necessary for Hotmail, but I don't know. You could get on the computer without a password necessary or a login in Wairika in 1997 at that time, yes.
So
Or that was 98, excuse me.
So in order to log in, what you're saying is you did or you didn't need a password to get onto the computer,
Did not need a password to get on the computer.
but you did need a password to get onto, for example, a specific Hotmail account, right?
That's right.
Or a Gmail account if that was around, correct?
Yes, I would think. I don't know about Gmail.
Okay, but it was Hotmail back then, correct?
Yes,
And both of you went onto this computer and he looked at whatever he was looking at and you looked at whatever you were going to look at, and then you dropped him off at a friend's house, I think is what you said, right?
well, there was one thing that happened in between that.
Pardon?
There was one thing that happened in between that.
I understand that you want to tell me about that, but you did drop him off at some point, right?
Yes,
And after you dropped him off, you were supposed to go to work, weren't you?
yes,
That's what you told us on direct examination, right?
that's right.
And after you went to work, and you didn't tell us about anything that was in between there on direct examination, did you?
I don't know.
Do you have a problem with your memory? I mean, this was approximately no more than 2 weeks away,
I don't think I have a problem.
but you don't remember things that happened within 2 weeks, do you?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
And in this case, you don't, right?
I don't remember if I gave you the details
So the answer
or
is
not.
yes or no. Do you remember?
Remember what?
What are we talking about?
We're talking about the incident.
Right, and what specifically of the incident are we talking about?
I'm not sure.
So you're having trouble focusing on what's being asked of you today in addition to having memory problems?
Yes,
So when I asked you about what was going on involving Mr. Huatis, you had no problem, at least understanding that we're talking about Mr. Huatis, right?
That's right.
And you had no problem understanding that we were talking about the time that you and he went to the library so that you could get onto the computer and look at the computer, right?
That's right.
And during that time, after you looked at the computer, you were going to go to work, right?
Yes.
And on the way to work, you dropped off Mr. Huatis, wherever it was that you dropped him off, right?
Yes.
And after you dropped him off, you, because of whatever reason, decided to go back to that computer, right?
That's right.
And what you're telling us is that when you went back to that computer, you hit backspace, right?
Yes.
That's what you told us on direct examination, right?
Yes.
And when you hit backspace, you were able to access Bobby's Hotmail account, right?
Yes.
Even though that's password protected, right?
Only if you log out.
So if you don't log out, you can get right back on, right?
As long as you're not logged out.
And
Yes.
so in this particular case, the security there at this library is such that, or was such that somebody, if they didn't log out, anybody could have come in and looked at what was going on, right?
Yes.
And in this case, that's what you're telling us what happened, right?
Yes. He did not log out.
And you didn't think of telling him to log out either, right?
By that point, I was on
Yes or
another
no?
computer.
Yes or no?
No.
And with regard to the portion of the Hotmail that you were obviously looking at the Hotmail account, the two of you together, right?
No.
Well, if you need a password to get into the Hotmail account, and you said that both of you were looking at this account,
I didn't say that.
didn't you tell us that you and he went onto this computer together?
That's right.
And that you were there when he was looking at this computer, right?
Yes.
And you're also telling us that you need a password to look at the Hotmail account, right?
That's right.
So while you're sitting there and while he puts the password in for his Hotmail account, he accesses or looks at his Hotmail account in front of you, right?
No.
Well, I thought you were sitting next to him.
I was at one point.
And now you're not sitting next to him when he's looking at his Hotmail account, right?
No, I went to my own computer to log into my email.
So the answer is no, you weren't sitting next to him when he was looking at his Hotmail account, right?
Yes.
And you went over to your another computer to look at this point, right?
Yes.
How long were the both of you there at the library?
I don't remember, but it wasn't too long.
And after that is when you dropped him off somewhere, right?
Yes, at his friend's house.
And that's when you had this idea to go back to look at his computer, right?
That's right.
And did you think of asking him what he was doing?
I did ask him.
And you weren't satisfied with his response, were you?
That's right.
You were suspicious, right?
Very.
And so you were, at that point, very direct about or focused about what you were going to do, right?
Yes.
You were going to go back to that account, to that library to see what was in that computer, right?
Yes.
Even though that was not your account, right?
Yes.
You, in a sense, were snooping in somebody else's mail, weren't you?
I guess you could put it that way.
No, I want to know how you would put it.
That's
Is there
not how I
any-
would put it.
Ma'am, is there any other way to put it other than that you were looking at things that were not yours to look at?
I would put it a different way.
You would put, it's not snooping then, even though that was not your account.
That's not how I would put it.
I know that's not how you would put it, but that's what you were doing, right?
It could be looked at that way.
Well, I'm asking how you would look at it. In other words, did you tell Bobby, hey, I'm going to go back and look at your account? You didn't do that, right?
No.
You didn't say to him, and then when I go back to look at this account, I'm going to look to see whether or not there are any letters between you and this woman, right?
No.
And in fact, you didn't tell him, and if I find something, I'm going to print those letters out, right?
I didn't know that.
Well, you didn't tell him that any of that before you went there, did you?
No, I did not.
And you did all of this without his permission, right?
Yes.
And so you go back and you tell us that you hit the backspace button and you're then into his Hotmail account, right?
That's right.
So how much time passed between the time he was on there and the time that you came back?
Well, it's Wairika, so not much time. He wasn't far.
Give me a time. It maybe doesn't matter where you are. I just want to know how much time.
Between what and what again?
What are we talking about, man?
We're talking about the incident.
Right? And we're talking about where you took him, right?
Yes.
And we're talking about you coming back, right?
Okay.
And we're also talking about the time that he logged in initially, right?
Okay,
And we're talking about how much time elapsed between the time he logged in and the time you came back and hit that backspace button.
I don't know.
Could it have been an hour?
No, it was not an hour. I almost had to be at work like right then.
What's that?
I had to be to work almost right then. So it was only a matter of minutes.
So you decided to, so it's only a matter of minutes. You're saying it was about 5 minutes then?
Objection. Mischaracterizes her testimony.
Restate your question.
How many minutes?
I don't know. I wasn't timing it.
Did you, after that, did you go to work and say, hey, I'm not going to come into work? Or did you go back to the library?
At what point?
At the point that you decide to go back to the library.
I went to the library first before going to work.
I'm not asking you that. Did you notify work, ma'am, that you were going to be late?
Objection as to relevance.
Overruled.
I notified them that afterward I did. I didn't notify them that I'd be late. I notified them that I wasn't coming in that night.
Right? In other words, you didn't even have the courtesy to tell them that you weren't going to come in until after this computer issue was
Objection, argumentative
presented.
relevance.
Sustained.
So you didn't tell them that you weren't going to go to work until after this computer incident, right?
Argumentative relevance. It restated the same question.
Overruled.
After the computer, is that what you asked?
Yes.
Yes, I was too upset.
And how long, did I ask you if you were upset, ma'am?
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
No,
So did you then go to the computer and you started looking at it, right? You hit the backspace button, right?
yes,
Did it take you directly to his correspondence?
yes,
And you started reading things, right?
yes.
What was the name of this woman?
I don't remember.
And you
It was a
did print
nickname.
out some of the letters, right?
Yes,
And you believe that they were inappropriate, right?
yes.
And they were inappropriate. They didn't have any, they weren't of a sexual nature, were they?
No,
They were just sort of friendly kind of letters, right?
they were beyond friendly.
Well, they weren't sexual though, right?
No,
And they didn't indicate that they had met recently or anything like that, right?
they had never met before.
And they had never had any sort of, I don't know, physical contact. They had, the point is they hadn't met before, correct?
Not by that point.
They hadn't met before at the point that you are looking at these letters, right?
Yes, not by that point.
And you then, however, decided that there was a problem here, that he was cheating on you, right?
Yes,
And that sort of validated what you had been feeling, right?
yes, very much.
And so you decided to do something about it right then and there, right?
Yes.
You didn't go into work, right?
I did not.
You did notify them that you were not going to go into work that day. That was what you told us, right?
Yes, I did.
Where were you working?
I think I was working at the Purple Plum.
And then you went to where Mr. Huatis was, and you started to talk to him about these letters, right?
First, I printed them and then I went there with them.
You did go to talk to Mr. Huatis, correct?
Yes,
And you had these letters, and you confronted him with them, with the letters, right?
yes,
Ma'am, in your personal life, not the professional life, but in your personal life, you're very direct when you feel that you've been aggrieved, aren't you?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
it depends on how comfortable I am with the person.
Well, you were comfortable enough to immediately confront Bobby, right?
Absolutely.
Because you had a relationship, right?
Yes,
You didn't waste any time going right to him and saying, look, I have these letters and they're a problem for me, right?
I didn't say that.
You didn't go to him, you didn't go to him with these letters?
I did, but I didn't say what you said.
Well, so you told him you were okay with the letters then, right?
I didn't say that either.
Well, you let him know that you had a problem with those letters, didn't you?
I didn't say anything. I handed them
oh,
to him
so
and
you-
cried, and he read them.
So you went in there, you gave him the letters and you started to cry, right?
Yeah,
But that was after you had not gone into work, after you had sort of gone into his computer, his personal items, and then immediately, within minutes, because Wairika is very small according to you, you were there confronting him, right?
I guess you could say confrontation.
No, I don't want you to say, I don't want you to guess at anything. You were there showing him these letters, whether you were saying a word or not, you were there, right?
Define showing, I just handed them to him.
Okay, giving somebody the letters, that doesn't mean showing to you?
They were folded up.
Giving somebody the letters doesn't mean showing them to that person?
It could.
It could. Well, you were there. If you gave him those letters, your intent was for him to look at them, right?
Yes.
So when you gave them to him, you showed him the letters, right?
He reviewed them.
Ma'am, did you show him the letters? Just give them to us.
Sustained.
After you gave him the letters, he began to read them, right?
Yes.
And you were standing there, right?
Yes.
And you did not waste, in other words, you immediately went to see him, right? There wasn't anything intervening other than going to work and letting them know that you were not going to come into work, right?
Actually, that's not right. I did go home and get all my things and move it out. Then I took it over.
So you were even more assertive than that. You were not going to put up with any of this. You put the stuff that you had at his house and then you moved out, right?
Yes.
That's very assertive, isn't it? Even at the age of 17 or 18, isn't it?
Sustained.
Well, you didn't waste any time at that tender age, did you?
No, I'd never been cheated on before.
Ma'am, did I ask you whether you'd been cheated on before?
No.
I'm asking you whether or not at that moment you made that decision and you moved out, right?
Yes.
Weren't going to put up with it, right?
No.
And then you went to talk to him about it, right?
Yes.
And then you guys broke up about it over it.
We actually didn't.
You stayed with him then, right?
Yes.
Even though you felt that you had been cheated on, you decided to stay, right?
After some talking, I
The
did.
answer is yes or no. Did you decide to stay?
Eventually, yes.
Eventually means that there was something that happened in between, and you're telling us that you talked about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
That's yes.
Where did you go with your stuff? Where did you actually spend the night that night after you took your stuff and put them in the car?
My grandmother's.
And how long did you stay there?
I don't remember. It wasn't too long.
Was it days? Was it hours?
Probably a few days.
So after a few days, you decided to get back with Bobby, right?
Yes.
And that was your decision, right?
To get back with him?
Yes. That was after talking to him, right?
Yes.
Whatever it was that he said, and whatever thoughts you were thinking, you felt comfortable enough to go back, right?
Yes.
Additionally, do you remember when we talked about Matthew McCartney?
Yes.
You sort of did the same thing with regard to him, didn't you?
In what way?
In the way that we're talking about. You
Be more
found out,
specific.
okay, you had a feeling. Do you remember after looking at a photograph?
Yes.
And based on that feeling, you drove to Crater Lake, right?
No.
Where did you drive to, ma'am?
I drove to Crater Lake, but not based on a feeling.
Well, you saw a photograph with the letter B on it, right?
Yes.
And you believed that something was going on, right?
Not at that point.
Well, at some point, you did go to Crater Lake. What is it that you learned that allowed you to go to Crater Lake?
Two of his coworkers told me that he was
You were
with a
working,
girl
right?
named Bianca.
The question.
Initial response.
A couple was came into my work and they told me that they wanted to tell me something and it was about Bianca.
And so you saw the photograph, you heard this, and you immediately left work, right?
I went home early, yes.
But you immediately left work. Isn't that what I asked you?
No, I had to do some side work before I left.
All right. How much time elapsed between the time that you heard about this and the side work?
Probably 5 to 10 minutes.
And so then after 5 or 10 minutes, you left because you were going to go take care of this issue by speaking with Bianca, right?
First, I drove to Ashland.
Did I ask you where you went?
Yes.
No, I asked you whether or not you went to speak to Bianca. Did you go speak with her that day?
Yes.
Didn't you tell us that you drove an hour and a half?
I believe it was about that long.
And so you weren't going to put up with that either, were you?
Put up with what?
Well, what is it that we're talking about here?
Which part put up with?
Were you going to put up with what we just talked about? Are you having problems understanding again what's going on?
Sometimes, because you go in circles.
Well, I'm asking you, did you have any problem knowing that we were talking about Matthew McCartney?
No.
Did you have any problem that we were discussing Bianca?
No.
Did you have any problem after you told us that you were at work, right?
Did I have any problem?
Understanding that.
No.
Do you have any problem understanding that after 5 to 10 minutes you left, right?
That's right.
And then after 5 or 10 minutes, you went and drove an hour and a half to speak with Bianca, right?
No,
What did you do in between?
I drove about 15 miles south to my home in Ashland, got out of my stinky work clothes and just threw on some jeans and t-shirt and hit the road.
So other than the stop at your house to change clothing, you did go straight to talk to Bianca, right?
Yes,
Because you, whenever you feel that something's not right, that's your personality, it appears, you are going to confront that person, right?
not necessarily.
Or not necessarily, well, the two occasions that we know of with the two boyfriends, isn't that what you've done?
Yes,
And so with regard to Mr. Alexander, sort of the same thing happened back in August of 2007, didn't it?
no, it was in June.
Pardon?
June.
Well, do you remember talking to us about an incident that happened in August of 2007 when you were looking inside and you saw him kissing a woman? Do you
Oh
remember
yeah, that
that?
incident was August.
Do you remember that?
Yes,
And that you weren't happy with that incident, were you?
no,
And you thought you were being courted, right?
I was being courted.
And you felt that you were being wronged, right?
I wouldn't say wronged.
Well, you felt strong enough about it to then go confront him the next day, didn't you?
I don't even know if it was confrontation. It was very
Well-
non-confrontational on my end.
You went to see him, right?
Yes,
You went to talk to him, right?
yes,
You went to clear things up, right?
yes, exactly.
You just have a problem with the word confrontation because you say you are not confrontational, right?
No, it's because I wasn't allowed to be confrontational with Travis.
Well, you're saying that right now that you're not allowed. How could he possibly control how you acted?
He had that control.
You're saying that he controlled you so much that when you were in his presence, you had no free will. That's what you're telling us, right?
That's not what I said.
Well, you could have left anytime you were in his presence, couldn't you?
Yes,
You did have the opportunity to never go there if you didn't want to, right?
yes,
In fact, you moved to Wairika when you wanted to, didn't you?
not when I wanted to, but eventually.
Well, wait a minute. You said you were going to leave around March. You talked to him about leaving in March, and by April, you're gone, right?
Yes,
So that's leaving when you want, right?
no, I wanted to leave much earlier.
Well, you could have made arrangements to do that, right?
If I had the financial means, yes,
Well, you spoke with your mom about it, didn't you?
eventually.
In your personal dealings, you don't waste any time, do you?
No, I'm a procrastinator.
Oh, so even though these examples indicate that you acted immediately, you believe that you procrastinate, right?
I didn't act immediately in August 2007.
Well, with regard to Mr. Huatis, you acted immediately, right?
Yes, I did.
With regard to Mr. McCartney, you acted immediately, right?
Yes.
And with regard to Mr. Brewer, you acted immediately too, right?
Regarding what?
What are we talking about here, ma'am?
Mr. Brewer never cheated on me to my knowledge.
Well, I'm not asking you about cheating. I'm asking about you getting out of relationships. You did get out of that relationship almost immediately upon meeting Mr. Alexander, right?
No. I
Well-
already had one foot out the door on that relationship.
But once you met Mr. Alexander, you got back home and immediately that Thursday, you told Mr. Brewer that it was over, right?
Immediately, as in 4 days later?
Yes, immediately and as in 4 days later, right?
Yes.
So you got home on a Sunday and by Thursday, he was on the outs, right?
No, he was in the same house.
No, by the outs, I mean, he was no longer your boyfriend, right?
That's correct.
So when you decide something, you can do it if you want to, right?
Yes.
And in fact, with regard to, for example, with your mother, you feel that you act the same way with her. If there's something about her that you don't like, you act immediately on it, don't you?
Yes.
And in fact, you were talking about moving. She assisted you or attempted to assist you in moving, right?
Yes.
She came out in May, right? I'm
I
sorry, I
believe it was.
apologize. She came out in March, didn't she?
It was late March or early April.
Well, didn't she come out on Sunday, March 30th of 2008?
Sunday doesn't sound right.
Okay? But she came out in March, didn't she?
Yes. It might have been late March or early April.
And she came out, and when she came out, and she was acting in a way that you didn't like the way she acted, right?
During part of it, yes.
She was making stupid excuses, wasn't she?
Yes, about her flight.
Right. And she was also being negative, right?
Yes,
And because of that, you made sure that she went back, didn't you?
no, that was her decision.
So it was her decision after you indicated to her that she was making stupid excuses and that she was acting negative and you didn't need it around you, right?
Yes,
So in your personal life, ma'am, it appears from these examples that we've been talking about, if you feel something, just again, based on these examples, it looks like you are able to act upon them very quickly.
depends on the individual.
Well, I'm saying in these examples that we've talked about, it appears that you've been able to act very quickly, right?
In those examples, yes.
And so there's an indication somehow that when we were talking about Mr. Burns also, that you acted quickly with regard to him too, right?
What do you mean by quickly?
Well, you and he are talking on the telephone, correct, at some point during the beginnings of your relationship, right?
Yes,
And then you and he are starting to text message each other, right?
yes,
You almost very quickly decide to make plans to meet him, right?
after a few months.
Right? And then you then decide to drive out there and you actually do go out to the West Jordan area, don't you?
Yes,
And on the very first date, first time that you've been alone, you very quickly are having some sort of sexual contact with him, right?
no, there was no sexual contact.
So you're saying that based on your being on top of him and kissing him, that is not sexual contact.
I was on top of him sleeping.
Pardon?
When I was on top of him, we were sleeping.
But you woke up and you kissed him, didn't you?
After I moved and he adjusted himself.
So you're saying he adjusted himself. You didn't help with any of the
I
adjustments.
assisted him, yes.
Right. And basically that means putting your hands on his buttock area, right?
No, it was his shoulders.
So that additionally, with regard to Mr. Alexander, you broke up with him at the end of June of 2007, right?
Yes,
You were able to do that also, correct?
yes,
And you did it because of what you believe were trust issues, right?
yes.
Let's take a look at what you said about those trusts. This is Exhibit 479. Before we leave the issue involving Mr. Huatis, you and he were sexual, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you and Mr. Huatis engaged in anal intercourse, correct?
on 2 occasions.
So the answer is yes, you did, correct?
Yes, on 2 occasions.
Do you know somebody by the name of Richard Samuels?
Yes,
And he's an individual that has come out and is assisting in your defense, right?
that's right.
And with regard to him, you lied to him, didn't you?
Initially, I did.
No, when he asked you about this issue involving anal intercourse, you told him that the only person that you'd ever had anal intercourse with was Travis Alexander, right?
I told him on a regular basis, Travis only.
So what you're saying is that he got it wrong then, right?
I'm not saying that.
So are you saying that you did tell Mr. Samuels that you had had anal intercourse with other men?
If it was asked of me, then yes, I would have
So,
told him.
so he had to ask you then, right? In order for you to provide that information.
I answered whatever questions he asked.
And if he indicates that you did not tell him that, then that would be you not being truthful to him, right?
Rephrase.
Were you untruthful with him about whether or not you had had anal intercourse with Bobby Huatis?
No,
It's your statement that you did tell him that on 2 occasions you had anal intercourse with Bobby Huatis, right?
that's not my statement.
Well, did you or didn't you tell him that you had had anal intercourse with Bobby Huatis?
If it was discussed, I would have told
Ma'am,
him.
the answer
If
is
it wasn't
yes or no.
discussed, then I didn't tell him.
Judge, she's not responding.
She is, Judge.
Restate the question.
Yes or no, did you tell him that you had ever engaged in anal intercourse with Bobby Huatis?
I don't remember if it was discussed.
Again, do you have problems with your memory such that you can't remember things?
I don't consider that a problem, but there are things that I don't remember.
So you don't consider that a problem, that there's a lot of things that you don't remember in this case?
In this case, that is sometimes problematic, yes.
And with regard to the act itself, and part of the reason I bring it up is that, do you remember in this chat that you had with Mr. Alexander, you discussed baby oil. Do you remember that?
Objection, foundation, what act is he referring to?
Ma'am, there was a audio conversation that was played that took place on May 10th of 2008. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And do you remember that during that act, this issue involving KY came up? Do you remember that?
yes,
And do you remember that in it, you discussed how much better KY was than baby oil, right?
yes,
And the reason that you were able to say that was because you had experience with baby oil involving Mr. Huatis, right?
I think so.
Well, we don't want you to think. Isn't it true that when you and Mr. Huatis engaged in anal intercourse, you used baby oil, right?
I don't remember that far back what kind of lubricant we used.
But you do remember the telephone conversation that you had with Mr. Alexander dated of May 10th of 2008, right?
Yes,
And in it, you do discuss baby oil and KY, right?
yes.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 479. It's the monitor.
Yeah, during the relationship, I was very happy, you know, and it wasn't always perfect. Our relationship was by no means perfect. But just knowing him has taught me a lot.
Were you happy in your relationship with Travis?
Yes, I was. Yeah, during the relationship, I was very happy, you know, and it wasn't always perfect. Our relationship was by no means perfect. But just knowing him has taught me a lot.
Objection, Your Honor. Will we approach?
May.
You do indicate that he's an amazing person, right?
Yes,
And part of we've been told about in this particular proceeding is that you've been telling us nothing but negatives about him, correct?
that's all I was asked about. That's correct.
Well, the answer is yes, that's all you've been telling us about. But he is an individual that was somebody that you love, correct?
Yes,
And according to you, he was an amazing person.
yes,
And with regard to this amazing person, one of the things that we know is that when you broke up because you believed that he was being unfaithful to you, right?
I knew he was.
All right, and you knew that he was being unfaithful because you did, when he was asleep, you went into his telephone, right?
Yes,
And you looked at what was on his telephone, right?
that's right.
And you really didn't have permission to do that, did you?
No, I didn't. Actually, I did. I'm sorry, I did.
Oh, while he was asleep, you had permission to go in there?
He had offered, here, look at my phone, and I said no.
So right before he went to sleep, he said to you, here, have my phone, look at it.
It wasn't right before he went to sleep.
Ma'am, right before he went to sleep, did he say to you, here, take a look at my phone?
No, not right before he went to sleep.
So you decided, though, to go and look at that phone, though, right?
Yes,
And when you looked at that phone, you believe that you saw some text messages that were inappropriate, right?
I did see text messages that were inappropriate.
That you believe are inappropriate, right?
They were inappropriate.
And in fact, these text messages involve some individuals, some females, right?
I assume they were females. There were no names attached to the phone numbers.
All right. So it could have been guys, is that what you're saying?
Not likely, but I guess it's possible.
So you looked at these text messages, and according to you, the subject matter is what disturbed you, right?
Yes,
He was talking about meeting people, right?
yes,
And in fact, what you told us was that one of the persons was married, right?
no, that was his MySpace.
Okay, so that was something that occurred back at the time that you and he first started to date, right?
Prior to that, it
Right.
occurred a few months prior.
But the messages, what did they say? I'm not saying specifically, but what was the subject matter?
Things referencing specific sexual body parts, interacting with other sexual body parts, things like that, and plans in the making of meeting up at hotel rooms or his house, things like that.
And you were very offended by that, right?
Yeah, offended would be accurate.
Right? And you were so offended that you still decided to go on vacation with him, right?
That wasn't why.
Well, no, you were very offended. You just told us that, right?
I didn't say very, but yes. I
Okay,
was
you were offended, right?
I was hurt.
Ma'am, didn't you just say you were offended?
Offended would be accurate.
And didn't you just say it was a good word, right?
Yeah, there's many descriptors to use.
But you just said just now it was a good word, right?
Yes, I think.
You think. It means you don't remember what you just said?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You just said offended was a good word, and when I used it, then you took issue with it. Is it a good word or is it not a good word?
It depends on how you used it.
Well,
I
I'm
took
saying
issue.
you're the one that I asked you the question that you were offended, and you said offended is a good word, right? That's what you said, right?
I think so, yes.
So, well, you think so means you don't know, right?
I don't know.
Well, this just happened. How is it that you are not remembering what you're saying?
Because you're making my brain scramble.
I'm again making your brain scramble. So in this particular case, the problem is not you, it's the questions being posed by the prosecutor, right?
No, not
Yes
the
or no?
questions.
Yes or no?
I was saying no when you interrupted me.
So, no, so in this case, you're looking to point the finger at somebody else again, right?
No, it's my fault.
Well, you're saying it's the prosecutor that's asking you the questions, and that's creating a problem for you, right?
That's not what I said.
Well, you said it's the way you're posing the questions. You just said that, right?
I don't know.
You don't know what you just said, ma'am?
Objection, argument.
I don't know.
Didn't it just happen?
Yes.
So how is it that if it just happened, you can't even remember what you just said?
I think I'm more focused on your posture and your tone and your anger, so it's hard to process the question.
So the answer is, it's again the prosecutor's fault because you perceive him to be angry, right?
It's not your fault.
Well, is somebody asking you whose fault it is?
You did.
Well, you seem to be pointing it at the prosecutor, right? So you believe the reason that you can't be effective on the witness stand is because somebody is asking you questions in a way you don't like.
I think that was a compound question.
Ma'am, isn't it true that you are having problems up on the witness stand, according to you, because of the way the prosecutor is asking the questions, right?
Yes.
And so according to you, the truth with regard to this issue depends on the style that's being used, right? That's what the truth knows.
Objection, argument. Mischaracterizes her testimony.
You're saying that you are having trouble telling us, you're telling us the truth from the witness stand, right?
Absolutely.
You're telling us that you're having trouble telling us the truth because of the way the questions are being posed, right?
Objection, mischaracterizes her testimony.
I have no problem telling the truth.
I'm not asking you if you have a problem telling the truth, but what you seem to be telling us now is that you have problems telling us the truth now because of the way the questions are being phrased, right?
That's not right.
So it's something else then that the prosecutor is doing that's bothering you, right?
I don't know how to answer that.
Well, it's something else that the prosecutor is doing that's stopping you from telling us the truth, right?
I don't know how to answer that.
Why don't you know how to answer that? You're the one that brought it up. You're the one that pointed the finger at the prosecutor, right?
Objection, argument, badgering.
Ma'am, you're the one that complained about the way the questions were being posed by the prosecutor just now, didn't you?
Yes.
And you indicated that the prosecutor's posture was aggressive, right?
I didn't say aggressive.
You indicated posture though, right?
Yes.
And there was something with the prosecutor's posture that you have problems with, right?
I don't know.
Well, no, you're the one that's used the word posture, man. You're the one that said that you have problems with the posture. So is it the
It's not
posture?
the problem with your posture, it's that it creates a problem with me processing what you're saying because I'm focused more on your posture than the content of your question.
So you're saying that you need to take some more time between questions to answer them? Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes.
Well, no. Is that what's going to help your memory to take more time between the questions?
Sometimes.
What's your answer?
Sometimes.
Ma'am, with regard to this issue of posturing, do you remember back on July 15th of 2008 when Detective Flores interviewed you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he was sitting down, right?
Yes.
And his voice was very quiet, right?
Yes.
And when he was asking you these questions and his voice was very quiet, you still lied to him, didn't you?
Yes.
So it isn't have anything to do with the volume of the question then, does it? As to whether or not you'll tell the truth.
I'll always tell the truth.
Well, oh, so you'll always tell the truth. So you told the truth to Detective Flores back then, right?
I mean here under oath.
No, you said I always will tell the truth, right?
I said I will always tell the truth.
Right. Did you tell the truth? Isn't it true you did not tell the truth to Detective Flores?
That's true.
Okay? And he had posture or a demeanor where he was just sitting back, right?
He was leaning forward, but he
All
was.
right, he was sitting down, right?
Yes.
He wasn't standing, right?
Not for most of the interview. That's
No, he
right.
wasn't, was he? And the reason you're having problems now, is it because the prosecutor's standing?
It's my own internal mental problem, I think.
Well, if it's your own internal mental problem, that means that what you are telling us are inaccurate answers, right?
Objection.
No.
She said she had trouble recalling not telling the truth. This mischaracterized her testimony and this continued badgering.
Sustained as to the first objection, rephrase.
Here, are you having trouble because the prosecutor is standing?
Having trouble what?
What are we talking about here?
You're talking about the truth. I'm talking about memory.
Aren't we talking about answering the questions?
You keep saying truth. I'm referring to memory.
Aren't we, though, basically talking about you answering the questions?
Both regarding answering questions.
Right? Isn't that what we're talking about?
You keep mentioning truth. I'm not having a problem telling the truth.
All right. But you are having problems answering my questions, right?
I don't have a problem answering your question if I remember the answer.
So, but you just told us that you're having problems answering the question because of the prosecutor's posture. Didn't you tell us that?
That's not the direct reason, but that's a trigger.
Well, that's what you told us just now, right?
Something to that effect.
Right. And so would you like it if I stood over here like your counsel was asking you the questions? Would that make you feel more comfortable?
Objection, Your Honor, improper comment on counsel.
Sustained, rephrase.
Would it make you feel more comfortable if I stood over here and used the lectern, ma'am?
Why don't we approach him before he does the same thing over and over again, Judge?
Mr. Nermi, are you asking to approach
Yeah.
with an objection? You may approach. You may proceed.
Would you be more comfortable if I stood here?
No.
Would you be more comfortable if I stood back here?
Where you stand won't make a difference to my comfort.
So what you're saying is that you are hampered in your ability to answer the questions irrespective of where the prosecutor is, correct?
At times, yes.
Well, that's not how you phrased it initially. You're saying that you are having problems answering the questions because of the prosecutor's posture, right?
In that moment, that was correct.
So it changes from moment to moment then.
Sometimes, yeah.
So in this case, it changes from moment to moment depending on what the prosecutor is doing, right?
It's not necessarily just dependent upon the prosecutor.
With regard to your conversation with Detective Flores back on July 16th of 2008, he was pretty much sitting down in a chair back then, wasn't he?
Yes,
And yet you lied to him then, right?
yes.
So it really doesn't have to do anything with the posture or where the person is sitting in terms of whether or not you'll lie, right?
Again, objection, Your Honor. That mischaracterizes her testimony. She said over and over again, it deals with memory, not telling the truth.
Objection noted, overruled. You may answer the question.
What was the question?
Mike, could you please read it to me?
Question. So it really doesn't have anything to do with the posture or where the person is sitting in terms of whether you'll lie.
Well, sometimes I lied to Travis based on his posture.
Objection, Judge, he's not responding to the question.
Get another question.
So you understand we're not talking about right now about your relationship with Mr. Alexander. You understand that,
I
correct?
understand we got very off track, yes.
Pardon?
I understand we got very off track, the subject of my relationship.
I'm asking you whether or not you understand that this line of questioning right now is not about your relationship with Mr. Alexander. Do you understand that?
I answered yes.
And this is about your ability to answer questions in the courtroom, right?
Yes.
And what we're trying to determine is what is it that will allow you to answer the questions from the witness stand, from the prosecutor.
I thought you had said whether or not it's the truth. It's not about,
Ma'am,
which part are you talking about?
ma'am, Mike, could you please read her the question again?
What you're trying to do is to determine also what it is that will allow you to answer the question from the witness stand from the prosecutor.
I don't understand that question.
Question's nonsensical.
Restate the question.
Ma'am, you understand that we want your answers, whatever they may be. You understand that, right?
Yes,
And you understand that we need as complete answers as possible. You understand that, right?
no, that's not the impression I'm getting from you.
So so the question is, so to you, unless you're allowed to ramble on, then you're being restricted, right?
No, that's not correct.
Well, in this particular case, you're saying that the prosecutor is cutting you off, right?
In this particular case, is in this cross-examination, yes.
And you're saying that you're not getting a chance to answer the questions fully, right?
That's right.
Well, let's do this. With regard to you and Mr. Alexander, one of the things that happened was that you and he broke up. You understand that back on June 29th of 2007. You understand that?
Yes,
The person that did the breaking up was you, right?
yes,
And the reason that you broke up with him is because you snooped into his telephone, right?
yes,
And you did not have his permission on the day that you did it to go into his telephone, right?
not explicitly, no.
When you say not explicitly, it means that you did have his permission to go into the phone. You understand what you're saying, that right?
Yes, at one point I did.
I'm not asking at one point. I'm asking on the day that you did it. Did you have his permission, whether written or oral, to go into his telephone and look at his text messages?
He had told me to look in his phone.
That
So
day
I guess
before-
it's just a matter of interpretation.
Ma'am, that day before he went to sleep, did he tell you to look into, that it was okay to look into his telephone?
Not that day.
And so you took it upon yourself to look into that telephone, right?
Yes,
And that's when you saw these text messages, right?
yes,
And then that upset you, right?
yes,
And as a result of that, you made a decision that the relationship was over, right?
not right that day.
At some point, you did make the decision that the relationship was over, right?
Yes,
But you were upset that he was having these conversations about bodily parts with these other individuals via text message, right?
yes,
And you were so upset that you still decided to go on vacation with him, right?
that's not why.
Well, you still went on vacation with him even though you had this information, right?
Yes,
And you went to New York, correct?
we did go to New York, yes.
Pardon?
Yes, we did, went to New York.
And then you drove, or you went to a PPL conference also, right?
No, it was a retreat.
And then you went to Huntington Beach, right?
That was the retreat I was referring to.
Okay, so you went to Huntington Beach after that, right?
Yes,
And you stayed with him, right?
yes,
You engaged in sexual contact with him, right?
yes,
Even though you were very upset with what you knew, right?
yes,
You chose to go on vacation rather than break up with him at that point, right?
yes,
And so the way you see it, it's his fault that you broke up, not yours.
Overruled, to me answer.
his fault that I broke up with him?
Yes, not your fault.
Well, it was my choice, so I don't know what you mean by fault.
Well, we're talking about who was to blame. That's what fault means, right?
For the breakup?
For the breakup, that's what we're talking about, right?
I guess we each had a part in it.
Well, no, you're saying that it was his fault because he was doing these things with other women, right?
His fault for the breakup because he was doing things?
The way you explained it to me, man, the reason you broke up was because of something he did, right?
That's what motivated me to break up with him.
So what you did, the fact that you went behind his back and looked at his telephone had nothing to do with the breakup, right?
That was also one of the reasons.
So you believe that you were to blame for going behind his back, right?
Yes,
That was a dishonest thing to do, right?
yes, I felt very bad about it.
Did I ask you whether you felt bad about it?
No,
You know, you say that you feel bad about it, but haven't you done similar stuff in the past?
yes,
I mean, you did it to Bobby Huatis, right? You went
Yes.
behind his back and you got on the computer, right?
yes,
You went behind Matt McCartney's back and you went and talked to Bianca, right?
I didn't go behind his back.
Oh, you told him that you were going to talk to Bianca before you went to talk to her?
I would have,
The answer is, ma'am, the question is, did you talk to him before you went to talk to Bianca?
no, he wasn't available.
Ma'am, did you talk to him before you went to talk to Bianca?
No, he wasn't available.
Ma'am, you said he wasn't available. Could you have waited until he was available to talk to him to see if it was okay to talk to Bianca? You could have.
Yeah, but it would have been miserable for several days.
Oh, so it's all about you then, right?
Objection, argument.
You could have waited though, right? But you didn't want to.
I chose not to.
That's right, because you would have been miserable, right?
Yes,
And you didn't want to be miserable, right?
that's right.
And so this dishonesty that you said involved Mr. Alexander, you had at least on 2 previous occasions engaged in the same sort of dishonesty, right?
Yes,
And with regard to,
I
Miss-
take that back. I don't think it was dishonest to go talk to Bianca. So I guess one time, because I do believe that the emails with Bobby was dishonest.
all right, but you did engage in conduct with regard to Mr. McCartney that he did not know about before you did it, right?
With regard to his conduct that I didn't know about?
No, I'm asking, the fact that you went to see Bianca, isn't it true that Mr. McCartney did not know about it before you went to talk to her, right?
That's right.
So that was behind his back, wasn't it?
No, because that implies sneaking around.
That was because why?
To me, that implies sneaking around, and I wasn't doing that. I was just open and direct about it.
You weren't sneaking around, you just didn't tell him about it, right? That's the distinction that you're trying to draw here.
Only because he wasn't available.
But that's the distinction that you're drawing here, is that you were not sneaking around, right?
I wasn't sneaking around.
Right?
Yes, it was not dishonest.
With regard to Mr. Alexander, looking at his telephone or viewing his text messages wasn't the only time that you actually went to look at one of his communication mediums, right?
Yes,
In fact, you and he became an item in February of 2007, right?
yes,
And you guys, that's when you made it official. You were still living in Palm Desert, right?
yes,
And you were living in Palm Desert, but at some point you were able to look at his computer, right?
yes,
And you looked at his computer at his house in Mesa, right?
yes,
And you looked at his computer and you started to look at some of the items, what, in MySpace? Is that what it was?
yes, his MySpace emails.
Pardon?
His MySpace emails?
But it was in MySpace, right?
Yes,
And you looked at some of the emails that were there, right?
yes, I did.
And even though you didn't have permission to look at those emails, did you?
I don't know. It was kind of a trade-off because he did it to me, so
I'm not asking if he did it to you, am I?
no,
I'm asking if you had permission to go into his MySpace to look at his emails.
no, I guess I didn't.
And so again, this is this conduct, this dishonest conduct on your part, right?
Yes.
And you went and you looked at his emails and you saw some emails between him and at least 2 females, right?
Yes.
One of them involved the New Year's Eve meeting, right?
Yes.
And that upset you though, right?
Not really.
Well, it didn't make you happy, right?
It didn't thrill me.
Pardon?
It didn't thrill me.
So if it didn't thrill you, that's a way of saying it didn't make you happy, right?
That would-
Objection, no, so I'm gonna put words in her mouth.
That's right.
But that happened before you and he were actually officially dating, right?
Yes.
And so that really shouldn't have had any bearing on how you felt. Would you agree?
That wasn't the part that bothered me.
I understand that, okay, tell me what is the part that bothered you?
He lied about what it was about.
He lied to you what it was about after you confronted him, right?
No, he called me preemptively to explain.
Ma'am, you looked at his MySpace email, right?
Yes.
Then you and he had a conversation about it, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't that he had a conversation about it before you looked at his MySpace email, right?
About the messages? Yes, we did.
So he talked to you about them before?
Yes.
If he talked to you about them before, then why were you upset?
Because I found out that what he said was false
Oh, I see. So he lied to you then, right?
about the message.
And what you were doing is you were sort of checking up on it, right?
Yeah, I was.
And that's because you wanted to see whether or not he was cheating on you, right?
No, it wouldn't have been cheating in December because we weren't together yet. I wanted to see whether it was accurate, what he told
Okay,
me.
so anything that he would tell you, you would want to check to make sure that he was being truthful to you, right?
That's not right, not anything.
Well, things having to do with relationships involving other women, right?
Sometimes.
In this case, that's what you did, right?
This thing particularly, yes.
And this is the other one that involved the email that you were particularly offended by, right?
The other email?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were particularly offended because you said that the woman that was involved there was married, right?
Yes, she was married.
And what was the woman's name?
I don't want to destroy anyone's marriage.
So what was the woman's name?
Shannon Crabtree Peterson.
And so you believe she was married and you believe that they were doing something that they shouldn't have been doing, right?
She was married, and by LDS standards, what they were talking about was very inappropriate.
But all they were doing was talking, right?
They were joking about getting together for a sexual liaison.
They were joking about it, right?
I hope it was joking.
Well, didn't you just say that they were joking about it?
Objection calls for speculation as to whether or not they were joking.
Overall, that wasn't the question.
Well, he was joking about his wet
Ma'am,
dream with her.
Objection, Judge. I
And
asked her
so-
whether, isn't it true that you said they were joking? Isn't
I
it true?
did say that, yes.
And so the reason you said that is because you believe it, right?
Because he told me later after I
Ma'am.
confronted him. At the time, I didn't know what to believe.
Ma'am, you believe it. That's why you said it, right?
When I sit here today, I believe it somewhat.
And so you believe that they were joking about it, right?
At the time, I did not, but now I think, I mean, if what he told me can be believed, they were joking.
Ma'am, isn't it true that you just said that they were joking about it, right?
Yes,
And that's what you believe, right?
that's what I'd like to believe.
Well, you are testifying to the truth, right?
Yes,
And you said they were joking about it, right?
that's the third time you asked me that. The answer is yes.
And so if they were joking about it, what is the problem?
By LDS standards, you're not supposed to have conversations of that kind of nature with someone else's spouse.
Okay, and that's because you are familiar with the code of conduct involving sexuality in the Mormon church, right?
I am now, yes.
Well, no, you were familiar with it back in February of 2007 when you looked at his MySpace account, right?
Not all of it, but regarding spouses and their behaviors
Well,
and how
ma'am-
to interact with people that are married, yes.
Ma'am, you were familiar enough with their code to pass judgment on what was going on, right?
Yes,
As it applies to the Mormon faith, right?
yes,
And this is knowledge that you had gained as part of your learning about the Mormon church, right?
Well, another Mormon had explained it to me, so yes,
So yes, you did learn it, right?
yes,
And so you knew that joking about these things was not something that was viewed favorably by the Mormon church, right?
that's right.
But you believe that just joking about something, you knew about that. You knew that that's not something that was favored by the Mormon church, right?
That's right.
But in terms of whether or not sexual intercourse is concerned, you're telling us that at that point, you didn't know if it was acceptable or not in the Mormon church.
I'm not saying that.
So at that time, you did know then that sexual intimacy, whatever form they may be, was unacceptable in the Mormon church, right?
I'm not saying that either.
Well, ma'am, did you know back in February of 2007, when you were making these judgments, that having oral intercourse was against the teachings of the Mormon faith?
At that time, no, I did not know.
So you believe that just kidding about things is against the Mormon religion, but not oral intercourse? Is that what you're saying?
With a spouse who's married in the temple, yes.
So you're saying then that you believe that oral intercourse was okay back in February of 2007, but not kidding between two people. That was not okay.
Yes, that's what I was taught.
And don't they have brochures that they hand out?
Yes,
And these brochures include talking about sexual contact, right?
yes,
You were here when Desiree Freeman testified, right?
yes,
And one of the things that we know is that even laying or touching or laying on top of somebody with their clothes on, that's against the Mormon teachings, right?
that is right.
And in fact, that's something that you did with Brian Burns. You laid on top of him with your clothes on, right?
Yes, I did.
And that's against the Mormon teachings, right?
It is.
And you knew that at the time you did that, right?
I did not.
So you gained this knowledge after being with Brian Burns, right?
After about a year after.
Right. So this is something that is, you never thought to talk to anybody about how far you could go?
I did. I talked to Rachel.
Well, I'm asking whether or not, well, Rachel is not somebody that's the end all in the Mormon church, right?
I don't think anybody would be.
Well, the bishop is a little bit more informed, wouldn't you agree?
Yes,
And if you had any questions about it, right, you could go talk to the bishop, right?
I guess technically, but I wouldn't be comfortable.
Well, you're saying technically, but you wouldn't be comfortable. You could go talk to the bishop, right?
Yes,
In fact, you went to Bishop Layton to talk about Travis Alexander's killing, right?
no,
Well, you called him, right?
yes,
So you had no problem doing that, right?
that's right.
Did you ever have a desire on your own to go and find out what the Mormon church allowed in terms of sexual contact?
Yes,
Why didn't you do it?
I did.
Pardon?
I did.
So did you go to a bishop?
I went to Rachel.
When did you go see Rachel about this issue involving sexual contact?
It would have been August 2007 after Travis and I went all the way consensually and we were both awake.
So you went to see her in August of 2007. You converted in, or were baptized in November of 2006, right?
Yes,
And you and Mr. Alexander are engaged in sexual contact between that time, November of 2006, until what? April of 2000 or August of 2007? Is that when it is?
that whole time period.
And during that whole time period, it never occurred to you to try to find out what the Mormon church allowed?
I did try to find out.
Did you go to a bishop?
No, definitely not a bishop.
Did you try to read any of the literature that they have?
I'd read some literature, but not the pamphlet that you were reading from.
There is a pamphlet that they have, right?
Yes,
And this pamphlet is available to everybody, right?
yes,
And in fact, you were here when I was looking at it and I was questioning Desiree Freeman, right?
yes,
And this pamphlet is free, right?
yes,
And it lays out the guidelines for what is acceptable sexual contact and not, right?
yes.
And isn't it true that that pamphlet doesn't include anything about joking involving married people, does it?
I haven't read the whole pamphlet, but the part that I read does not include that.
It does include things that you are not to engage in oral intercourse, right?
Yes,
And any kind of intercourse, right?
yes. It says all sexual relations.
Right? And in fact, it even talks about certain types of music that shouldn't be listened to, right?
I don't recall that part, but that sounds right.
And it also talks about what kind of videos or what kind of movies should be looked at, right?
Yes,
And you're saying that throughout this whole time, from November of 2006 to August of 2007, you did not have the opportunity to review any of this and know any of that.
well, I didn't know it existed, so I guess then I wouldn't have had the opportunity. But if I'd known it was there, then I would have had the opportunity.
Did you think that perhaps it would have been a good idea to go ask if these materials were available?
No, I did not.
Rephrase.
You were conflicted by the fact that you saw Mr. Alexander joking with somebody who you believed to be married, right?
She was married, yes.
You were conflicted because Mr. Alexander was joking with somebody that was married, okay? Better?
Yes,
And although they had never had any sexual contact, right?
She doesn't know that or
Rephrase.
Even though you believe they had not had any sexual contact, right?
at that point, that was my belief.
Yet, that's just people talking, yet you have no problems engaging in all this conduct that you've told us about during direct examination. You have no problem engaging in that conduct, yet you're judging somebody for just talking.
Objection, mischaracterizes the testimony. She's never said she had no problem with it.
State your question.
Well, ma'am, you never sought counseling from a Mormon, whether it's a male or a female, about your sexual contact with Mr. Alexander, right?
I did, but not during that time period.
During the time period that we're talking about, you did not solicit aid from anybody in the Mormon church about what was the proper way to proceed, right?
That's right.
And the reason you didn't was because it was enjoyable, right?
No, because I didn't believe I was in the wrong.
Well, you weren't enjoying what was going on with Mr. Alexander?
I did, but that's not why I didn't seek counsel.
And in fact, the way you described it was that he's somebody that you could not stay away from sexually, right?
Yes,
And he described you as his kryptonite, right?
yes,
And so it was a situation that you were mutually attracted, right?
yes.
So is the reason that you were being so judgmental is because you were just plain jealous? Is that what was going on?
No, I was considering a future with him, and if he was acting that way towards someone else's wife, I wondered how he would treat me as a wife.
So if you were worried about how he was going to treat you as a wife, then why didn't you just leave him?
Because I wanted to give him an opportunity to explain first.
And you gave him the opportunity to explain, and it sounds like you believed him, right?
Yes,
And so as a result of you believing him, you decided to continue in this sexual relationship, right?
yes.
Please be back in the designated area at 1:25. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. Have a nice lunch. Record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Arias, you may step down. Counsel, anything before lunch? No. We're in recess. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez, you may continue with cross-examination.
Ma'am, we were talking about the telephone and that there were messages on there, and then also on the MySpace email that there were messages on there, correct? Do you remember that?
Travis's phone in MySpace, yes.
And the messages could be characterized as flirtatious, right?
Flirtatious and sexual.
And you really had no problem with that, though, did you?
What do you mean?
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at another. I move for the admission of Exhibit 480.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, what number?
480.
480, no objection.
480 is admitted.
Take a look at this.
I only have a few more questions. I really, where I want to go next is, was Travis, we were talking about this, was Travis a flirt with women, with other people?
Yes, and he was not secretive about it. So that was something that I wasn't aware of that aspect right away when I first met him, which was in the MGM Grand. He was very cool, very calm. And even there were people that had made comments saying, why was he on such good behavior that night? And he said that he sort of, looking back on that, he said he kind of had an agenda. And because I came off as a calm person, he was sort of trying to mirror and match. But, by nature, he's very open, very outgoing, very flirtatious. Not that that's a bad thing at all.
And so, even though you saw these messages on his phone, even though they were flirtatious, you still decided to break up with him, right?
Not for that reason.
Well, isn't that what you told us before the break, that that was the reason that you broke up with him, because of these text messages?
No, it's because he was sleeping with a bunch of people.
You believe that he was sleeping with a lot of people, right?
Yes.
Do you remember telling us before the break that it was this text message, or during direct examination, that it was the text messages that were the reason for the breakup?
Right.
You did say that, though, right?
Yes.
I don't have, okay. You and Mr. Alexander went to Sedona and to the Grand Canyon with Desiree Freeman and Dan Freeman, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at Exhibit 481. See if you recognize the people there and the occasion.
Yes, I do. I don't see a date, but I recognize it.
But you're in the photograph, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize the other people, correct?
Yes.
And it's a trip that you took. The picture is a photograph taken during the trip to Sedona, correct?
Correct.
When was it? When, generally speaking, when did you go to Sedona?
I believe it was April 2007.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of the four of you on this trip to Sedona, correct?
Correct.
I move for the admission of 481.
No objection.
481 is admitted.
This is a photograph that was taken in Sedona, correct?
Yes.
And it shows your height relative to Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
You're approximately the same height as he is, correct?
He's 3 inches taller.
Well, this shows it right here, correct?
Yes.
How tall you are, correct?
Foundation, we don't know where they're standing or shoes they're wearing.
Sustained.
Ma'am, this shows you on that particular day with Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
You have no reason to believe that you were standing on a rock and he wasn't, right?
Not that I recall, no.
And with regard to Mr. Freeman, do you have a reason to believe that he was standing on a rock?
No.
And with regard to Desiree Freeman, any reason to believe or to think that she was standing on a rock?
No.
That shows the relative heights, correct?
Yes.
Ma'am, one of the things that we know about Mr. Alexander was how his ambience was in a room, correct?
Yes.
Let me show you another exhibit. I move for the admission of Exhibit 482.
Any objection?
None that we haven't previously lodged, Judge.
482 is admitted.
Yes, and that's the other thing. When you asked me if I was angry or outraged, I'm more angry and outraged that his life was taken and that he had so much potential, that he had so many things and projects that he was working on that some will get completed and some will never get completed. He was a light, and he had so many. He brightened a room when he walked in. He literally brightened the room. Like you could just tell when Travis was, whether you were no matter what direction you were looking at, you could tell when Travis showed up, because the laughter got louder, and the conversation got happier, and just the whole energy of the room changed. And for someone like that, it almost seems like the world is a darker place now that he's not in it anymore. So I'm really angry about that. I can't imagine what his family is going through. I love my brother so much, and I know that he had a lot of siblings, and I just cannot imagine what it would be like to get a phone call to hear that something happened to one of my brothers.
According to that particular excerpt in your statement, he was a great guy, right?
Yes.
And he was a great guy, it appears, to everybody that seemed to come in contact with him, correct?
Yes, it appears.
And nowhere during this conversation that you may have had with people of 48 hours did you mention this issue of him masturbating to pictures.
Oh, definitely not.
So the answer is no, you didn't, correct?
That's correct.
And it wasn't like he didn't do good things for you. He actually did a lot of, or some things that were very nice, didn't he?
Yes, wonderful things.
Just have you, or listen to you tell us about one of those occasions. I move for the admission of Exhibit 483.
No objection.
483 is admitted.
I just personally, I can't see any motive for myself to ever want to do this or inflict this kind of thing on Travis, someone who's been so generous, someone who's been so kind, and someone who has opened up his home, opened up his refrigerator on many times when I didn't have enough money to go to the grocery store and fill up my own fridge. There were just so many things that he did, the little things. I came home from the airport once, and he let me park my car in his garage so that it was safe while I was gone. And I showed up to get my car, and there was this bag on the hood that said Cinnabon, and he knew that I liked Cinnabon. And I remember calling him before I flew out. I was flying out of Salt Lake, and in the Phoenix airport, there's a Cinnabon stand, and I always get one before I go on my flight. And I remember lamenting a little bit, saying Cinnabon's going to be closed when I get home because it's going to be late. And so he went out to the mall and got me Cinnabon so that I'd be able to have that when I got home. It's just little things that he did like that. Thoughtful things as well. He looked up a whole recipe online for Cinnabon and printed it out on pink paper and folded it up in there and put it in there with that. And he gave me a $10 gift card for Cinnabon. So it's like, just little things like that's just one example of so many little things that he's always done for me, and not just for me, but for everyone that he knew.
And in fact, ma'am, after you moved, you actually thanked him for everything that he had done to you, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at an exhibit. Take a look at exhibit number 484. Let's see if you're familiar with these text messages.
Yes, I recognize them.
And you were the person that sent them, correct?
Yes, this wasn't before I moved. This was after.
Right. And what date is indicated on there?
April 18th, 2008.
Move for the admission of exhibit 484.
Did you say no objection?
No objection.
484 is admitted.
This was after you had moved, correct?
Yes.
This was after you were in Wairika, correct?
Yes.
This was when you were in Wairika doing your day-to-day activities, whatever they may be, correct?
Correct.
When you were not seeing Mr. Alexander on a daily basis, correct?
Yes.
This is after you had broken up with him, right?
Yes.
This was during a time when, according to you, the fog had lifted, right?
Yes.
And this is after the time after you claim that there has been some physical violence, you wrote this, right?
That's right.
And we agree that the time is 7 hours ahead, correct?
Yes.
And so it's on April 18th that you write this, and you say, Travis, I thank you for being such an amazing friend. You are a rock, a light, and an inspiration. I love you dearly. You were still in love with him, weren't you?
I wouldn't say in love, but I loved him very much.
So when you say you love him dearly, that doesn't mean that you have any physical attraction to him. You just love him like a friend, correct?
That's not true.
Well, when you say you love him dearly, is that the same as saying that the way you love Matt McCartney, or is this a little bit different?
It's similar, but there was no longer a sexual attraction with Matt McCartney.
But there was this sexual attraction with Mr. Alexander, correct?
Correct.
And you indicate that you appreciate all of the ways you've gone out of your way for me, correct? You indicate that, right?
Yes.
And then you say, thank you, thank you, thank you, right?
Yes.
This is not in line with what you've been, with the person that you've been talking to us about, is it?
Yeah, it is. It's very consistent with how he was.
Well, you've been telling us before that he was mean. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes, he was also that.
And you've been telling us that in addition to being mean, he was somebody who physically abused you, right?
Yes, he did.
And that he would raise his voice to you, right?
Yes, he did.
Yet, once you're free of him, and after the fog has lifted, you're thanking him and telling him what an inspiration he is, right?
Yes.
That sort of the way that is presented, that doesn't seem to correspond, does it?
Sustained.
You've given us two versions, correct?
Of what?
Of Mr. Alexander.
Overruled.
I think I've given more than two versions.
Well, you've given us one where we've just discussed about him being physically abusive and mean and loud to you, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, during the trial, you even referenced that he used to grill you, right?
Yes.
And yet, the writings that we have here don't support that, specifically exhibit number 484, now that you're away, doesn't support what you've been telling us, does it?
Objection.
Rephrase.
This is at odds with what you're telling us before as to Mr. Alexander, right?
With at odds with what?
With Mr. Alexander's portrayal that you wanted us to believe during direct examination.
No, I believe I said during direct examination that he did many wonderful things and that he had amazing sides to him.
But you don't ever mention in any of these text messages, for example, this one right here, all you can do is gush on him, over him and thank him, right?
Yes, he flourished on compliments.
Is that yes?
I said yes.
When you say that he flourished on compliments, it appears that you're saying that you're only doing it in an insincere fashion because you want to shower them on him just because he wants them.
At times they were a little insincere and that they were somewhat exaggerated, but he was a wonderful person many times.
What you're saying here, though, is just this particular exhibit, number 484, when you're saying, or you're gushing, whatever the term you want to use on this, it just appears that, from what you tell us, that that's not true, right?
Objection.
Rephrase.
Ma'am, when you say that you were sending these because Mr. Alexander liked them, that's what you said, right?
No, I said he flourished with compliments.
All right, use the word he flourished on compliments, right?
Yes.
And if he flourished on compliments, the way it sounds is that you were not sincere about the compliment.
Well, I believe he was amazing. He was a rock to me. He was a light and an inspiration at one time. I did love him dearly. I still do. And he did go out of his way for me. And I wanted to express my gratitude.
So with regard to this particular love, is that how you believe love should be shown like it was on the evening of June 4th of 2008?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, ma'am, here, what you've indicated that all of this is true. So is this one of the ones that was sincere or not?
I believe I was being sincere in this one.
So this one, you are telling the truth.
Yes.
As part of what happened after you killed Mr. Alexander, there was a memorial service, right?
Yes.
And you attended it, right?
Yes.
The memorial service was in Mesa, Arizona, correct?
Correct.
And what time of the day was it?
I don't remember.
Was it in the morning or the afternoon?
I don't remember. It was daytime. I have no memory of that part.
And many people attended, right?
Yes.
One of the people that attended was Mimi, correct?
Yes.
You actually went up to Mimi, correct?
Yes, I did.
So even though that you say that you're shy, you actually were the person that approached her, right?
Yes.
And you talked to her about Mr. Alexander, correct?
Briefly, yes.
So that is a yes, correct?
Yes.
And it was during this conversation that you say that that's when you first learned that he was going to Cancun with her, right?
I can't remember because another woman had told me right before. She didn't say her name, but I assumed it was probably Mimi Hall. So I don't remember if Cancun was discussed.
Did you speak with Mimi Hall about her going to Cancun with Mr. Alexander?
I don't remember if Cancun was discussed.
But you could have discussed it, right?
Could have, but it was very short, and I don't think Cancun came up, but it might have. I don't remember that.
But it was at this memorial, whether it was from Ms. Hall or somebody else, that you, according to you, first learned about him going to Cancun with somebody else, right?
Yes, well, I
Is
assumed.
that yes?
I assumed. I didn't. I actually learned it from Detective Flores, but I assumed because of the way a woman named Brenda told me.
So what you're telling us is that at the memorial service, do you know the date that that was?
I think it was June 15th.
At the memorial service, you did not learn that he went to Cancun with Mimi Hall.
Objection, definitely a compound question.
I don't remember. I think I assumed it, but I got like solid confirmation from Detective Flores.
So you assumed it at the time that you met Ms. Hall then?
Trying to think. I might have spoken to Ms. Hall before Brenda. I don't remember when Brenda came up to me.
So what I'm asking though is, did you or did you not learn that Mr. Alexander was going to Cancun with Mimi Hall at this memorial service?
I don't know if I definitively knew it, but I was pretty sure that she was the one.
And why do you say that you were pretty sure? Is it because of a conversation that you had with Ms. Hall?
Because of a conversation I had with Brenda.
And based on the conversation with Brenda, you believe that that's when you learned about Mr. Alexander going to Cancun with Mimi Hall, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You and he had discussed him going to Cancun before, right?
Yes.
And you were not, he didn't ask you to go, right?
What was that?
He did not ask you to go, correct?
That's correct.
But you knew he was going with someone, didn't you?
Yes. Well, the trip allows for a second person on the ticket, so I
you
assumed.
knew he was going with somebody, right?
Yes.
And you knew he was going with somebody back on June 2nd of 2008, right?
Yes, I assumed it was a babysitter.
Well, I'm not asking you who you assumed it with. Did you know back on that date that he was going to go with somebody?
Yes.
And back on May 28th of 2008, you also knew that he was going to Cancun, right?
Yes.
And you knew that he was going to Cancun with somebody else, right?
Yes.
And this was about the time, because of the telephone call of May 10th, that he was still talking to you about sex, right?
Yes.
And even though he was talking to you about sex, he was actually, you knew, going to go to Cancun with somebody else, right?
Yes.
Let me show you an exhibit. And his going to Cancun with somebody else did not upset you, correct?
No.
And his going to Cancun and not inviting you did not upset you, right?
No.
Take a look at exhibit 485 and see if you recognize this.
Yes,
This is actually a writing by you, correct?
that's correct.
And it was submitted at the time of the memorial service, right?
Yes.
And how did it work? There was a page there that you signed? How did it work?
There was a photo album, sort of in a scrapbook, how I remember it, with a lot of blank paper around the different photos so that people could leave comments.
You actually brought the photograph that's attached to this, right?
I think it was already put together, but I emailed it to the person putting it together because that's one of my photos.
So this is one of your photographs though, correct?
Yes,
And how it got there, maybe that you sent it to somebody and then they put it in the book, correct?
I believe so.
And then you actually signed it though, right?
I didn't sign it, I just wrote in it. I didn't want to leave my name.
In other words, this is your writing, correct?
Yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 45.
No objection.
45 is admitted.
Take a look at Exhibit 485. It says, Travis, you're beautiful on the inside and out, doesn't it?
Yes.
Isn't that kind of a lie based on what you told us here in court today?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained, rephrased.
That's not true based on what you told us here in court, right?
Overruled.
I believed that he had inner beauty, yes. So it is true.
So you think somebody who masturbates to pictures of little boys is beautiful on the inside, right?
I don't think that aspect of him is beautiful at all. I think it's sickening.
Well, I'm asking you, you did write beautiful on the inside, and yet you knew, according to you, that he had this issue, right?
Yes,
And so if you write that, you've indicated that it was a problem for you, right?
it was.
And you indicated that you'd even obtain a pamphlet, correct, to give to him?
Yes, too.
And you also indicated that you believed that he needed help, right?
He did need help.
Right, and you've indicated that to us on direct examination, a couple of times at least, right?
That's right.
But yet here you're right that he's beautiful on the inside, knowing all of that.
Yes, he hated those parts of himself.
Pardon?
He hated those parts of himself. It's not who he wanted to be.
Whether he wanted to be it or not, somebody who has those issues, you still think is beautiful on the inside, and that's why you wrote it.
I believed that he could get better.
I'm not asking you if you believe that he could get better, man. I'm asking you whether or not somebody is beautiful on the inside if they have the problem that you have told us about.
Objection, ask and answer this about the third time.
Overruled.
What was the question?
Mike, could you read it back for her, please?
I'm not asking if you believe if he could get better, ma'am. I'm asking you whether or not beautiful on the inside is I'm sorry. I'm asking you whether or not somebody has beautiful on the inside, if it had that problem you told us about.
I believed that he had aspects of himself that were beautiful and some that were ugly, just like I do.
So what you're saying is that statement here that he was beautiful on the inside is a qualified statement.
I don't know what you mean by qualified.
Well, it doesn't tell the whole truth. It just tells parts of the truth.
Of course, this is a memorial book.
Pardon?
Of course, this is a memorial book.
You didn't have to write it in that memorial book, right?
I didn't have to.
And you didn't have to go to the memorial service, right?
That's right.
One of the things that you told us was that, well, you and Mr. Alexander had an agreement, right?
Yes,
And this agreement, according to you, was that even if the memorial service or the funeral was in Antarctica, the two of you would attend each other's funeral, depending on who outlived the other, right?
he said he would come to mine even if it was in Antarctica.
Ma'am, I'm asking you whether or not you and he, or whether or not you told us previously that you and he had an agreement to attend each other's funeral depending on who died first.
It wasn't quite like that.
Well, didn't you tell us that on direct examination, that that was part of the reason that you went, because you guys had this understanding?
I didn't go to his funeral. I tried to go and I didn't make it.
The memorial service.
That wasn't part of the agreement.
Well, but you did mention that you believed that he would have done the same thing for you, right?
Yes,
But in terms of this attending the memorial service, if the situation were reversed, do you think that he still should have gone to your memorial service if he had killed you?
Objection. Argumentative calls for speculation.
Sustained.
What was the agreement, or what was your understanding of the agreement then?
I told him one time that I admired his speaking skills, and then if I ever passed away, if he would, I would like it if he gave a eulogy at my funeral, because I knew that he would edify me in a good way.
How about with him? If he passed away before you, what was the agreement?
It wasn't discussed, I don't think.
Oh, so you didn't have any understanding whatsoever with regard to whether or not you would attend his memorial service?
It was more about my funeral.
Well, do you remember telling us something different on direct examination?
I don't remember.
Do you remember on direct examination telling us that you felt compelled to go because of this agreement that the two of you had?
That's why I felt compelled to go,
Right. Because you believed there was an agreement, right?
because he would have gone to mine.
And you believe that that was sort of an unwritten agreement between the two of you. That's how you portrayed it to us on direct examination, right?
The eulogy part was sort of an unwritten agreement.
I'm talking about just actually going. I'm not talking about the eulogy. Isn't it true that in direct examination, the way you portrayed it to us was that the reason that you went was because you and he had talked about it, and that you felt compelled to go based on those conversations?
Yes,
And those conversations included going to Antarctica, if that were the case, right?
he said he would.
And that's how much the commitment, that's how strong the commitment was to attend each other's memorial services, right?
I don't recall making a commitment to attend his services, but this is the reason I felt compelled to go.
Because of the conversation you had with him, right?
Yes.
No one knew about this conversation that you had with him, right?
No, it was in his office, just the two of us.
Right. So it was just you and him, right?
Yes.
And so if nobody knew about it, you really didn't have to go, and nobody would have been the wiser, right?
That's right.
But you made the choice to go, right?
Yes, I did.
You also write, you always told me that I never stopped believing in you, and I know that you always believed in me, right? That's what it says, right?
Yes.
You always believed in him, right?
Yes, I did.
And even though, according to you, he would get this mean look on his face and he would come charging after you down the hallway, you still believed in him, right?
Yes, that wasn't who he wanted to be.
I'm not asking you if that's what he wanted to be. Did I ask you that, man?
No.
I'm asking you whether or not you still believed in him if he, for example, according to you, threw you down and choked you. You still believed in him, right?
I believed in his potential still, yes.
So the answer is yes, right?
Yes.
And even though he may have been on the couch kissing with some girl in August of 2007, you still believed in him, right?
Yes, I wasn't his girlfriend.
Pardon?
I was his girlfriend. So yeah, of course, I still believed in him.
You were his girlfriend in August of 2007?
I was not. I wasn't.
So you still believed in him even though he was kissing on some girl, and you still believed he was courting you at that time. You still believed in him.
Well, it cheapened his efforts.
I understand that it may have
I
cheapened.
still believed in his potential to who he wanted to become.
So it cheapened his efforts, right?
Certainly.
And if it cheapened his efforts, then perhaps he wasn't believing in you as much as you indicate in this card or this writing, correct?
Objection calls for speculation. What Mr. Alexander believed.
It's the other way around. Overruled.
I think we're talking about different aspects of what we believed about each other.
Well, you say that you never stopped believing in him, right?
Yes.
And you never stopped believing him, irrespective of what you told us the issues were, right?
That's right.
And these issues that, according to you, he wasn't getting any help for, right?
I don't know if he
Well,
was or not. I
Well,
don't believe he was. He said he would. I don't believe he did.
right. So you know that he's not getting, according to you, your belief is that he's not getting help for any of these issues, right?
Yes,
He's not doing anything about it, right?
I don't know that.
Well, isn't that what your belief is? I'm asking about your belief. I'm not asking about what you know. I'm asking about your belief.
I believe he was doing things, not seeking professional help, but he said he spent a lot of time in prayer about it and things like that.
So you believe he was praying about it then, right?
Yes,
Do you know whether or not you believed he went to a bishop to talk about it?
he did talk to a bishop about his,
Is that a yes or a no? ma'am?
well, I really don't know.
Okay. Says, thank you for sharing so much and thank you for all your generosity. This world has been blessed because you have been here, right?
Yes,
So you believe somebody who does the sort of horrible act that you described is a blessing to the world?
he did bless the world in ways.
I'm asking you, my question's a little different. You believe that somebody that did whatever it is that you allege he did is a blessing to the world?
That is not a blessing to the world.
So this wasn't true then?
No, I just said that he did bless the world in ways.
Ma'am, one of the other things that we know about you and him is that you and he had quite the relationship behind closed doors, right?
Yes,
And they're called private relationships for a reason, right?
yes,
And so one of the things that you complained about on direct examination was that, well, nobody knew what your business or what your affairs were. Do you remember complaining about that?
I don't remember the context, but I may have said something to that effect.
And it upset you that these interactions between you and him were behind closed doors.
No, this, are you talking about this,
So,
what activities are you referring to?
well, for example, you complained that when you went out, he didn't sort of treat you in the way that indicated that you perhaps were closer to him than you were.
That's correct.
He wouldn't hold your hand, right?
Usually not.
He wouldn't kiss you in public, according to you, right?
He did as long as we weren't on our own home turfs.
So, but in certain circumstances, he wouldn't kiss you when you were out there, right?
That's correct.
And all of this bothered you, didn't it?
It did bother me.
Yeah, and it bothered you because, on the other hand, he's very attentive when the doors are closed, but not when people are around, right?
Yes,
And you could have, though, put an end to that, couldn't you?
yes,
You could have left, you could have gone to Wairika, correct?
yes.
Yeah, but you chose not to, right?
Not right away.
Well, you chose not to until April of 2008, right?
That's when I did it. I made the decision prior to that.
All right, you made the decision in March of 2008, right?
Actually, it was Christmas 2007.
Well, do you remember that we took a look at your journal in March of 2008, and that's when you told him that you were going to go to Wairika?
That's right.
And also, we know that you left in April of 2008, right?
Yes,
So you're free to go at any time that you want, right?
I was broke, so not really, but
Well, you had parents, right?
yes,
They would have helped you if you wanted to go home, wouldn't they? You asked your mom for help to move, right?
yes,
And she came out there, right?
yes,
She came out here to Mesa, correct?
yes.
She flew, correct?
She flew into Phoenix.
And whatever happened, but she went on her way shortly after she came out here, right?
Yes,
And so there was at least an indication based on that, that they would help you and what your parents would help you in whatever way they could, right?
yes.
So it wasn't a situation that you were stranded, was it?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I didn't know that they would help me until I was desperate enough to call her, and she would. She
Well-
said she would.
You indicated that you called and she responded, right?
Yes,
They wouldn't know that you needed their help unless you called, right?
Well, unless Matt called once, but unless I called and asked for that kind of help, I guess.
When, on your first occasion that you called your mother, isn't it true that she agreed to help, right?
Yes,
And in fact, the way to help was that she even came out here to try to help you load the truck, right?
I think I got the truck after she left, but her purpose was to come down here and help me load the truck and move.
You just didn't have the truck at the time, right?
Not yet.
And so it seems like when you say that, well, you protest and say, well, you know, I was sort of stuck here in Arizona. You weren't really stuck here in Arizona, were you?
I don't know. I mean, my parents have been financially capable at times and other times not. So at the time I called, they were able to help me. They were in a position to help me.
And so they did. The only time that you asked them, at least as it involves this case, the only time that you asked them, they were able to provide some help, right?
Yes,
And in fact, when you got to Wairika, you even had a place to stay, right?
yes.
You didn't want to stay with your parents, though, right?
There were no bedrooms there. That's right.
So you didn't want to stay with your parents, right?
No, I didn't.
You preferred to stay with your grandparents, correct?
Yes,
And so you had a place to go to, right?
yes,
And in fact, you could get a job there if you wanted to, right?
I did get a job there.
Well, you could if you wanted to, right? In fact, you started to work at Casa Ramos, according to you, right?
Well, it depends on who hires. I mean, I searched and searched and hunted and I did not get a job for a while. And I finally was hired somewhere.
You did get a job at Casa Ramos, didn't you?
Yes,
And this was in Wairika, correct?
yes,
And when you were working at Casa Ramos, you had your own money, right?
yes.
Nobody took it away from you, right?
No,
And in fact, you weren't lending or giving any money to Mr. Alexander at that point, right?
I was paying back a debt that I owed him.
But that's not giving money to him, is it?
Yes, I was giving it willingly.
Well, if you have a debt, that's not, and you give money for that, that's not a gift, is it?
It was not a gift. It was a repayment that I was
Right.
giving him.
And in fact, the terms were pretty loose on that, correct?
Very loose.
And whatever you could afford, he basically would accept, right?
Yeah, he said to try to keep it to at least $100 a month, but pay more anytime you can pay more.
They were loose, it was a loose agreement, right?
Yes,
He wasn't putting any financial pressure on you, right?
not at first.
When you say not at first, that implies that he was putting pressure at you at some point, right?
Yes, he did.
And it was an amount mentioned?
No, it wasn't.
And was there ever the threat of him going to court to get the money?
No,
And in fact, he actually even was trying to help you with the car, the one that had lost the transmission and had all those problems when you started to tow it, right?
what do you mean?
Well, he was trying to find out who was responsible for that on your behalf, wasn't he?
I think I was. I had called the law firm. He called a law firm. We were waiting for calls back on it.
But he attempted by calling a law firm, right?
I don't remember if he called his directly or, I mean, I know that I called attorneys on it. And I think he was doing his own research on it as well.
And when you told him that this had happened, he wasn't upset with you, was he?
No, he wasn't.
And in fact, when you told him that this happened, he tried to do the best that he could for you, right? Because
Yes,
you wrote that he felt bad for you, right?
yes,
And in fact, the way he handled that situation, you actually in your journal called him your hero, right?
yes,
So it appears that you're in Wairika. This individual, Mr. Alexander, is in the Mesa area, and there doesn't seem to be any other tie other than this sexual bond that the two of you seem to have, right?
well, that in the car, I guess.
Well, but the car was a loose bond, wouldn't you agree?
Yes,
You could mail the payment and not talk to him ever, right?
that's right.
And you could conceivably pay him off in one payment, not that you probably would, but you could in one payment, and that would be the end of it, right?
The end of our communication.
No, the end of the issues involving the car, right?
Yes,
And you wouldn't have to communicate anymore if you really didn't want to, right?
After the car was paid and I had the title, no, we wouldn't have to.
Right. And so, but you did have this sexual bond, right?
Yes,
And it appeared that you wanted to be with him as much as he wanted to be with you.
that would be accurate.
And so that when we talk about, or when you tell us things like, well, when I was over at Sky and Chris Hughes's house, approximately a week after you met him, and you indicate that, well, that you had oral sex, and you said that you were uncomfortable with that. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Well, you were pretty attracted to him, weren't you?
my attraction didn't develop that quickly.
So are you saying that you did that even though you didn't want to?
Yes,
And did you tell him that?
no,
Did you think that he was a mind reader and would know that you didn't want to do that?
no,
And one of the things that you said that was kind of striking about that was that when he was performing oral sex on you, that you said, he sure knew what he was doing. Do you remember saying that on direct examination?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
yes.
Well, doesn't it take one to know one?
Objection, Your Honor, argument is improper.
Sustained.
How do you know he was so good unless you had previously been exposed to that activity?
I was previously exposed to that activity in my prior relationships.
So there wasn't anything wrong with him being experienced in that area. Was there?
Not in my opinion, no.
No. So when you said that he sure was experienced in that area, you didn't mean to be saying that that was a negative thing, right?
No,
And the other thing that you said, well, really wasn't your cup of tea that time, right?
that's correct.
You could have stopped at any time and said, I don't want to see you anymore, right?
Yes.
Because that was really the first time you had ever seen him, right?
No, that would have been our
No,
second
I mean
meeting.
alone, in private.
Second.
You had had some sort of sexual contact with him before that?
No, no sexual contact. I'm talking alone, private.
I'm talking about sexual contact.
Okay.
Based on what happened there and the sexual contact at that point, you said, well, I wasn't really that interested in him at that point, right? You just said that.
There was an interest, but the deep level of my attraction had not developed to its extent.
So you
We were
weren't
at
that attracted to him, right? Would that be fair to say or not?
Well, when you say that attracted, like I was attracted to him, but it felt like it was just too soon, is all.
Well, you said my attraction hadn't developed to that point yet, which appears to say that you weren't attracted to him to have sex with him on that occasion, right?
Not yet to that level.
So you keep saying not yet. I'm just talking about that particular point. I just want you to focus on that point. At that point, you were not sexually attracted to him, right?
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, so you were sexually attracted to him.
On some level, I believe I was.
And so being sexually attracted to him, this was an activity that was enjoyable to you, right?
It otherwise could have been, but I just felt uncomfortable.
Well, you're saying you felt uncomfortable, and are you saying then that it was not an enjoyable situation for you?
Like internally, no. So therefore, physically, I wasn't able to enjoy myself, but there was nothing outwardly wrong with this scenario because, I mean, all the elements were there other than those things.
If you weren't enjoying it internally, and if you weren't enjoying it externally, it appears that what you're saying is that you're not enjoying it at all, because there's only the internal and the external, right?
Yes,
Overall, to me answer.
yes,
So you weren't you were not enjoying it, then, is what you're saying.
once it progressed to the oral sex, I was no longer enjoying it.
You could have told him to stop, though, right?
Yes,
But you didn't, right?
that's right.
You never showed any indication that this activity was unwelcome, right?
That's right.
There was no way for him to know that this activity was unwelcome, right?
That's right. In fact, I think I acted like
The
I liked
answer is
it.
yes, right?
That's right.
And so after that, and really what we have for that sort of assertion all we have is your word, correct?
Yes.
We don't have, for example, any video or anything like that that would show us what happened then to see whether or not you were enjoying this particular activity, correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to the other time, the situation in the car, again, you indicated that you were uncomfortable with it, right?
Somewhat, yes.
If you were uncomfortable the first time, and you know you have the ability to say no, you could have stopped the second time, right?
Yes.
That was a choice that you made, correct?
Yes.
For whatever reason, you made the choice to be with them that second time, right?
Yes, I did.
And so when you talk about, well, I was uncomfortable about it, I felt bad about it, or whatever the terms are that you use, at some point, even though you felt that way, that was your responsibility to let the other party know that perhaps you weren't into it as much as they were, right?
What do you mean?
Well,
You mean if I didn't want to proceed with it,
pardon?
then it would have been my responsibility to tell him?
Right, you
That's
could,
right.
you could have told him no, right?
I could have, yes.
And you've done that before in your lifetime, haven't you?
Yes.
And one of the things that you kept saying on direct examination was that, well, you know, I felt that I liked him and didn't want to hurt his feelings or something like that. Do you remember saying something like that, that you didn't want to hurt his feelings?
Yes.
Saying no to you, the fact that you would have said no, you think would have hurt his feelings?
I felt that way, like it would have been a blow to his ego.
So you
A blow to the ego. So saying no would be a blow to the ego. Okay, now I know. Noted. I got it. Saying no. All right, guys, that does it for us. I will be back on tomorrow night about midnight, or tonight about midnight, because we're already in the next day. Going back over this and playing some more Jodi on the stand. I think we've only got 2.5 days left of the stand. And then we'll go right into closing arguments. Thank you guys so much for being here. I do have a live schedule today for 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where I will be going over the latest on the Nancy Guthrie case. So if you want to join me for that, that would be great. If not, then hope to see you guys later on tonight for the next Jodi Arias live part 7, I think we're on. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you guys, and we'll see you guys next time. Y'all be good or be good at it.